Babylon's breaking news opens on the tower burning in the distance, and the whole city treats that red-orange nightmare like a live scoreboard. The Black Dragon Guild then marches on the 40th floor with Dragon on the headline and confidence in the air, which is usually how a bad plan starts. That confidence evaporates fast when the guild comes back empty-handed, because the tower does not care about reputation or guild banners. The reporter keeps pressing them anyway, and the answer on screen is basically, "Crushed again, thanks for playing." While the guild eats humiliation, the news starts hyping a legendary hunter who entered the tower in his early 20s and tore through the 10th floor boss undefeated. Confucius watches that kind of broadcast the way a starving man watches a banquet, because that level of power is the whole game here. Then a gold skill card drops in front of Confucius and he recognizes it instantly. The card wakes up with a blue system overlay, promising a jealous, ugly kind of power that only makes sense once you see what it costs. The broadcast cuts to the solo hunter everyone keeps calling the only solo killer, and the cameras make a whole religion out of him. He grumbles about the nickname and complains that they keep airing his interviews, which is rich coming from the guy setting the standard everybody else keeps missing. Another hunter, a woman reacting with a hand over her mouth, talks about the tower being impressed by that strong will, and the whole thing turns into a messy mix of admiration and envy. Confucius hears the kind of talk that makes normal people dream big. Then somebody flat out says they wish they could be like Flame Emperor. Confucius finally says the line he has been waiting his whole life to say. Then the tower hands him a gold card and a ridiculous little dream to carry around. He sits there alone, staring at it like it owes him money, while the room around him starts looking less like a future and more like a trap. He tries to turn that frustration into action, and the skill lights up in his hand, which seems promising for about half a second. Then he studies the news clipping, stays mad, and gets the system warning that ruins the mood. The skill only activates if he dies. Confucius explodes the moment he understands the condition, because a skill that needs your death is a garbage deal with a premium price tag. The warning lands, his body drops lifeless, and the story slams hard into the first fatal mistake before the cost really has time to sink in. A brief shift follows, and the broadcast snaps back to Flame Emperor in full power, standing in flames like the whole studio was built to flatter him. He yells that he has a perfectly good name and tells them to stop calling him Flame Emperor, which is exactly the sort of complaint only a top-ranked killer gets to make on live TV. Confucius comes back from death with the ugly truth. The skill does work, but only after he dies. And that means the tower just handed him a power with a corpse-shaped lock on it. He curses it on instinct, because nothing says legendary opportunity like having to die to press the button. Confucius lies there raging at the bad luck of it all, then the tower's truth snaps into focus. It suddenly appears above the world, plain enough for anyone anywhere to see, so desperate people start crawling toward it for a chance. The first arrivals find a place where the weak come to gamble with their lives, and the tower starts handing out skill cards to the few it chooses, while everyone else gets to learn what hopeless looks like in real time. At the base, Confucius scrambles for anything that can keep him alive, while a red-jacketed hunter, Flame Emperor, shoves past the chaos with enough fire to make the whole thing look like a bad idea on purpose. Then the tower offers two cards, one gold and one silver, and the gold one flashes so hard that even from the corner of the fight, everybody knows that is the card people will kill for. The tower floors are packed with dragons from different worlds, including a dragon, so every step up means another fresh way to die. Confucius gets dragged into the mess and starts reacting on instinct, kicking out with newly gained strength and trading blows, while the flames around Flame Emperor make the whole corridor feel one spark away from disaster. Then Flame Emperor keeps talking like this was ever meant to be teamwork, but Confucius reads the situation the hard way. The red-clad killer is not leaving witnesses, and that suspicion lands a lot closer to truth than comfort. The system cuts in and tells him to pick a skill card, which is the tower's cheerful way of saying, choose your poison before someone else chooses it for you. Confucius reaches for the golden card, and the moment his hand closes on it, light blasts up around him like the tower itself is stamping the choice into his soul. Across the field, Flame Emperor is still tearing through a green fire-breathing monster, which only makes it clear that the top hunter is strong enough to treat death like background noise. Flame Emperor gives Confucius that predatory little look and asks if he saw what just happened. The answer comes in the form of the news blasting in. Flame Emperor has already beaten the boss alone, the sort of flex that makes everyone else in the tower look like they came in holding shopping bags. Then the crowd starts praising him as the hero this world needs, while Confucius gets yanked right into the middle of it with flames between the two of them and a glowing red weapon in view. Confucius pushes back with one blunt question, because if nobody else is going to state the obvious, he will. Nearby, Suhayu crouches beside a young boy and answers him softly, but the moment is all wrong because someone else is shaking hard enough to rattle the floor. The scene turns ugly fast, and Flames Emperor's grin in the fire makes it clear he is enjoying the mess a little too much. The hunter ranking flashes up next, with Flame Emperor at first, Witch of the Black Dragon at second, and Poisonous Viper on the board too, which is the tower's way of reminding everyone who the heavy hitters are. Right after that, the red-jacketed hunter drops through the tower as a woman watches from below, and the impact says enough without needing a speech. The news keeps hammering the same point. Flame Emperor is soaking up public attention while everyone else gets reduced to background noise. Then the system snaps in over a body lying unconscious below, and a second later it delivers the cleanest, coldest sentence in the whole mess. Confucius is dead. Before the room can settle, a woman waves while people film her on their phone, acting like the whole thing is just another story for the feed. Then the tower rips time backward by 24 hours, because Confucius dying once is apparently enough to make reality hit the reset button. Flame Emperor catches the loop from his side and says he is pretty sure he died, then cuts himself off and admits the death happened earlier. When he stands in profile against that burning tower and thinks, he stops playing the loud hero and goes straight to the real problem. He has to kill Confucius. The story snaps back to the raid setup, where hunters are lying around confident and smug before the dungeon run. And the joke is that confidence dies fast in this tower. Confucius stares at the looping future, knows the bastard keeps coming back 24 hours earlier, and opens the skill card interface with one plan left: figure out how to abuse the reset before it eats him again. Around him, hunters rally and push water attacks together, trying to look organized for once. Confucius sits on the ground and starts thinking like a cornered man with a calculator, because the only way a low-ranking hunter like him can bring down Flame Emperor is by outlasting him, not outpunching him. That desperation pays off as the Black Dragon Guild leader steps in and takes charge of emergency response, ordering everyone to follow her lead. The crowd still has time to spill onto a high-rise balcony, where someone references a summer 11 years back, and then suppressed flame kicks in, turning the whole stretch into a controlled burn instead of a panic. Witch of the Black Dragon tells everyone the place was sealed 5 years ago, and there is no need to worry, which is exactly the kind of line that makes you worry more. Another hunter shrugs that hunters are supposed to hunt imps, but the next flash of a glowing blade makes the mood worse, not better, and Flame Emperor rounds it out by claiming he just knows everything like that should help. Then the truth lands. This is a trapped zone, and once someone goes in, they cannot leave without more extinguishers. That turns the whole operation from a hunt into a cage fight, and Confucius finally has the shape of the problem he needs to survive. Years before all this, Confucius gets a brutal lesson in the tower. One swing tears through the air with enough force to burst loose energy everywhere, and the hunters around him start realizing this is not a normal scrap anymore. Then Flame Emperor drops the ugly part of the story, saying he has his ways of knowing and that someone only ends up poisoned because of her, which makes the whole room feel even smaller. That same stretch of chaos gets worse fast, because the hunters discover the water supplies are gone, and now they are running on fear and bad luck instead of anything useful. Up ahead, one man rushes in while a woman hangs back, only for Confucius to slam him with a massive attack that leaves him bleeding and gasping, while another voice warns everyone they are walking straight into the fire. Confucius keeps pressing the fight, gathering power as something strange suddenly appears and sparks the others into shouting, "What the hell?" Then a woman and a man clash in the middle of the flames, and when someone actually unleashes fire indoors, the place goes from dangerous to completely stupid in about 1 second. The one who set it off gets called out by an entity, demanding to know who played with fire without permission, and the answer is a woman standing there untouched while the fire rages around her, which is a very rude way to handle a blaze. Confucius ends up alone in a room, thinking over what just happened, and before he can settle it, the fire crawls across the windows and the whole building blows apart. He drops into a purple liquid, then the timeline snaps and Confucius wakes up staring at a newspaper, wondering when he got back home. That is the first real clue that death did not just kill him, because it threw him backward instead, and now he has enough foreknowledge to start using the reset like a weapon. Back in the burning mess, Confucius hauls someone out of the building while the other person confirms they are still there, and Flame Emperor stands calmly in the fire like the heat signed a contract with them. The next thing Confucius knows, he is coughing blood underwater, which is a nasty way to learn that surviving this tower is not going to stay simple. From there, the story jumps forward to Confucius, standing alone with a bloody, injured face as red petals drift around him, and the vibe is basically he made it, but barely. Then two fighters crash together in mid-air with red and green energy flaring everywhere, and the whole thing feels like the tower keeps throwing bigger nonsense at him just to see if he blinks. A close-up catches one figure with a glowing yellow eye, and another person braces with both hands against a crushing force, which tells you the tower is now testing more than muscle. Confucius then flat-out demands to be taken to the 6th floor dungeon, and dismisses slime hunting as a waste of time, because after dying once, he is not interested in babying himself anymore. Then the rewind truth comes into focus. Confucius remembers the moment Flame Emperor killed him, and starts talking like a man, comparing notes with his own corpse. He says the death felt weird, and that memory is the key, because now he is ready to keep abusing every reset until the tower starts losing instead of him. When the accusation lands, the reaction is pure outrage, but Confucius is already past the point of caring what anyone thinks. From there, the danger turns physical again, with a sharp weapon dropping from above, a hooded hunter begging to pay 20 gold for it, and a merchant stepping in with a staff while two red demonic wolves close in on a small figure like they own the place. Confucius is already past talking, so he answers the first rush with his fists, crashing into the demonic beasts and buying space the only way he can. The hooded hunter catches the chaos with a purple burst and blurts about the potion, but the blood keeps running, so the whole scene turns uglier instead of smarter. The hooded hunter starts preaching about living without regrets even while bleeding out, which is a rough time to get philosophical, and the old man nearby stares like he has just recognized a disaster wearing a face. Then the hooded hunter turns that talk into force, hammering the merchant with a wave of power and pinning him down under raw magical pressure. No one in the room can make sense of what just happened, and that uncertainty hangs there long enough to matter. That confusion feeds straight into the next clash, where Confucius watches a silver-haired hunter with flame power and the comment lands that it would have been nice if a best hunter guy had shown up instead. The story then cuts to a masked man in the woods asking a younger hunter for a small favor, and right after that, someone holds up a chilling tally: 4,091 people killed. Two fighters slam into each other with a blue-white shockwave, and the younger hunter narrows his eyes because that kind of pressure makes the fight easier to read, even if the reason is still a mystery. So Yu, the poisoner, stands over a bloodied knife and remembers the kill with a flat little line about one person for killing Soha. That hits the younger hunter hard enough to make him apologize on instinct, only for the next reveal to land like a brick. The other 4,090 deaths must come from his own hand. From there, the older hunter comes in swinging a blue curved energy blade at Confucius, and the chase turns into a messy run through the forest with someone screaming for a sir as they stumble. The pressure keeps climbing because every step only gives the hunters more chances to corner each other. The older man answers with a golden flare in his hand, the kind of attack that makes running feel like a joke, and the masked hunter snaps back with a glowing blue blade and a shut-your-mouth threat. Then the line about trying to kill him every time he appears makes the pattern clear. This is not one bad fight, this is a repeated hunt. The masked hunter grabs the younger man by the torso, and the older hunter raises a glowing curved sword over him like he is finishing a chore. Confucius takes that pressure, stands alone inside a red aura, and decides he is done surviving by accident, so he swears he will use every bit of power he has to kill the opponent in front of him. With that decision made, Confucius turns toward the city street and commits to the bigger target, the number one hunter, because small fights clearly are not enough anymore. He glances back with one hand on his chest. The power starts creeping out again, and he spits out the word devil like he finally recognizes what kind of force he has to fight through. Then the rewind and kill loop comes into focus in full. A masked man in a hat stands with a blue glowing sword, climbs the steps in a suit, and keeps coming back with the same cold intent. He confronts the younger hunter and calls him a devil who has murdered thousands, while the hunters push into an overgrown field and decide it looks like a good place for the next round of violence. Confucius fires back in panic that he has only killed one person in his entire life, which is exactly the kind of claim that dies the second the blade comes down. A slash tears across the night sky, and the masked man cuts into him with a glowing weapon, finally turning the death reset logic into something brutal, simple, and repeatable. Confucius freezes when he realizes the masked hunter has already pinned down where he is, and that panic hits a second later because this place is supposed to hide everything. The masked man stands over the fallen youth and tears into his lies, so the loop starts to feel less like a miracle and more like a trap with paperwork. Then the tower's system opens up in a futuristic chamber and drops the ugly part of the rule. Reviving costs a gold card, which means survival is now a currency game. Confucius also catches another nasty detail, that telepathic skills exist, so even private thoughts can get dragged into the open. Handy, absolutely terrible. A skill card starts forming, and Confucius instantly realizes somebody is broadcasting his information to other people while it happens. Before he can breathe, a wanted notice goes out for him, which is the tower's way of saying, "Congrats, you're prey now." He powers up in blue-white light and makes one thing clear: he is not wasting this chance on ordinary cards, because he wants the strongest skill he can grab. That decision matters immediately, since he knows high-class guilds and top hunters are going to track him down the second his name spreads. Confucius scans the floating choices and goes straight for the gold card like his life depends on it, because it does. He locks onto the white gold card, and the system answers by sealing the selection and copying the skill before the clock can kill the run. The teacher reaches out to him at the worst possible moment, but Confucius refuses to back off just because the other guy knows his face. The respawn message makes the rule plain: death sends him 24 hours back, so he commits to it anyway, even if it means burning every bridge on the way. From there, the loop turns violent, with sword clashes and attacks colliding, while the new skill card flashes brown in close up. Confucius starts to wake up in bed with a jolt at the same time the teacher is still throwing power on the other end, which means the reset is already dragging him out of one fight and into the next. Multiple skill cards begin hovering around him, and the whole thing turns into a scramble of information, steel, and smoke. In the burning city backdrop, an older fighter cuts down a younger one and notices the dodge, which tells Confucius the loop is already changing how people see him. As the respawn peaks, both figures stay in frame, and Confucius digs in, insisting there has to be a way through this mess. The next hit lands with a massive glow, and he only manages a grunt before the reset finishes pulling him back under. When he finally comes up again, the crescent moon hangs over the night sky, and he starts counting what he can actually see, not what he hopes for. 3 bronze cards, then 4 silver cards, and that tiny inventory check is where the paranoia really starts paying off, because now he is sorting the tower like a survivor instead of a victim. That shift shows up immediately, as an older man has a younger one on the ground, and Confucius keeps moving with weapon raised, now standing above a huge hand instead of being crushed under it. He is not just reacting anymore, and the scary part is that he knows it. Somewhere in that hardening mindset, he admits the ugly truth that not being afraid of death is its own kind of talent. And just when the scene feels settled, Flame Emperor catches sight of something in the sky and stops cold, staring up at the moon like he has just realized the night is saying something back. The city goes weird first. Red distortion sweeps across the skyline, then bright objects drop into the forest like something just got dumped from above. Flame Emperor, the top hunter in the red jacket, catches the glow and turns toward it, because ignoring strange lights in this tower is how people end up dead. Confucius gets pulled into a vision of something bigger, and the message is ugly enough to make even Flame Emperor stop and ask how in the world anyone could have killed 4,091 people. That question lands like a rock, and suddenly this is no longer just about one hunter climbing floors. It is about a body count that makes the whole game feel rotten. Flame Emperor hangs in a blaze of orange-white power, while Confucius looks down and he looks away as if the answer is already embarrassing him. Then the pressure multiplies and grabs Confucius from every side, and Flame Emperor starts doubting what he is seeing, because there is no clean explanation for a target who keeps becoming harder to pin down. That unease spills into the forest at night, where red glowing entities appear and the whole place feels like it is waking up angry. Confucius, now masked and sharper about what he can and cannot show, corners a younger man and warns him with a line that sounds less like advice and more like a threat. From there, the violence gets organized instead of random. 4 people lock hands in a circle and flood it with magic, while Flame Emperor drives into Confucius hard enough to make the impact the only conversation that matters. The hunting has flipped now, with the hunted learning how to bite back. Confucius then keeps moving through the tower's mess and says he hunts Soha again, which tells you exactly how far he is willing to go to keep the board tilted his way. He also makes sure to avoid Blade Saint, because some problems are better dodged than fought when you are still collecting ways to survive. A masked figure with red aura starts preaching the ugliest rule in the tower, that everyone exists to serve him, and another shot shows the city below as if the world is shrinking under that kind of thinking. Flame Emperor answers with swagger instead of humility, bragging that he never joined a guild and still thinks himself above everyone else, because subtle self-awareness clearly missed his briefing. Then Flame Emperor hypes Confucius up as talent, while Confucius pushes back and acts like he is not running from anything at all. But the scene makes the opposite point. He is already moving through danger by instinct, which is usually what people say right before they get reckless. The story widens again when a hand pours purple energy down into a recipient, and the poison side of the tower comes into view. That trail leads to the explanation that people tried to poison him, which is less a surprise than a warning label written in blood. Countess steps into focus as the number 3 hunter and the guild's leader, and then the tower's money game clicks into place with the detail that she alone can trade items with the outside. A massive pile of gold coins sits in the sunlit room, and suddenly the tower feels less like a dungeon and more like a market with murder attached. Confucius cuts through the noise and says he is there to claim his lottery prize money, which sounds almost harmless until you remember how many people in this tower would kill for a ticket. He clutches the glowing tablet to his chest, and the whole thing starts feeling like a trap disguised as a payout. The trap snaps when someone panics over the time, and the receptionist asks Confucius to check the date on the ticket. He looks at the phone, sees AM41, and the desk clerk tears the ticket apart like the thing never had a chance anyway. That failure pushes the story into the next layer of the tower. A glowing orb gets lifted into view, a supernatural entity hangs over a sleeping Confucius, and the whole room goes quiet under the weight of whatever is being set up next. The silence is broken only by a masked man laughing with his arms crossed, which is a terrible sign, and not even a little subtle. After thousands of days of dying and coming back, Confucius finally admits he spent all that time chasing revenge, instead of using the time travel side of his own power. That habit catches up to him when a hostile voice closes in, promising he wants to kill him and not bothering to dress it up politely. A shield emblem flares up in a hexagon pattern, then an orb in someone's hand erupts with golden light, and now the tower starts handing out rewards that actually matter for survival. The next lesson is simple enough for Confucius to care about right away. Elixirs to strengthen the body, or a scroll that teaches martial arts principles, which is a pretty rude menu when your life is already a subscription plan. On a rooftop, Flame Emperor shows up asking whether there is really a skilled alchemist here, and the answer comes back in the form of a caption about a genius alchemist who will someday become the number 5 hunter and lead the alchemy guild. That turns the whole stop from random errands into a hunt for someone whose work can shape future floors. A trainer grabs Confucius and warns him bluntly that he would not understand anything even if he read 1,000,000 pages in his current state. Confucius still ends up dragged into the chaos anyway, because the moment the Witch of the Black Dragon gets lifted into the air and lands with a pained grunt, the whole place shifts from instruction to panic. The landing hits hard enough to throw Confucius off his rhythm, then Flame Emperor arrives and confirms they made it. Confucius immediately loses his mind at the situation and screams outside the entrance, which is fair because this stop is already spiraling before lunch. Inside, Flame Emperor pushes ahead while a green-haired alchemist deals with him, and then a robber just yells to take everything like subtlety missed the briefing. The trainer lays out the ugly math too. Even if he spends all his gold, he only walks away with 4 bottles of elixir, so this whole bargain is expensive before it even starts. Flame Emperor hurries Confucius along, but the alchemist cuts in to say there is still a potion she has not finished brewing yet. That delay gives the place time to breathe, and by the time the cart starts creaking away, the alchemist is left sitting on the ground watching everyone else haul the goods off without her. Right when the tension starts settling, the trainer remembers one more thing and lets it slip like an afterthought that should have come earlier. Confucius comes back, takes the trainer's hand, and gets led forward anyway, because at this point he is clearly not getting out of this lesson without signing up for it. Another woman looks out over the city and wonders why the place feels scarier the farther she walks, which is a solid question for the tower because it keeps rewarding that feeling. Nearby, the alchemist suddenly throws her arms wide with her eyes shut, then demands 4 days. And a kind, observant man in a modern office is described as someone who can see people for who they really are, which sounds helpful until the tower gets involved. The next exchange turns physical fast. Flame Emperor drives through with impact, one fighter ends up flat on the grass with both hands over the head, and then Flame Emperor gets rocked back by the hit. Confucius watches all that and does the only sensible thing left, which is mentally recalculating what kind of opponent would make a top hunter flinch like that. Confucius then sizes up the money side of the deal and assumes the woman must be desperate if she wants cash that badly, noting that his gold sits safely in the United Merchants Guild, where gold is stored. When the timing finally clicks, he agrees that 4 days is perfect, shakes hands in a flash of light, and moves straight into a confrontation with the green creature in front of him. So Hu Ha-yu is right there too, and when the subject turns to narcotic drugs, Confucius shuts it down immediately, and refuses to take the order. For him, this is less about being picky and more about drawing a line before the tower hands him another disaster in a bottle. Confucius keeps listening as the alchemist lays out the wholesale. The elixir gets built by testing poisons, and the people around him react like this is somehow a normal grocery list. Flame Emperor, the top-ranked hunter with no patience for surprises, admits he underestimated the alchemist's skill, while Confucius clocks the setup and sees there is real power hiding inside this messy little workshop. Then Flame Emperor points to the finished product and explains why it matters, because the elixir is not just a potion, it is a reflex booster built from a whole pile of ingredients, from balloon cat eyes to giant desert worm skin. Confucius hears the recipe, the alchemist confirms it worked, and now the deal makes sense. This thing is meant to sharpen a hunter fast enough to matter in a fight. 4 days later, the order finally arrives in stacked boxes at the door, and the whole thing shifts from theory to field test. The hunters get transported to the 3rd floor hunting grounds, where the Green Forest dungeon waits, and Flame Emperor starts turning aura into a physical force right away, because he is not here to admire the scenery. Inside, the alchemist talks through the recipe like she is defending her cooking grade, insisting it only works if everything gets boiled at once. Confucius and Flame Emperor watch her work, and the point lands fast. This is not ordinary medicine. It is a high-end gamble that trades safety for speed, which is exactly the sort of thing the tower loves to charge extra for. As the potion starts doing its job, the training advice gets blunt. Drink first, then figure out what your aura is actually doing. The alchemist lights up once she tastes it. Flame Emperor breaks down how rabbit pig liver can counter the poison if the refinement is right, and Confucius sees the lesson underneath all the noise, which is that aura is in every hunter, and the real trick is learning how to push it properly. Flame Emperor rides the surge into a loud victory laugh and floods the area with aura, while the alchemist cracks a sarcastic line about the workshop sanitation, and Confucius makes it clear he does not trust the guy one bit. Then the transformation locks in. The power display tells them Confucius can read his own condition more cleanly now, and the whole room is primed for the next step instead of just another lecture. With that boost in place, Flame Emperor shows the practical side of the lesson, and tells the hunter to drive aura straight to the tip of the blade. Marcus flashes through Confucius's memory for a second, reminding him that desperate fights have already cost him his life before, and now he meets the green monster with the new habit in hand, instead of panic in his chest. Flame Emperor snaps the lesson into motion by hurling a huge aura burst straight up, and the green monster answers with a beam of its own. He barks that if Confucius doesn't want to get crushed, he needs to release his aura and use it now, not later when he's already in pieces. Confucius follows the guidance and starts moving with the aura instead of against it, while Flame Emperor compares the path of that power to a town street. Nice and ordinary for something that can get a man killed. Then the hunter pushes the point harder. Real combat is the only way to train for real strength, which is a cheerful little sentence for a place full of teeth. Flame Emperor explains why Confucius still struggles, saying his body lacks proper aura pathways, and is more like a deep forest with only a shallow trail. That is why the elixir matters so much here, because without it, Confucius would have no chance of even feeling aura in the first place. A massive green orc steps in, and Confucius meets it head on as it fires off another colorful beam. He gets his red energy flowing through his hands, finally throwing back something that looks like a real attack, instead of panic with a pulse. Flame Emperor ends up pinned under the orc long enough to ask if it hurts, which is a pretty rude bedside manner for a man in red. Confucius cuts across the orc's attack with colorful aura, gets thrown for it, and then comes right back with a red slash as Flame Emperor praises the move as smart hunter thinking. The fight turns into a close quarters grind, with Confucius hammering down from above, getting clamped by the orc's bite, and still forcing in more strikes. Flame Emperor can barely keep up with the mess of it, while the orc starts realizing its own body is moving sluggishly, which is a terrible time for that kind of self-reflection. Confucius keeps the pressure on until the last red beam punches clean through the orc, and only then does the scene swing into a harsher reveal. A floating figure asks whether it feels like he is about to die, then spits out the sort of callous line that makes it clear this fight was never going to end politely. That threat makes Confucius think ahead instead of just swinging, and he starts treating the loose aura paths like raw material. He realizes that if he builds a highway out of those trails, the whole fight opens up, and the untouched ground inside him is basically weeds waiting to be cleared. Flame Emperor blurts out, "What the hell?" as the situation shifts fast enough to rattle even him. Confucius keeps one step ahead of the hit, planning to dodge on the next move, then warns that orcs have thick skin right before driving in another attack, and forcing the orc's form to change. That pressure finally carries the story into the next stage, because the fight is no longer just about survival. The tower's interface cuts in with a skill card prompt asking who is in charge, and suddenly Confucius has a system to read his rise instead of guessing at it. With the new window open, Confucius's growth becomes visible in raw combat motion. He lands a heavy punch, keeps running while the hunter ability window appears, and then gets seized and lifted by the collar like the world wants to test his balance all over again. Even so, he keeps fighting through the interface instead of freezing, which is exactly the sort of ugly habit that gets a man promoted in this tower. Confucius catches himself after the monster drops, and the red cape behind him settles like the fight has finally given him room to breathe. But Flame Emperor immediately presses him on the card evaluation, annoyed that Confucius can read the better skill at a glance, and that pretty much turns the mood from victory lap to brawl in one sentence. The tower yanks Confucius to the third floor hunting grounds, and he snaps back at the transport prompt like he is already tired of being dragged around by the system. Flame Emperor lunges after him in the same breath, but Confucius stays focused long enough to admit the strange truth. He can actually see the cards clearly. Now inside the forest arena, Confucius faces a giant red-haired monster and keeps repeating the same point, almost to convince himself as much as everyone else. Sword Emperor cuts in with a taunt and a strike, then Flame Emperor comes crashing in with a kick. Because subtlety clearly missed the briefing, Confucius calls out the front of the cards and points out Flame Emperor's habit of acting smug the moment he has the upper hand, which only makes Flame Emperor realize he is being read properly. Confucius then hits back with a power move, and when Flame Emperor confirms that he can see the skills on the card fronts, the whole exchange turns into a test of who blinks first. Confucius triggers his skill, and the fight erupts in a flash of light as he celebrates the result like a man who just found the one button that works. He reacts to the effect on Flame Emperor with sharp, focused energy, and the scene widens into a massive structure looming overhead with red eyes glowing out of it like the tower is getting ready to stare back. The next clash pushes into a harsher zone where a monster is hammered down, and someone questions how perfectly it can answer in the Great King's language. A blessing message follows right after, and then two figures look up at the floor's towering structure while one of them shrugs off the chaos, saying it does not matter what he does, as long as it gets them to the 10th floor. After a week of non-stop fighting, the hunter finally puts down the toughest monster he has faced in that stretch, and the victory lands with real weight because this one actually earned it. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands alone in the center, while two others watch from the sides, and the whole setup feels less like a meeting and more like a trap that has not finished closing. A new warrior appears with a glowing red and white weapon in the middle of a burning city, then immediately draws a hard line from above, refusing to let something go any farther. The story cuts to a courtyard explanation that this floor was originally meant for Flame Emperor and Soha Yu to clear, which makes the battlefield feel a lot less random and a lot more political. The combat readies again as a fighter squares up with weapon in hand, and another hunter checks a system window that turns life into something you can count, spend, and lose like coins. That leads into an explanation that awakened forms often mirror the trauma a hunter survives, and that ugly little rule is exactly the sort of detail this tower loves turning into a life sentence. A door opens into blinding light, silhouettes stand framed in it, and a woman throws her arms up as if she is either arriving dramatically or already fed up with everyone present. When someone complains that it still failed, the answer comes back plain and strange, because the woman's form is a moon, and this tower really does enjoy making simple things weird. Armor clanks nearby, and the whole room tenses up, while hidden figures with red eyes crowd the grand staircase like they already know how this ends. Then the troll's ugly crown-spiked face fills the moment, and the tower makes its point plain. This isn't a hunt, it's a slaughterhouse with a menu. Confucius hesitates while Flame Emperor watches, and the question hanging over him is ugly enough to say out loud, keep going or quit pretending this is under control. A strange moon-shaped answer from earlier still hangs in the air, and that's exactly the kind of detail this tower turns into a weapon. The confession finally drops out of him, simple and wrecking. He wants to die. That cracks the whole scene open, because now the fire and the grinning voices around him stop feeling random and start looking like the tower is baiting him into saying the wrong thing. The red-eyed crowd pushes for a game, and Confucius answers by triggering his skill, red energy curling around him as the system locks onto the moment. What looks like a joke turns into a fight for survival, and the rank up starts kicking in right in the middle of it. Flame Emperor softens for half a second when he hears the reason behind that confession, but the tower doesn't care about sympathy. Confucius keeps moving, the fight snaps forward, and the system finally spells out what everyone can see now. He is climbing, and the climb has a cost. The money offered for treatment lands like a desperate bribe to fate, and the goblins around him cheer for hide and seek as if that's not a terrible idea in a death trap. A goblin gets marked as the target, and Confucius's body floods with red and yellow light as the tower pushes him into the next state of power. Witch of the Black Dragon warns the young man to be ready, and Flame Emperor watches the whole mess with a kind of annoyance that sounds almost impressed. By the time the challenger steps into the 7th stage, the tower has already decided on the label that matters. Confucius Kim, solo hunter, and not for much longer the same weak guy who walked in. The troll realizes too late that Confucius is moving faster than it can read, and the denial comes out in a panic as the attack lands. That is the twist the tower has been hiding in plain sight, because once he learns the pattern, he stops being prey and starts turning the floor into his board. Then the loop becomes obvious. He keeps clearing the 10th floor over and over, hammering the interface until repetition turns into progress. He burns hotter, lifts into the air, and the flames around him make it clear he is no longer just surviving the tower, he is learning how to own the reset. That hard-earned momentum carries into the plaza where a speaker cuts straight to the point and asks what caused all the failures. The answer is even harsher. Only Confucius could clear this floor, and luck counts too, which is a very polite way of saying the tower just handed him a knife and expected him to learn surgery. Confucius gets slammed by a massive burst of red energy, and for a second the whole floor looks like it's trying to delete him outright. He stares at the skill card in his hand with equal parts shock and rage, because now he can tell this thing is not normal and not friendly either. He cuts in over the panic and says he already knows what the skill is, which is a bold move when the tower is still actively trying to kill him. Right after that, the system slaps down the ugly truth anyway. The 10th floor clears, he dies, and a random skill copy from the Hellfire Maiden starts coming in. Confucius tries to hawk the Hellfire Charm like it's some hot deal, but the other side shuts it down and the fight keeps moving. Fire Aura crashes against Fire Aura, and then the system nails it home again with a clean death notice, because Subtlety clearly missed the briefing. Confucius admits something was weird from the start, and the strange little game finally shows its hand. Only one real doll hides among thousands, all of them wrapped in the same Fire Aura. That's when the boss stage starts on the 10th floor hunting ground, turning the whole area into a search and die puzzle instead of a straight fight. The entity lays out the choice: control his aura long enough to find the real target, or keep reviving and dying until he gets there by brute force. Confucius is already thinking past the obvious trap, because if the fake dolls are burning wrong, then the chest and the real one are probably part of the same trick. He locks onto the system window, chooses his path, and the copy process begins while he coughs through the strain. That's the ugly part of his talent now. Every useful skill coming wrapped in pain and a countdown. Like the tower thinks suffering is a hobby. The other side taunts him for missing the bigger picture, but Confucius keeps that same steady confidence, because he's starting to read the floor instead of just surviving it. When the boss presses him, he answers with the promise that he'll just revive and win later, which is a terrifying sentence to hear from a guy who keeps getting back up. Then the trauma check lands, and the system points straight at the fact that he already died once here and got dragged back by it. Confucius drives the point deeper by saying to destroy the real doll, because if he can force the true target out, the whole fake setup collapses with it. The fight turns brutal enough to trigger a level penalty readout, and now the air itself feels like punishment. Confucius and the enemy stand in that hellfire, with the system warning that this is not just normal fire, so every step matters and every mistake gets cooked. A female figure shifts from masked control to open excitement, and Confucius slides in from behind with a quiet gotcha, thinking he's finally got the read on her. He starts explaining that the chest still feels wrong, which is exactly the kind of detail the tower uses to punish people who notice things too late. The trap snaps shut anyway, his gotcha gets erased, and the entity answers with a blunt wrong. Somebody nearby freezes in shock, and the floor keeps grinding forward as if it never cared who was confident a second ago. That same pressure opens into a sad little scene where an orphan begs for bread, even saying mold is fine, which tells you exactly how ugly life around this tower gets. And in the middle of all that misery, someone recognizes the 10th floor boss's real form, while another man casually boasts that he never lost hide and seek as a kid, which is either bravado or a warning disguised as a flex. The tower's cruelty starts small and petty, with an official waving off orphans like they are just extra mouths clogging up the line. Then the room turns nastier. A man hauls a white-haired figure off the ground by a chain, while someone else screams for help from inside a burning building, and the place already feels past saving. Inside that fire-lit mess, two figures square off while flames crawl across the floor between them, and a child begs for bread as a woman arrives with companions behind her. The whole thing has the ugly logic of a trap. People are starving, people are cornered, and nobody in charge seems to care unless blood starts costing something. A man with blades laughs like he has lost his mind, wrapped in a red aura, and even while injured, he explains that the bodies around him used to be living people, heroes, all of that. Then the attack cuts through the flames, which is a real rude way to prove a point. Above the chaos, a winged woman questions how Black Dragon members survive without beating the boss, and that slips the story into guild politics without even trying. This is the Black Dragon Guild territory now, and everyone standing around is measuring who belongs, who lied, and who is still alive by accident. Meanwhile, a man counts out hide and seek while children scatter to hide, calling the whole thing absurd as he nears the end of the count. Then he looms over a child in a military coat and declares he has to eliminate pests, which is a disgusting sentence even before he finishes it. The victims answer in their heads with the same exhausted excuse: they did nothing wrong, they just wanted not to starve. That self-defense collapses against the tower's logic, and the next man on a platform says the caged are the poison and disease of the country, because apparently labeling people makes the cruelty sound tidy. Confucius catches the edge of the scene and reaches out, still doubting what he is seeing while hunger keeps dragging at his attention. Right then, the Flame Emperor is already on screen, and the situation turns from misery into a test of whether Confucius can read the boss before the boss reads him. A woman in an ornate hall says the boss gave them permission to leave, but that mercy turns out to be the trapdoor under the whole setup. The next instant, a man spots a child on a table and tags him immediately. Then the white-haired figure raises an arm with a glowing weapon, so the game of hide-and-seek stops pretending it is harmless. The desperate survivors trail off that they only wanted, and the sentence dies there, because there is no clean ending in this place. One figure stands engulfed in fire with both arms at his sides, another gets pressed against a glowing cross symbol, and the whole chamber starts looking less like shelter and more like a ritual room that wants a body count. The Flame Emperor stumbles forward and tears through the group, shouting as he forces the fight open. Confucius finally clocks the setup for what it is, a spirit appeasement chamber, which means the people hiding here were never just hiding, they were part of the offering. A hand reaches toward a woman's head and leaves her crying while a line of cultists gets the order to kill. No hesitation, no sermon, just slaughter. Then the cult starts talking logistics like they are short on sacrifices before the next event, which is a pretty grim way to discuss scheduling. The boss answers with a massive fire ability, and the blaze swallows ornate gates and the building itself, while one man keeps denying over and over that he is the target, as if repetition can outrun heat. The answer naturally is no, and the fire just keeps spreading. After the smoke settles a little, a man brings the woman to his mansion and promises treatment so she can play with her friends, which is the first sentence in the stretch that sounds almost normal. Nearby, another fighter stands over bloodied ground with weapons scattered around him, and the last thing we get is a hard shift toward a huge gate entrance with only a stunned little "oh" to greet it. Confucius stands frozen in the underground chamber, staring at the carnage and muttering why this keeps happening, while the red-haired Flame Emperor snaps at everyone to evacuate before things get worse. Then he grabs Confucius and barks at him to kill the thing, and the whole mess tips from panic into a very bad kind of improvisation. The red-haired man drags the moment even further off the rails by declaring he will play with them as fire swirls around him, which is exactly the sort of sentence that makes a room feel less safe. Elsewhere, a woman asks when she can go out to play, a child asks if the man came to play with them, and another woman sobs that she is hungry. So this ugly little scene starts to look like a trap with a nursery label on it. Flame Emperor shoves his companion toward the exit and tells him to get out on his own right now. Then Confucius immediately starts thinking and resets and realizes Flame Emperor probably thought the same way. He triggers a blue skill window, warning himself to always be careful of fire, which is a nice way of saying he has learned nothing except exactly enough to survive the next disaster. Confucius keeps watching the aftermath, and when the red-haired woman from the Black Dragon Guild shows up, she catches him in the act of staring at the massacre too. A spirit child with glowing yellow eyes and tears pulls the mood in a different direction, and Confucius answers with that cold little philosophical jab about beasts and children, while the woman fires back that nobody gets to tell those kids to repent like they are the ones on trial. Flame Emperor stays crouched and chained in front of the burning building, and the red-haired witch of the Black Dragon confronts Confucius for acting childish just because he refuses to be like that Flame Emperor. Confucius softens for once and comforts the spirit child, earning a quiet thank you that lands harder than any sword hit in the whole stretch. After that, the story shifts into tower-side gossip and pressure, with people speculating about Black Dragon and the Bureau, talking about an expedition in 2 weeks. Confucius then hams it up by demanding to be called Sir Confucius now that he has beaten the boss within 2 coins, and a system window backs him up by listing Confucius Kim as a solo hunter, which is the sort of title that sounds impressive until you remember how many times he has died for it. Confucius flashes back to the exact same scene from when he was alive, and Flame Emperor confirms he has seen it too, while fireworks keep going off like the tower is trying to distract everyone with cheap spectacle. Then a hooded figure asks for transport to the first-floor city, and the system obliges, because apparently even Doom comes with a transit menu. The next beat lands on guild politics at a table, where Countess throws out a 500,000 gold stake and then asks what everyone thinks, letting the pressure sit in the room. A red-haired figure reacts hard, the kind of reaction that tells you the offer hit a nerve before anyone even says why. The red-haired man starts feeling like he has the whole world at his fingertips, and Confucius immediately cuts through the posturing by telling him to stop being formal and just kill him already. The red-haired figure lifts off the ground while a green-jacketed observer looks up from below, and that final image says everything. Power keeps climbing, and Confucius is already preparing to weaponize the next death. Flame Emperor tells Confucius he is now the closest person in his world to reaching the top of the tower, and that lands like a spotlight on a man who used to live like disposable loot. Confucius takes it in stride and says the only thing left is to actually get there. Then he cuts off the formal nonsense and pushes the conversation toward the next fight. The tension snaps into motion with a sudden pop, and then a hooded visitor arrives with a brown cat in tow, which immediately explains why everyone is staring at Confucius like he has been running a pet cafe in the middle of a death game. A green-jacketed watcher looks up at the towering red-haired figure above him, and the room shifts from casual talk into full-on guild attention. Flame Emperor calls out for the hunter as an armored figure rushes in, while the HR team leader from the city security guild steps forward and introduces herself. She has clearly come to handle more than paperwork, because the second she starts talking, the tower itself interrupts with an announcement for everyone. Confucius asks the obvious question. If he clears the 10th floor, then what happens next? While that hangs in the air, reports start coming in from the 3rd floor hunting grounds that the same strange fireworks are breaking out there too, which tells everyone this problem is already spreading beyond one room. Bright flame-like power runs along someone's body, and the reaction on the nearby woman's face makes it clear she is already doubting what side she is on. That uncertainty bleeds into the next confrontation, where the Inquisitor looks stunned as she reaches toward the tall figure holding her hand, and suddenly the whole meeting feels a lot less like a discussion and a lot more like a trap. Two men square off while one of them lays out the rules of a membership deal, and somebody in the room immediately calls the whole thing a setup. The dragon presence in the scene makes the stakes feel uglier, because this is no ordinary guild squabble. This is a room full of top hunters pretending they are not measuring each other for a coffin. The Inquisitor says the young man has turned into a different person, and Flame Emperor answers with the nastiest kind of encouragement, telling him fear of death is his real talent. The young man snaps back that the whole thing is ridiculous, which is fair since being complimented for your survival instincts while standing in a death trap is a pretty rude way to start a meeting. Countess slams a hand on the table in agitation, and the mood only gets worse when Witch of the Black Dragon tells Confucius they will deal with the problems later. Countess then admits the guests have arrived, and the whole room starts talking about this as a chance to bring in capable people instead of just the usual tower trash. Poisonous Viper finally gets revealed as a rank 5 hunter and guild leader from Heavenly Order, and he does not look like a man interested in polite introductions. Around the same table, Flame Emperor gestures toward Witch of the Black Dragon, while the room keeps treating the tower like home turf, and she answers with the coldest possible line. Outside concerns do not matter in the tower. Confucius stands at the table with Witch of the Black Dragon as she presses him on whether he will take full responsibility for the duties that come with this mess. The scene then widens into a larger gathering where her side keeps its calm, and that calm is exactly what makes the next threat feel worse. Someone pitches a game with hidden tricks and acts like the setup was always obvious, which is a bold move in a room full of hunters who would happily solve problems with force. The real point lands when the talk turns to who climbs first, because everybody in this tower is now measuring victory against the same ladder. Confucius finally states the plan plainly. Clear the 20th, 30th, 50th, and 100th floors, and conquer the tower. He tells the others that fighting wastes time and that what matters is who reaches the top first, while even the armored figure starts rebuking Poisonous Viper for relying only on martial arts instead of his brain. The talk opens onto the wider world outside the tower, but the room barely cares. Food, refugees, and all the usual human mess get brushed aside, because everyone here is staring at the same prize, the top. Confucius says the quiet part out loud. He wants to taste what it feels like to stand on top again, and that single line turns his climb from survival into pride. Flame Emperor immediately calls the bluff and tells everyone to end it, while the coin clink from the woman beside him keeps the whole table feeling like a bad gamble. Then the woman starts talking about losing her family in the Civil War and living as a wanderer ever since, and the room finally gets a motive that is uglier than simple greed. She pushes the stakes harder, saying life in the tower and the outer world is brutal for women too, which makes the whole contest sound less like a game and more like a grind with knives hidden in the rules. Then a man goes all in, gold coins and light bursting around him like he just bet his entire future on the table and decided that was normal. Witch of the Black Dragon covers her face with a mask and wakes up that strange power again, glowing like she is about to cheat physics in public. The next beat is even louder as a luminous figure drops through digital light and lands ready to stop the Demon King's army, because subtlety clearly missed the briefing. A flash cuts everything clean, then the conversation jumps back to the tower's own media circus. Someone asks whether the 10th floor announcement is official yet, and whether Blade Saint's video already made the rounds. That matters because news in Babylon, the city where hunter gossip spreads, turns every floor clear into a public scoreboard. The crowd starts asking who cleared the floor, and the answer comes with transport flashes and a whole lot of ceremony. The group raises their fists together, then Confucius stands at the center of the cheering crowd like the room has already picked a side. That celebration gets interrupted hard when someone blasts Saint Isabel and yells at her for the reason she approached him in the first place. Even so, she still declares she plans to clear the 20th floor too, which is the sort of sentence that sounds brave until the tower starts collecting bodies. Confucius answers by dropping the tutorial-era excuses altogether. Starting today, the tutorial has ended. He leaves with a flat goodbye and a transport flash, and the message is obvious now. He is done waiting for permission. Saint Isabel swings first, telling the others to take them all, while Confucius locks onto his location target and reaches for the system. Then the tower slams him with the coldest notification it has. You have died. Confucius wakes into the hunt with a dungeon map and the closest NPC already marked out, then immediately gets thrown against a red armored warrior backed by a green monster. The warrior boasts that he has hunted thousands like this for 6 years, and the system answers by granting Blessing of God of Navigation, plus maps for floors 11 through 20, because apparently the tower likes handing out advantages right after the funeral. Confucius faces that warrior across the distance and sizes him up as just another guy who thinks numbers make him invincible. The lesson lands in plain language. A hunter with a sword is one thing, but a hunter with an army is the real problem. Then Confucius reveals the ugly little loophole hidden in his survival. If he dies, the blessing falls on the battlefield, and his secret skill turns death into a setup instead of an ending. He clenches his fist as the monster reacts, and the next thing anyone sees is Confucius mounted on horseback in the middle of the chaos, which is a very specific way to stop looking disposable. The armored general refuses to kill a fellow warrior, even when the situation practically begs for it, and the name General Sarvas Agayam hangs on the exchange as the line gets drawn. That hesitation gives Confucius room to keep moving, and from here on out, the climb stops being a simple contest and starts looking like organized warfare. Confucius hangs in the air with a summoned weapon, and the whole battlefield snaps into a rally around him as he shouts for everyone not to fold, because the empire dies the moment they do. He immediately frames the tower's hunting grounds as a place built to force people to adapt, which is a very polite way of saying the place wants you dead first and educated second. Then Confucius grabs the general's arm and says this is the only way he can help save the empire, so the veteran keeps moving with him instead of wasting time arguing. The mentor pushes the path forward in plain terms. They need enough power to stand alone against Demon King's army, which turns this from a skirmish into a survival math problem. The general accepts that somebody is going to pay for this, even if that somebody is him, and he'd rather take the pain from his own hands than let an evil monster do it. That choice pulls him straight toward the trap ahead, where the monster starts wondering if he really swallowed the deception. Confucius gets a quest for the Aegean Empire's supply route, and suddenly the mission has a clean objective instead of just panic and shouting. While white armored minions gather around him, the system keeps dangling bigger options, including the ugly idea of creating and leading an army of his own. The battlefield answer arrives in the worst possible costume, a figure in imposing armor and a cape, and another character even blurts out that Demon King is really here. Confucius slips into the light and thanks them from the bottom of his heart, which is a nice touch right before the tower starts listing people like it's building a shopping cart of problems. Confucius finally says his name, then cuts straight to the point. If they want to live, they have to take every enemy down. He orders the system to display the NPCs on the 11th floor, and the next beat is pure body horror meets possession, as his ethereal form merges into the general's body. The old prophecy comes into focus. On the destined day, the wielder of the sword appears, and the founder's warning says a warrior from another world will answer the Demon King's invasion. People start chanting for Aegeum and the warrior, and the whole thing feels less like a speech and more like a recruitment poster that learned how to yell. A skill effect slams into a pack of goblins, then a silhouetted figure drops through cosmic light, while the same goblins get ripped apart for good measure. Right after that, the title lands cleanly. This is Aegeum's legendary Sword of Protection, which is a mouthful that hits even harder when the battlefield is already covered in goblin bits. Confucius offers a handshake like this is some normal alliance meeting, and not a war built on quests and sacrifice. Then the man with the legendary sword holds it up triumphantly. The team calls the monsters beaten, which is exactly the sort of sentence people say right before the next army shows up. A cavalry charge crashes into the enemy soldiers, and the goddess warrior stands over the wreckage once the dust settles. Then the reveal lands. The summoned force is something he made himself. So this victory is not borrowed power, it is his own talent taking shape on the field. The scale jumps again as a massive goblin army fills the map overlay, and now it is obvious the war is no longer about one fight at a time. With that victory in hand, the commander orders everyone to push straight to the main base, because apparently winning one battle just means the tower hands you a bigger one. The stage clears, and the tower immediately confirms the 11th floor has been taken, which means the fight just graduated into something bigger. Confucius points out that the minimap only helped him so much, because the real advantage came from everything lining up at once, not from one flashy trick. The commander still thinks this group can win the final battle, and the top 10 challengers are already being lined up for display, with leaders shouting for everyone to follow the general and the warrior. The tower stops pretending this is a random brawl, and starts acting like an army. Confucius cuts the ego down a notch by saying the victory was not all skill alone, and the goblins immediately spot the enemy commander inside their own ranks. That opens the door for the next shift in the fight, because now the warriors want the people with legends attached to them, starting with the Sword Emperor. A legend gets dragged in to explain why everyone cares. The goddess of protection once gave the holy sword to the founder of the Aegean Empire, and that sword vanished along with the founder. Right after that history lesson, the floor boss shows itself as the Great Goblin King, and the Goblin Commander Goruk screams at his troops to stop the advancing warriors before they get flattened. Confucius refuses to hog the credit and says they win because everyone fights together, which is exactly the kind of answer that keeps people from stabbing him in the back later. That teamwork matters, because the war on the field is now feeding into a much uglier fight over rewards, status, and who gets to claim the next prize. The next clash explodes inside a hall of gold and energy, where an armored warrior rises high above the loot while the fighters below scramble out of the way. From there, the conflict keeps escalating fast, with hunters facing off in glowing sword combat, and one side learning the hard way that solo strength gets ugly when the other side brings allies. A transport finishes and drops another warrior straight into the mess, and now the threats turn personal. The masked fighter goes at Countess with a cold ultimatum. Then the Countess complains that her gold should not be part of the test, which is a fair point unless the tower is in one of its moods again. One more reveal lands in the middle of the chaos. A hunter marked with a skull and crossbones, and the number 4093 stands exposed. Then the army of mirrors appears beside an entire force of summoned copies. That is the kind of setup that makes everyone stop arguing for half a second, which in this tower counts as a miracle. Now the politics snap into place too, because someone asks about the agreement and gets a blunt yes, then addresses the warrior as Inquisitor. From there, the guild leaders accept that Hunter Kim can simultaneously join the 5 great guilds as an equal, and Saint Isabel is right there in the mix when the deal gets spoken out loud. The moment that alliance gets sealed, the fighting starts again with an energy strike, and one guild member makes the message clear: point a sword at Kim, and you point a sword at all of them. So Confucius finally stops being just a survivor in the corner and becomes the center of a coalition, which is exactly the sort of thing that turns a tower problem into a tower war. Blade Saint keeps the pressure on the room, and even the surprise shout lands on her. She has already done enough to make somebody blurt, "You surprised me there, Blade Saint." Around Confucius, the 5 great guild leaders are now fully assembled, so this stops looking like a brawl and starts looking like a power meeting with weapons out. Then the air gets messy fast as somebody calls the earlier claim a lie, and the masked woman with the dual blades demands that both statements be validated, which is a very polite way to threaten people to their faces. The argument snaps hard when someone screams that he's been cut in half, and the whole exchange turns into a fight over who is telling the truth and who is just posturing. Confucius uses the opening to speak to the older man, and the older man actually nods, treating this like the perfect chance to move. Then another voice cuts in that everything he said was the truth, so the room stops pretending this is simple, and everyone starts choosing sides. The alliance locks in with everyone standing together against a red backdrop, and the older man raises his sword long enough to say he'll place his trust in Confucius. A dominant figure in formal dress holds the center of the room like he owns the floor, and the masked woman answers that both of them are in agreement. Confucius seals it with a handshake, which is the part where the tower politely pretends this is a contract and not a loaded gun. Now that the deal is set, the conversation shifts to the bigger war outside the room. One voice rallies everyone by warning that the empire will fall if they give up because there are too many enemies, and another asks flat out whether the young man has killed over 4,000 people. That kind of question does a lot of heavy lifting in a public meeting. The warrior stands over a line of small soldiers below him, and the young man answers with the kind of calm that only shows up when someone is already planning to be difficult. He says he deserves an apology. Inside the grand architecture, another man draws a sharp line between the outer world and Babylon, saying they are no different, and then he channels power as the situation escalates. Confucius immediately calls the previous answer a lie, because apparently the room needed one more accusation before lunch. The tall man turns the mess back toward Blade Saint and asks for her judgment, so Saint Isabel becomes the person everybody wants to hide behind for a second. Confucius then lays down his condition for joining the guilds, and the explanation follows. His earlier yes was not truth, just a move in the argument. The woman with the glowing orbs says she wanted to show everyone in the tower that rising to the top is possible, which is the sort of statement that sounds inspiring right up until the knives start coming out. Demon King steps in and announces she will make a small sacrifice, which is never a phrase that improves anybody's afternoon. Another woman contrasts Babylon with the outer world's bloodline discrimination, and then Demon King follows through with an attack that turns the talk into a real threat. The room's mood changes instantly, because once a top-tier power move lands, every argument starts sounding a lot more expensive. Confucius fires back by boasting that he is an elite assassin, and the claim lands hard enough to keep the attention on him. He then pushes the point even further, challenging whether the other side really never committed those thousands of murders, and the whole exchange becomes a test of who can keep a straight face. For a guy who started as disposable, he is now talking like the accusation itself is the opening move. With a sword in hand and light blazing behind him, Confucius stands on the edge of something bigger than the argument in front of him. A system window appears and welcomes Hunter Confucius Kim as the #1 to clear the 11th floor, and that title puts a very sharp edge on the whole scene. Then he bows his head and admits his past, begging forgiveness first from a rookie hunter and then from an armored hunter, because his survival has already been paid for in blood. 2 reward options materialize, one golden and one shadowy, and the choice makes the tower's usual greed look almost civilized. Right after that, Saint Isabel gets identified by name, locking in the Blade Saint as the authority everyone has been circling since the fight started. The scene ends with rewards on the table and Demon King already in motion, which is a very tower way to say the next problem is bigger than the last one. In the Aegeum Empire, the reward screen frames this whole mess as a prize package that comes with inherited abilities and prestige, which is a fancy way of saying power always shows up with paperwork. While that hangs over the room, Saint Isabel pushes straight past the politics and asks to be taught sword fighting, because she clearly has no interest in looking subtle about it. The system then spells out the stakes in glowing gold, listing titles like Prime Minister, General-in-Chief, and Minister of Finance, and Confucius realizes this is way bigger than the old guard A-scraps he used to be offered. He apologizes and asks for a fresh start, but the look on his face says he is already thinking about violence, because if he wipes out the people in front of him, he can get dumped straight to the 99th floor without anyone's permission. That argument lands too cleanly to ignore, and even the room admits it is the perfect truth, which is a terrifying compliment. Then the two reward paths appear side by side, one bright and angelic and the other dark and demonic. While Saint Isabel gets told to apologize and the narrator confirms that Kim's story really is true, the system finally demands a choice, and Confucius stands with his back to the viewer, staring up at the ethereal reward figure like he is trying to talk himself into a bad idea. Around him, hunters gather under the red carpet in the ceremonial hall, and the whole place starts looking less like a celebration and more like a trap with decorations. 3 of them stand in the grand hall looking completely lost. Then the reward distribution wraps up and the system announces that all the top hunters have chosen. One person has already forfeited their reward, and the red-haired man drifts in above Confucius in a straight-up confrontation pose, which is a rude way to enter a ceremony. The red-haired warrior, Flame Emperor, answers from inside glowing chains and spits out a bitter little complaint, while Witch of the Black Dragon watches and notes that only 8 people remain. Confucius, now blank-faced, finally makes his call and says they will take a step back for this round, which sounds calm right up until the red markings start hanging over everyone like a bad verdict. Then the conversation turns ugly again as 2 hunters argue over just how extreme the goddess reward really is, and Confucius just takes the golden energy instead of backing down. One woman snaps in rage that they were warned to avoid the Demon King's reward, and another quietly observes that the traitor is clearly on the back foot in all this. Confucius powers up hard, standing in the glow while someone nearby mutters a miserable "ah fuck," like the whole room just realized the bad choice is already paying off. After that, the fight breaks open with electricity and magic flying between 2 combatants, and the tension shifts from ceremony to open conflict in a heartbeat. Amid the chaos, an armored woman begs a masked fighter to stop Blade Saint, while another armored woman presses him on whether he picked the Demon King's reward. The system then flashes character data for the 8th blade and the 9th position, walking the scene back onto the tower's ugly little hierarchy, just as the next round of suspects starts taking shape. Sword Emperor decides to trust his own judgment and keep hunting the traitor, because nobody in this mess looks reliable enough to bet on twice. Around him, the battle keeps exploding into raw energy, and Confucius sees 3 innocent people die for nothing, which pushes him straight into the one plan he always has left: survive this and rewind if he has to. Meanwhile, the system starts sorting the bodies and loyalties, and the ugly part is already obvious, since one dead warrior is confirmed not to be the Demon King's pawn. The fighting gets even messier when a gray-haired warrior trades red energy blows with an opponent, and then another fighter starts threatening people to stop before things spiral further. Sword Emperor yells that the leader of the Heavenly Order is about to die and asks everyone to calm down, but his promise only lands because the room is already one bad swing away from collapse. Then the system repeats the key fact: that warrior was not the Demon King's pawn, so the accusation problem only gets uglier, not cleaner. Sword Emperor and Saint Isabel keep hammering each other with electrical force, and even mid-combat he pushes her to listen instead of just trying to split his skull in half. Saint Isabel finally agrees to stop fighting, but she makes it clear she has not forgiven anybody, and she's already decided that if she has to kill them later, she will. That little truce does exactly what everyone hoped and nobody wanted. It gives the whole room just enough breathing space to realize the real traitor might not be the person they were glaring at 5 seconds ago. Elsewhere, an armored warrior slams into the paladin in a blue-white burst, drags him down, and leaves him wrecked in the aftermath. Confucius gets a reward notification for both the Goddess reward and the Demon King's reward, which is the kind of system message that sounds less like a gift and more like a lawsuit. As the dust settles in the Grand Hall, Confucius stands ringed by shadowed allies, while the argument finally clicks into place. The armored warrior is not the traitor, because they never chose a reward at all. That clears one suspect and points the tower's attention straight at the next problem, so the 12th floor quest gets announced right there on the spot. The quest comes into focus with a brutal rule attached. The 12th floor only opens if they defeat the Demon King. The Demon King snaps at the word weaken, then announces this is the end and triggers the whole floor into disaster, because subtle exits were never on the menu here. NPCs beg for mercy while the destruction spreads, and Confucius gets that hard red-lit stare that says he's seeing the tower for what it is. The Demon King is finally identified in the chaos, and the tower's own logic is spelled out for once. It does not hand out quests that cannot be cleared, which means this nightmare has a path through it even if nobody likes the route. Someone points out that all this theater is meant to be a show, then asks what is even supposed to be wrong with the NPCs, and that question hangs there like a crack in the floor. At the same time, one huge figure looms over a blonde woman, while a red-ringed female figure rises into view, and the whole battlefield starts feeling less like a duel and more like a system breaking under its own rules. The quest officially begins with Confucius standing alone against the Demon King in the Grand Hall, while generals bark at soldiers to keep morale together and stop the castle from falling apart in their heads before it falls apart in reality. Then Confucius goes on the move with his sword, red and green power bursting around him, because the war has stopped being about who gets believed and started being about who survives the next strike. Knight Commander snaps the whole defense into motion, ordering every official from the Minister of Finance to gather at once. Then the Prime Minister steps into view in full armor and a mask, which is a pretty serious costume upgrade for a government meeting. The Demon King's glowing cross blazes inside the arched doorway, and the battlefield instantly feels like it has a target painted on it. Confucius stands his ground with his sword as red power bursts around him, while the Demon King's shadow hangs over the city like a bad outcome, refusing to leave. Just when the pressure peaks, Goddess of Protection manifests with a divine sword and throws herself in front of the group. The spell buys everyone a breath, because getting flattened in the first exchange would have been a very short war. Black Dragon Leader arrives and introduces herself with the kind of confidence that makes aliases sound optional. Knight Commander asks how she gets there so fast, and she answers the obvious way: teleportation is one of her skills. A white-haired dignified man sits there while red text effects flare around him, and then Goddess of Protection pushes deeper into battle form, while the system praises her actions. Confucius raises his glowing hand nearby as the white-haired man sneers that humans are too foolish to understand what they're dealing with. Black Dragon Leader cuts straight to the point and demands Knight Commander's consent, not the kind of speech that leaves room for a long committee meeting. Goddess of Protection burns through her last reserves for one final grand spell, and that is usually the part where everybody starts regretting every decision they made in the last 10 minutes. A hand is suddenly seized and controlled from above, which makes the whole exchange feel even less voluntary. Black Dragon Leader keeps pressing for immediate consent to the contract, while Knight Commander is dragged into a decision that clearly cannot wait. Then the system cuts in with the blunt news: a warrior has died. Rainbow-hued energy and falling debris fill the air as crimson rain starts coming down, and the scene turns into the kind of disaster that does not need any further explanation. The view widens to the Empire under attack, with Goddess of Protection still tied to the chaos, as the message lands that even small things can matter here. The system clarifies that the fallen warrior was not the Demon King's pawn, which only makes the whole situation stranger, not safer. Confucius draws his sword and drives into battle against a red-haired enemy, using the opening exactly as instructed. Around him, dead warriors lie in blood and runes, which is a very loud reminder that the floor is collecting bodies faster than excuses. Saint Isabel and Poisonous Viper are reported moving in with more pressure behind them, so the fight is spreading instead of cooling off. Confucius feels his time power sharpen just a little, and in a war like this, even one faster second can buy a life. The enemy spits out the real accusation: humans keep sabotaging their own kind, and the betrayal runs deeper than the battlefield. Another voice warns that Paladin is probably chasing the Emperor too, which means the chaos is branching out in every direction at once. Soldiers start retreating through the crimson rain as more territories fall, and panic finally overtakes whatever pride they had left. The survivors watch the rain and call it the end, while the enemy mocks the whole thing like this is some kind of game with a punchline. Ahead of them, massive silhouettes and corruption loom through the storm, so the real threat is still waiting in front, not behind. The Demon King taunts the soldiers for what they could possibly do, and someone shouts back in alarm as if sheer nerve might still count as a weapon. The Demon King turns that mockery toward the female leader and asks if she has gone pathetic after dealing with these fools. It is the kind of line that only lands when the enemy thinks she has already run out of answers, which is usually when things get ugly. The female leader snaps back that she'll show them her light, and the answer comes instantly with a teleport spell that yanks the battlefield somewhere else. The move cracks open a bigger force too, as a divine presence starts looming over the city like it owns the skyline, and suddenly everybody who thought this was a normal fight looks extremely overconfident for no reason. She feeds that power straight into a massive strike, and the blast slams out in red light, ripping through the rain and smashing the clash forward through the structures. The enemy calls out the rain as if naming it makes it less miserable, which is a bold strategy when the sky is already throwing a tantrum. As the energy surge keeps building, the goddess's influence drags everyone into a harsher, brighter version of the fight, and the soldiers start invoking her just to keep their footing. The female leader gets caught inside her own release, which is a rough moment to discover your own power does not care about your timing. The male fighter says he does not care if he only gets a minute or even 30 seconds, because that is still enough to swing at the problem. He pushes the witch to use her mirrors, since missing that trick once already cost him, and now the armored warriors are crashing in with glowing weapons while the system starts talking about a layer of hunter existence being revealed. The witch scatters her mirrors, and the old man in the white flowing cloak moves in the middle of the mess like he has done this too many times to be impressed. Confucius hears the offer to fight together, sees the surge building around the rank up, and the whole exchange starts feeling less like a brawl and more like the tower finally showing its hand. Then the system locks it in and confirms that Confucius Kim ranks up to D-Class Hunter, while a figure hangs in the energy waves long enough to drop a warning that he probably will not remember any of this. That would be spooky if the tower had not already made forgetting look like one of its favorite hobbies. The old man keeps carving through the fight even as the battlefield explodes around him, and somebody else shouts the name of Blade Saint and Poisonous Viper like those labels alone can keep the line from breaking. Confucius answers with a feral point and says he came for the bastard to kill him, which is about as subtle as a brick through a window. He dives into the mob and starts cutting down goblins one after another, while someone congratulates him in the middle of the slaughter, because that is apparently how morale works here. Behind him, the old man raises a huge glowing sword technique that reads less like defense and more like a warning sign written in light. A mysterious voice notes that the 30 seconds are up and blesses the outcome anyway, and then the command comes down from the general-in-chief ordering the next layer of violence. The message is simple: keep fighting, keep slaughtering anyone who dares challenge the Empire, and do it with support if needed, which is a charming way to say nobody is coming to save you. The sword strikes keep landing again and again, each hit bursting green energy through the smoke until Confucius finally pauses and catches the pattern hiding inside the noise. He realizes the low note is only there to build toward a higher one, and that moment of stillness turns into a stand against the divine force pressing down on him. With the goddess at his back and the battlefield suddenly going quiet around him, the Witch of the Black Dragon flinches when Confucius cuts through the chaos and calls him out by name, which tells you the fight just got personal. Confucius keeps pressing forward and lays out the kind of sword logic that only makes sense when you are already bleeding on the battlefield. A swordsman lives by the sword, so hesitation is a luxury he already spent. The Heavenly Order answers with swagger instead of caution, bragging that it will show off its real power while the purple aura builds around its fighter. Then a huge armored enemy rises behind Confucius, turning the whole exchange from a duel into a problem with armor plating. Confucius does not wait for the giant to settle in and fires a wide blast into the goblins crowding the field, clearing space the fast way. The other hunter even sells it as special treatment, which is a hilarious thing to say while standing in the middle of a death zone. Right after that, the dark boss figure erupts with lightning and pressure so heavy the battlefield itself feels pinned down. From a distance, Flame Emperor watches the whole mess and starts connecting the dots, wondering if Sohayu was ever meant to be the only one who could conquer the tower. A soldier runs in with the sort of update nobody wants, saying he found the Emperor only after the Emperor had already poisoned himself and died. Confucius answers by charging straight at the boss with his blade out, and the Heavenly Order screams back that all of this will be erased soon. Confucius slams into the armored enemy anyway, even while it stands there acting untouchable, and the only thing that changes is his irritation level. Marcus steps in and introduces himself to the young hunter, then immediately pushes the whole crowd toward direct combat, instead of letting them waste time regrouping. That decision cracks the front line wide open, and Confucius throws himself at a massive enemy force before it can reset the tempo. On the other side, Flame Emperor and the Witch of the Black Dragon lock in on the boss fight together, because sometimes the cleanest plan is just hitting the biggest problem with two people instead of one. As the pressure keeps climbing, Sohayu realizes something ugly and simple about herself. She has changed too. At the same time, the goddess of protection burns out her last strength and withdraws, and once that happens, there is no divine hand left to keep the floor from swallowing everyone whole. Confucius answers the collapse of protection with white glowing sword energy and drives it into the enemy instead of backing off. Nearby, Sohayu stands in the rain with red eyes and forces the truth into the open, while the boss gathers a massive counterstrike like it wants to end the conversation permanently. With the war still burning, an armed group surrounds a target and treats him like an enemy before the rumor can spread any further. Then Flame Emperor stands with his back exposed while someone offers to read the skills aloud, and another voice says Blade Saint started tailing him the second he spotted him, which is a grimly efficient way to ruin anyone's afternoon. The scene turns darker again as bound silhouettes crackle with lightning, and Flame Emperor is right in the middle of it. Paladin spots Confucius and greets him like this kind of disaster is somehow familiar, which is either confidence or terrible memory management. Then Demon King steps in and spells out who Paladin really is, identifying her as the co-guild leader of the city security and tying her to her alias in one clean reveal. That matters because the battlefield is no longer just about monsters and hunters. It is exposing who is actually steering the tower's violence. An older man walks in with enough confidence to make the room tighten around him, and Confucius suddenly has another power broker in front of him. He asks for a private conversation, which is a neat way of saying the real negotiation starts once everyone else gets out of the way. Confucius chooses a skill card while Flame Emperor immediately doubts the pick, but the decision is made and the die is rolled. That same brutal chain keeps spreading outward as Blade Saint confronts a younger man who accuses him of trying to kill him. Then a prophet steps in to offer reassurance about the past, and finally a bearded figure opens the next fight with a blunt challenge. Are you confident you can stop me? Saint Isabel snaps back that the whole problem is Confucius's detective's insight skill, and the name Sword Emperor lands hard enough to make even the room feel smaller. A danger marker reads 0, which is a very brave number to put next to anyone holding a weapon. The prophet keeps pressing forward, promising that this is a test of faith and that the name alone will steady Confucius's past self. The armored fighter throws out an ultimatum, but the young man answers by calmly calling himself a prophet, which is a wild opening line for a fight. That answer shifts the whole stance of the exchange, and the sword-bearing figure in the empty green space makes it plain that the truth matters more than the threat. The armored figure backs off with a muttered retreat, and Saint Isabel immediately demands proof instead of buying the performance for a second. Once the step is confirmed, the next move snaps into place, and the purple light carries Saint Isabel into the next floor with a grin. He comes out holding his blade ready against the building backdrop, because lingering is how people get flattened in this tower. A brown-haired onlooker stares in shock while the red-haired fighter asks the obvious question, how is anyone supposed to explain this, and did he really come alone? The answer is not elegant, just Confucius and Saint Isabel forcing the situation forward one ugly step at a time. Saint Isabel stands before the luminous backdrop and says flatly that one death was not enough, which tells you everything you need to know about how these runs work. He adds that convincing people is never easy, so he keeps moving like the argument is already halfway won. Confucius, now wearing the look of an older man who has heard enough for one day, tells the armored intruder to leave for the third time. When the other side keeps closing distance anyway, the tension turns from talk to steel in a heartbeat. Saint Isabel drops into a quiet bow. Then the scene cuts to a woman linked to the Black Dragon Witch, hearing that someone wants to reveal his favor right away. The reply comes with a startled cry cry as the next exchange crashes in, and suddenly nobody is standing still anymore. Two figures fall through the stormy sky in a burst of white energy, and the tower stops pretending this is a normal day. After that, a man raises a hand and asks everyone to stay put for 5 days, or else he will clear up to the 20th floor himself, which is a very direct way to say he plans to win by force. The next clash lands fast. A soldier swings first, a girl and a creature slam together in a flash of purple-yellow energy, and Saint Isabel watches the celebration from the side without wasting motion. That calm is short-lived, because the pressure keeps building and the survivors are already thinking about what they can take. Red energy surges around one fighter in a hard, angry blaze. Then Saint Isabel pulls away from a dark-haired woman's embrace before the next demand can stick. The answer is all appetite and no restraint, and the beam that erupts afterward makes it clear that everyone here is still reaching for more. An older man keeps watch from the back and says he is monitoring the situation, which is usually the sort of line that means somebody is already one step from trouble. Nearby, two green creatures howl over a defeated body between them, and the ranking board flashes past 4th, 5th, and 6th. As the tower keeps its little scoreboard going like that makes any of this less ugly. Saint Isabel marches straight toward an army of warriors under a dark sky, while one fighter snaps back with a taunt and green toxin stains the skin. The answer comes in arrows, and when the volley lands, everyone scrambles and starts shouting over the chaos. The creatures rush again in a noisy surge, and a woman stands by a glowing blue gateway, the only link to the outside world they are still trying to protect. That pressure forces the group to brace up, with Saint Isabel at the center of the battle line as the others get grabbed, shoved, and pointed at the next target. A boy grins and orders nobody to let a single enemy escape, while another fighter calls out Hunter Kim and Blade Saint by name, putting the team on the board in plain terms. Then the Black Dragon leader announces a reward for clearing the 10th floor, and that turns the whole thing from a skirmish into a job with blood on it. One fighter steps into the center of a grand interior and declares that he is going to carry everyone, which is a bold thing to say when the floor is already trying to eat the room. Saint Isabel snaps at the team to hit another orc, then demands to know where the boss monster is, because running in circles is how people die tired. Saint Isabel lands a heavy slash and praises Hunter Kim for the hit, and that praise comes with just enough force behind it to sound like a warning to the next enemy. He rallies everyone forward, tells them to follow him, and threatens to kill any of them who dies before he does, which is either leadership or a very hostile pep talk. Another woman asks permission to use her special skill, and the answer is to brace for the tower's media, turning their attention their way. The warning draws a line in the dirt. From here on out, everyone watches them, and that means every move has to land clean. The commander of the Heavenly Order shouts for everyone to back up and stop the other side from getting ahead, while a young person gives consent for the Black Dragon leader's skill to be used. Right after that, a girl clasps hands with her companion and says this is how it is supposed to be, like she has decided the danger is the price of moving forward. A man smiles and asks if a woman remembers what he said yesterday, and the answer hangs there long enough to feel like a setup. Then 3 powerful beings press into the same space, followed by a golden throne facing a dark crimson symbol, and the whole scene shifts from battle noise to something much bigger and much colder. Sword Emperor walks through the crowd with his sword in hand, and a masked figure accepts the task in front of him without flinching. When Demon King presses for a decision, the masked figure agrees to wait 5 days, but Sword Emperor immediately cuts in with a real question. What happens if he kills Demon King before the stat test even starts? Witch of the Black Dragon throws out the same line about a test of faith and asks whether they remember what she said yesterday, but a white-haired man shuts that down by saying he never agreed to any promise. Sword Emperor keeps pushing the point by asking what happens if he drops the boss monster before the quest begins. And that is the kind of question that tells everyone the rules are already being challenged. Sword Emperor cuts straight through the argument and says there won't be any traitor if they wipe out the Demon King first. The Demon King answers by exploding forward in red and white force, because apparently the polite approach is dead on arrival. A moment later, he sets the meeting 5 days out from his perch, then turns the pressure back on Sword Emperor for skipping the proper steps and rewards. Witch of the Black Dragon snaps that he's getting way too confident, and Sword Emperor just levels his glowing sword and says it was still the best move. Flame Emperor blinks at the whole mess, and then the threat lands. Keep interfering, and Sword Emperor dies now. Around them, the NPCs freeze in place, which is a pretty bad sign when the entire room suddenly forgets how to move. Sword Emperor goes to meet the incoming strike anyway, and the system finally locks onto Confucius Kim as Hunter Confucius Kim, the #1 whatever this chaos is turning him into. Flame Emperor points out the reason the NPCs are stuck. The quest hasn't officially started yet, so the tower is holding its breath before the violence even gets permission. Then Sword Emperor throws everything into a radiant blast, and the fight stops pretending to be normal. That shove in power kicks the whole battlefield into a harsher phase, where Confucius doesn't just watch anymore. He answers back and challenges the dark entity head-on. The clash turns ugly fast, with a blue sword, a dark shadow, and red energy all colliding while the other side calls him arrogant. Confucius keeps it cool and says he's being modest, which is a funny line to hear while something with 100 ghosts is being dragged into the fight. Confucius lunges in with explosive speed, forcing the battle into close range before the shadow can smother him. Another fighter answers the summoning with a slash, and the clock gets struck with a loud tuck, like even time itself is catching blows now. The pressure keeps building as someone hammers the field with power, and the clock keeps glowing and shifting after the hit. Debris rains down, a figure rises through falling spheres, and the whole space starts feeling less like a battlefield and more like a rigged machine that hates being understood. Confucius ends up swallowed by a brutal red and blue energy clash, while another hunter insists nobody died in the battle. Then Saint Isabel gets called in to help because there are too many enemies to handle, and the next exchange turns the whole front line into a scramble for survival. Confucius keeps his sword up against the red and blue barrage, and the warrior above him drives upward while calling the shadow a thing built from human malice. On the ground, a soldier drops hard, and the warning follows. Every death burns 20 years of life, which is a terrible exchange rate even by tower standards. Another tuck lands on the clock, and the 100 ghost summons comes back into play like the battlefield wants to restart its own nightmare. Confucius gets dragged into more combat, and somewhere in the middle of all that pressure, the older version of him sits in a modern room counting money and muttering that life has to be lived moment by moment. The stretch closes with a warrior blazing red and purple, sword lit like it's about to split the whole mess open. That glow makes one thing clear: the fight has moved past ordinary enemies, and now the tower is throwing identity, time, and brute force at Confucius all at once. Blade St. Jolt's 100 ghost summons rains down over the yellow barrier, and the whole thing immediately feels less like a defense and more like the battlefield opening a trapdoor. A huge dark creature then looms over a smaller figure, and the poor guy can only choke out a miserable little glug-glug while the nightmare keeps pressing in. Confucius answers that pressure the only way he knows how. He throws himself in front of his ally and keeps them both alive for one more second. He says he has to live 1 second at a time to live forever, which is a ridiculous line to hear in a death fight, but there he is, proving it with his body. The clash explodes into pink and purple as a warrior and shadow slam together, and then the fighter drives straight through the chaos with the weapon still extended. By the time the energy settles, the shadow is gone, and the warrior is left standing in the middle of the wreckage like he just punched a hole in the problem. Confucius hits Demon King with explosive force, and when Demon King snaps back with "What did you say?" he just pushes harder and barks a challenge right back. He raises the glowing sword and declares, "I am the sword of this empire," which is exactly the kind of line that makes a fight get stupider and bigger at the same time. Even with the dark shadow hanging over him, Confucius smiles when asked why, and he answers, "Because I'm happy." Demon King tells him to prove himself before her, and Confucius cuts through the mood with one blunt truth: if death is already that close, nobody is going to understand his happiness anyway. The battlefield swells into a stormy mess, with an enormous shadow beast towering overhead, while a girl cries for help from its head. Confucius lifts his glowing sword toward the sky and calls out to 100 ghosts, and somewhere in that same rush, an ornate weapon flares in golden fire, with the system confirming qualification, like the tower is stamping paperwork with divine nonsense. The beast keeps mauling the girl while she screams for her father, and Flame Emperor finally steps in with the skill card activated in his hand. He challenges Confucius to show what he does best, which is a pretty bold request when the answer might be die and come back with a better plan. Confucius shoots upward through a bright portal with his fist raised, and the scene pivots into the tower's ugly math of death counts and hunting instincts. A skeleton is tied to a detective insight reading over 4,000 kills. The system declares that the tower respects the king who reaps death, and the beast's head starts sniffing around because something does not smell right. A man then counts the deaths he is personally responsible for, while the narration spells out how the beast hunts like it is possessed and keeps swallowing memories along with prey. A skeleton swings at a green skeleton, and the whole thing turns into a grim little lesson. Every kill leaves something behind, and this skeleton is hoarding all of it. The summon keeps growing, slow and ugly, and more detailed by the second, while a young man gets grabbed hard and told he is too fragile. Another voice laughs that he cleared the 10th floor alone, and then a skeleton-backed presence hangs over Confucius as he calls it someone who holds no malice, resentment, or life in this world, which is a hell of a way to describe what is coming for him. The woman stares at the copy in front of her and snaps that he should not have her skill, but the answer comes back as pure menace when the presence beside her surges with rage and tells her not to stand in its way. That turns the whole exchange from a simple skill clash into something uglier, because now the thing on the field is not just fighting, it is taking offense. A girl is suddenly riding the beast's back and calling out to her father, while Confucius answers by drawing a glowing sword and wrapping himself in bright energy. The second he powers up, the whole fight stops feeling like a scramble and starts feeling like a declaration. The girl says she feels a lot healthier now, like this is the first time her body has ever worked right, and that lands just in time for the woman to call the whole thing unforgivable. Confucius does not budge, just plants himself there and says he is standing right here right now, which is the sort of line people say moments before everything gets worse. A skill activates in a flash of red and yellow, and the fight turns into a blur of hits and grudges smashing into each other. Out of all that chaos, the ghostly presence makes its nature clear by treating the whole world like a hunt, which is bad news for anybody hoping for mercy. Confucius stands locked in with a weapon and a portal-like effect, while an older man begs him to fight beside the skeletons so they can hold the line. Then the tower itself answers by granting him an alias, and the whole thing gets a lot more official for a situation that is still trying to kill him. The hunting skeleton lurches forward again, and the summoner finally explains why he picked 100 ghost summons in the first place. Right after that, the Witch of the Black Dragon steps in with purple energy already building in her hand and warns everyone not to get in her way because she is not here to babysit the battlefield. The tower stamps Confucius with the name King of Death, and soldiers immediately get ordered to show the witch no mercy. Around him, skeleton warriors clash with a towering dark entity, so the fight stops being one duel and becomes a full-on graveyard mess. A masked man tells Young that the elixir matters and says they can talk after they capture the Demon King, which is a wonderfully calm way to schedule a war. At the same time, a hidden quest activates, so the tower keeps handing out trouble like it has a quota to meet. Saint Isabel goes straight from terror to something far worse, devouring a baby's skin and bones while the baby's memory pours into her. Then she cradles the child and soothes it as if she did not just tear through the poor thing's life, which is exactly the kind of comforting that makes the room colder. Soldiers fire glowing projectiles into the sky, but the real answer comes when Confucius spells out the death and revival trick as the system declares that he has died and will revive 24 hours back in time. That reset comes with a brutal catch, because the next exchange drops him into close combat with skeleton warriors and a surge of green skull energy tearing through the fight. The Witch of the Black Dragon throws out a warning about Black Dragon coming from the left, and then the battlefield erupts into a massive fire and explosion wave that swallows the cityscape. Confucius gets caught in a red and white energy blast, eats the force head-on, and answers with his own blue and red burst, because apparently getting hammered once just teaches him to hit harder. Someone shouts for Blade Saint to watch out just as the masked attacker strikes, and Saint Isabel appears again with red eyes and a dark aura under the name Miss Esther. The scene ends with her alone in a grand chamber, eyes glowing green, which is a pretty clear sign that this identity mess is only getting nastier from here. The Witch of the Black Dragon stands calm in the middle of the firestorm and spits out a warning to Miss Saint, like she's calling out a bad move in a match she still expects to win. Around her, the blaze keeps chewing through the battlefield, and the next exchange hits before anyone can breathe. Confucius comes in swinging with blue energy on his sword, and he's already talking like someone who has died enough times to take notes. He leans on those revival memories and the copied abilities he's still dragging forward, because surviving once clearly wasn't enough for this guy. A masked entity whips out a purple blast, and the attack snaps through the chaos with ugly force. The people around it are already throwing their hands up, which is what panic looks like right before it gets worse. Saint Isabel, standing under the Saint of the Borderlands title, answers with a blessing instead of mercy. The dark thing in front of her convulses and splits apart, and she coolly tells it, "May you live a little longer," which is a wild sentence to hand to someone while they're breaking open. The Witch of the Black Dragon screams in agony as the flames close in, and Confucius gets yanked upside down into the next reset. Then the message lands plain as a hammer. He will revive 24 hours back in time, which means death just turned into a timer he can weaponize. The masked entity answers with a massive red and purple burst that floods the area, and the whole battlefield lurches under the impact. At the same time, a commander barks for the soldiers to stop anyone from escaping, because now it's not just a fight, it's a lockdown. The montage flips through Confucius and his ally locking hands, then slamming into a savage red energy clash, and it makes one thing obvious: he's not fighting alone anymore. He even snaps at the enemy, promising he'll screw them over someday, and they laugh right back at how exposed he is for saying it out loud. Elsewhere, a desperate person begs Saint Isabel to save a child with a deadly disease, and she leans in to sniff the child like she's checking a problem before she decides what kind of miracle to hand out. A hooded supplicant then thanks her in front of a barred window, as if gratitude can soften whatever this place is doing to people. On the streets, soldiers keep hurling civilians into the flames while the burning crowd cries out that they're cursed. Confucius then plants himself before a pack of large yellow-green creatures with teeth bared, and a looming shape hangs over the city behind them, turning the whole scene into a bad day with teeth. Confucius orders Nerves to hurry up and take down the Demon King, because the attack is already coming and he refuses to babysit the whole disaster himself. Then he charges with his sword overhead in a red energy surge so hard it practically throws heat at the viewer, and he follows it by channeling a massive blast straight into the fight. Saint Isabel keeps moving through the chaos while a narration hammers home what her blessing means. She's the one who grants miracles and heals the sick. That makes the next sight hit harder when she lowers the child against her chest, because even in a field of fire, she still looks like the only person trying to keep someone alive. The Witch of the Black Dragon turns her rage outward and condemns humans who refuse their own kind, and then she finishes the thought with a cold jab at their own kind. Confucius is still in the middle of it too, carving through 3 large green creatures as their claws rake at him, so the sermon lands right alongside the blood. A hand marked with a dark tattoo lifts into the sky, and someone stares at it in shock because the next piece has clearly clicked into place. Right after that, the tower itself acknowledges a decision, which is never a comforting thing to hear when monsters and blessings are both in play. The Demon King finally fully manifests in purple-black power, and the battlefield loses whatever illusion of control it had left. The Witch of the Black Dragon then twists into a massive dark form of her own, and Confucius answers from inside the red aura by shouting his own name like he's locking onto the only version of himself that matters now. Saint Isabel leans in beside the child wrapped in dark cloth and inhales like the smell itself is the point. Then she calmly calls humans desperate for love while the crowd starts chanting that this dark thing is their true savior. Confucius gets dragged into the clash anyway, takes a hit, and the tower immediately spits out a hidden quest creation notice like it's never heard of restraint. Saint Isabel keeps talking about the child's mother wrapping them in the best rags, then lifts the kid and praises life as brilliant even when it starts in cloth and pain. The narration doubles down and names the dark entity the savior of the sick, which is a wild title to hand out in the middle of a battlefield. Confucius leaps across the debris just as the next blast comes in, then the tower flashes the reward he's been waiting for. He may now use 100 ghost summons. He screams when another impact slams through him, and the system starts adjusting quests across the 15th floor and beyond, because one nasty turn just infected the whole tower. Confucius squints at the incoming strike and literally has to ask if it's going for his left or his right, which is not a great place to be when death is involved. Then he blinks as a golden system window opens overhead and he summons a dark army from it, and the shock on his face says the tower just handed him a weapon nobody in the room was ready for. Down below, an ally cheers Merrim's counterattack against Demon King, and Confucius answers with a hard, satisfied yes because the fight finally swings his way. That momentum carries straight into the next confrontation, where a dragon-sized threat gets shouted at like it's now everyone else's problem. The tower names the whole mess altered history, and suddenly the point is no longer just surviving the fight, but rewriting what the fight ever was. The exposition makes it plain. The Aegean Empire should have been invaded by Demon King, but once that history is edited out, the tower starts reshaping the 11th floor to match the new version. Confucius stands on the rooftop and roars that he did it, while power surges below him. Then the other side answers with a grudging concession and a challenge he's clearly not backing away from. By the time he shouts that he saved the Empire, the battle has already turned into a victory speech with teeth. On the castle wall, 3 soldiers stop him and demand to know who he is, so the room does what rooms like this always do, and turns identity into a weapon. A woman answers with teleportation, because apparently walking into this argument would have been too normal. Someone kneels and begs for strength to protect the Aegean Empire, and the plea lands right before the Witch of the Black Dragon gives Confucius her consent. With both of them now on the wall platform under a burst of light, the fight shifts from confusion to open alliance, and the soldier in green and white armor lunges forward shouting to watch their empire. Confucius throws out a blunt line about having nothing to be ashamed of, and that hits like a declaration instead of a comfort. Then the camera pulls wide to the castle and city below. The armored leader cries out Sarvus Aegeum with soldiers behind him, and the whole battlefield starts feeling like it's being rewritten by the second. Confucius finally names what he's seeing for what it is, an altered history. He raises his arm and declares he leaves the empire in their hands, which is a very heroic way to say he's already moved the board into the next impossible phase. The masked fighter cuts into the zombie horde with a burst of purple energy, and the golem answers by dumping a massive red-orange skill right back at the field. Even here, nobody gets to just swing once and relax. Confucius gets a partial reward notice, which is tower speak for congrats, here's the minimum while we keep the knife nearby. Then Witch of the Black Dragon stares at the ghost flooding in and actually asks King of Death if his skill has no cooldown, which is a fair question when 100 summons show up at once. Confucius looks over a revealed world map and starts piecing it together, so the battlefield stops being a random mess and starts looking edited on purpose. A red-eyed fighter throws out another red blast and casually bets on coming in under 99, while the explanation lands that the Demon King invasion got erased from history along with the refugee camps. That is the sort of historical cleanup that makes a whole disaster disappear on paper, which is neat if you enjoy lying to yourself. The prophet steps back and says he'll watch instead of helping the red-jacketed fighter, but Witch of the Black Dragon cuts in and tells everyone to hear the golem out first. Right on cue, Demon King hits the temple with dark energy, and Confucius catches the old leveling up voice again, this time tied to a hunter lair he can finally sense. Demon King fully manifests in blackened form, while the prophet notices a sarcophagus-like thing and starts checking it, like the room has somehow become a crime scene with homework. Then Witch of the Black Dragon answers with a huge red and blue crossing attack, and King of Death appears through the system greeting him like this was always supposed to happen. That hit strips Demon King's presence away until she starts fading from view, and then the retreat call comes down from the 14th floor. The castle fight suddenly stops feeling local, because the thing they were battling is getting pushed back by a force bigger than the room. King of Death steps forward with pure destructive intent and curses the hunters, while Demon King spits defiance before the pressure starts swallowing her up. Confucius sees the shape of the move now, so he calls the others in and tells them to go. Witch of the Black Dragon leads the team toward the Grand Temple entrance under blue energy, and everyone charges in like there's still time to pretend this is under control. Then King of Death's red curse floods the area, the prophet volunteers to handle the giant zombie, and Confucius looks up at the colossal golem hanging over them like a bad decision with legs. A battered leader stumbles out of the curse asking what happened to that bastard, and Demon King answers by summoning monsters and soldiers as her army. The white space between allies clears for one figure to walk forward. Then another hunter spots that something is still up above, which is never a comforting sentence in a tower fight. Demon King doubles down and calls for her children as the final forces, and the whole exchange is now less a battle than a family reunion nobody invited. Which of the black dragons stands with a sword ready beside the team? And the last image drops Confucius alone in a ruined village, surrounded by wreckage and falling debris, which is about as subtle as a warning siren. A rainborn horror tears into the red sky, bragging that it was created from human malice and that no village gets spared from here on out. Then the fire answer comes fast, swallowing everything as two silhouettes stand in the blaze and order the witch's supporters burn down to ash. The thing opens its maw for a whole field swallow, but the tower cuts across the chaos with a cold order. Return to the place where everything first started, because that is the final stop for Demon King. Right on cue, the system starts adjusting the King of Death's authority over Confucius, which is a very weird sentence to hear when the world is on fire. The command escalates into total extermination, with no mercy left on the table, and the cursed monsters are told to burn every last one. Under that kind of pressure, a woman crouches while giant shadows press overhead, and the destruction keeps climbing like it has somewhere to be. Confucius flares up in gold, standing inside a ring of light with fire glaring off his face. Then he starts calling names through the wreckage, and the scene feels less like a battle cry and more like he is trying to gather every loose thread before they get ripped apart. A tired figure leans over the sleeping youth and tells Confucius to wake up, and the words land hard enough to pull him back to awareness. When he opens his eyes, he hears that this is not his hell, which is reassuring in the way getting hit by a second problem is reassuring. Demon King backs down to the 20th floor, and Confucius snaps at the retreat instead of letting it end there. He turns straight toward her, and Obishania Free just says it is time for her journey to end, which is the sort of line that usually means somebody is about to regret standing still. Above a field of corpses and sun shadows, Confucius charges with red energy blades and all the calm of a man who has stopped waiting for permission. Around him, armored forces gather under a banner and declare they are moving under His Royal Highness, the Great Eastern Emperor, so now the war has paperwork too. Confucius collides with the dark enemy in a violent beam clash, and the tower suddenly flashes altered history across the board. That is the big reveal. The fight is not just killing bodies, it is editing what counts as the past, which makes every enemy identity feel a lot less stable. Somewhere in the middle of that rewritten mess, a priestess-like figure channels flame and calls for the King of Forest to bless the arrow with holy spirits. Then the impact lands back on Confucius's side. The target screams, and Confucius stands up glowing like the hit only made him meaner. Demon King claims the ruined place as her village and tells everyone not to trash her paradise, which is a wild thing to say while the whole zone is collapsing. Dragon Riders answer by pledging support and pulling their helmets down, while the enemy spits back that humans were humans too, as if the whole massacre has suddenly remembered it owns a moral center. Confucius asks to face the final battle alone, and the system kicks the boss stage into gear with Demon King spread out at the center. He spots the opening, drives in for the exposed head, and the enemy immediately demands to know how he can call his fellow humans monsters, which is exactly the kind of question you ask right before losing your head. Confucius drives the finishing blow in with everything he has left, and bellows through the hit, and the boss stage immediately locks in behind it. The tower answers with its cold little announcement, which is a rude way to learn you're already inside the final room. The impact blooms into a massive fireball that wipes out the cottage and everything around it, and the old enemy starts talking like this fight is also a family problem. It sounds less like a battlefield now, and more like the tower has dragged everybody's private sins into the same crater. Someone screams that they're sorry while the flames keep chewing through the wreckage, and the wraith in front of Confucius starts arguing about what counts as human at all. That question lands right where it hurts, because the tower keeps turning labels into weapons whenever it wants. Then the system names Confucius outright as the King of Death on a solo hunt, like it is filing the paperwork for a slaughter. Around him, red power swells, the entity convulses, and the thing starts drawing on the resentment and sorrows of its children just to stay upright. The red energy twists into tentacles, and the enemy stands in the middle of it all, but the glow is already failing, and one eye keeps dimming. Confucius has pushed the fight far enough that the tower's old certainty starts to crack, and now the enemy identities are slipping into something bigger and uglier. Out of the shadows, a masked figure steps forward against a harsh red backdrop, and the whole scene feels like the tower is swapping masks instead of explaining itself. A woman shrieks as dark energy swallows her, another stands wreathed in flames, and suddenly the battlefield is full of people getting rewritten while they are still screaming. Confucius keeps pressing forward through the chaos, and a young man in a red jacket leaps in with a blue energy blade while explosions of green and red tear the space behind him. A woman yells at the tower that it can't do this to her, which is a bold complaint to throw at a machine that clearly does not care. One fighter channels yellow magic from a card or talisman, and Confucius immediately starts asking the important question: why does the tower decide ordinary people count as targets in the first place? The masked figure above him answers with a swarm of small black creatures and a line about protecting his haven, which is a nice way of saying this mess has moved beyond one enemy and one boss. A female voice snaps back that humans are humans too, and Confucius gets the point that the tower's definitions are already broken. Then Flame Emperor steps in beside a woman under a burst of bright light and wind, and tells her she's weak enough now, which is the sort of thing a top hunter says right before the room gets worse. Confucius turns straight to the tower and addresses it like it owes him answers, and the tower responds by admitting it is listening. That's the real horror here. The place isn't just hosting the fight, it is watching, sorting, and deciding what even counts as truth. Flame Emperor blurts that he didn't know, and for a second the bright sunlight makes him look almost human instead of untouchable. But the tower refuses to clean up the contradiction, flags the info as unable to verify, and Confucius is left hearing one more confession without any clean answer attached. Then the explanation finally lands. The speaker says he didn't have the memories of a human, and he didn't even have a child of his own at the time. Confucius is still in the same fight, but now he can see the shape of it clearly, because the tower is not just hiding enemies, it is hiding identities, history, and authority itself, while it keeps swinging. Confucius stares at the tower's verdict and blurts, "What?" because the thing just admitted it cannot even verify what it's looking at. That's a nasty little moment for a system that acts like it owns the truth. He powers up right after that, and the air around him starts cracking with energy as the fight refuses to slow down. The tower is already wobbling under its own labels, but Confucius keeps pressing forward anyway. Then the tower spits out the full warning. Demon King of Autumn Rain existence obscured, while the Demon King still stands there over the garden like the title itself might be the problem. So now even her name is under attack, not just her body. The masked speaker pushes back against the easy story, insisting they were treated as monsters serving an evil witch, while the rest of the sentence gets cut off. It lands like a cold reminder that whoever wins gets to choose the version of events. Confucius keeps the pressure on, and the stronger attack forces the Demon King toward the edge with just a little more momentum. At this point, the whole exchange is less a duel and more a wall getting kicked until it gives. Another voice cuts in with a nasty little question about the people who lied only to survive, asking how anyone can be so sure of who was guilty and who was cornered. That kind of doubt is exactly what the tower loves, because it turns judgment into a knife fight. A confident swordsman snaps the order to show her how it's done, and the team surges together instead of letting the Demon King breathe. One command and the whole battlefield tightens. Confucius squares off against the Demon King across the arena, gold light wrapping both of them as the gap closes. For a second, it looks less like a hunt and more like the tower itself is forcing a verdict. Then the clash detonates inside a purple void, with Hunter and Demon King hammering each other so hard, the space around them seems to split. Big dramatic energy, yes, but also the sort of hit that makes the floor feel optional. Flame Emperor jumps in with a moral complaint about soldiers obeying orders and people getting dragged along with the kingdom. He says it like someone trying to make the battlefield remember it's full of humans, which is a bold move in a place that mostly prefers yelling. A warrior answers with blue and red slashes that carve straight through the opening. The argument created. The message is simple. Discussion over, now get hit. The Demon King screams that she will not forgive them, and the vow lands with all the dignity of a cracked crown being slammed on stone. Rage is doing all the talking now. By the time she collapses in the peaceful little garden village, the contrast is almost rude. One minute, it's all vengeance, and the next, she's wobbling in flowers like the fight got bored and left her behind. Flame Emperor answers with a blunt confession that he's always known only one kind of justice, because he is apparently too simple to decorate the point. He says it right in front of her, no polish, no mercy, just the kind of honesty that burns more than it helps. The exchange sends the warrior flying back, while the swordsman stays planted, which pretty much tells the whole story without needing a lecture. The winner doesn't move, because moving would be overkill, and this guy already has the advantage. The Demon King drags up old pain, accusing Confucius of burning her eyes and brain that day, and dragging the memory back with him. So now the fight isn't just over victory, it's over who gets to own the scars. She hits the ground fully defeated among white and pink flowers, and even the soft setting can't hide how hard she's been beaten. Her tiny ah sounds less like a roar and more like reality finally getting the better of her. Then she snaps at Confucius for trying to turn back time and burn down her paradise again, which is a wild thing to say while lying in the dirt. The tower doesn't correct her, which makes the accusation feel even uglier. A system window flashes level adjustment, and the hunter panics with a sharp no as the rules shift under his feet. That's the tower's favorite trick. Finish the fight, then rewrite the scorecard while everyone is still breathing. Confucius pulls golden light through his hand, gathering power while the aftermath still hangs in the air. He's not celebrating yet, just loading the next answer. Flame Emperor stands over the result and asks whether this is the end of the Demon King, but he doesn't sound fully convinced. The way he looks down says he knows better than to trust a clean ending in this tower. Confucius and the Demon King clash again, dark energy blowing apart as he lines up the counterattack. Then the tower itself starts changing the label, because it can't just let the world stay simple when the winner gets dangerous. The tower affirms Confucius's words in a glowing window, and the confirmation hits like a stamp on reality. Someone nearby reacts in shock, because once the tower agrees with you, the whole room has to pretend that was always true. The vote comes in messy first, with 2 for, 2 against, and 1 abstain. Then the tally settles into 3 agree, 2 oppose, 1 abstain. Even the numbers feel like they're being negotiated in real time. A title card drops over a medieval village and calls it Altered History. Story begins, which is the tower's way of saying it just edited the past without asking. Confucius is now standing inside the new version, and the butterflies around him glow like the place knows it changed. A skill card prompt appears, asking him to select a skill card, and the tower makes the choice look neat even though nothing here is neat. Meanwhile, another voice mutters that there's still one who hasn't voted, because apparently even cosmic nonsense still needs a quorum. A woman slams a violent kick downward, all impact and no grace, and the blow lands hard enough to cut through the moment. Confucius snaps his head up and asks why he is here, because as the scene has already shifted again, and he's not getting a courtesy explanation. Someone answers with calm certainty, saying they already know the answer, which is never comforting coming from the tower. Confucius has reached the point where even the questions feel like they were written before he arrived. Under the red sky, a commander stands his ground while winged demons crowd the background, and the tower immediately makes the whole situation look official enough to be suspicious. Then the system steps in to confirm the participants, like it's checking names off a list before disaster starts. When someone argues that NPCs should not count, the whole logic of the fight gets dragged into the open, because if demons can summon that many monsters, then the rules are already bent. Confucius hears the argument and keeps pushing forward anyway, while a youth throws out 100 ghost summons and tells them to come back alive, which is a pretty grim pep talk even by tower standards. Confucius suddenly feels 3 pillars enter the tower even though he cannot see them, and that kind of pressure says enough on its own. He answers with cold confidence that he has already shown them exactly what kind of person he is, because at this point subtlety missed the briefing. The ghost summons surge in and swallow the red-haired witch of the Black Dragon whole, and her only reply is a choked gasp as the mask closes over her. Then the second pillar walks in, announced as the god who dances in the void, and just keeps making the room worse by existing. The pillar looks at the chaos, says it is not bad, and then starts speaking in a language nobody here can actually use. The criticism continues anyway, because apparently even incomprehensible words can still be judgmental. A close-up catches the entity's face, and the symbol marked on its eyes makes the thing feel even less human than the tower already did. Red-haired confusion follows, while the youth calmly explains that after everything done to her, he expected anger instead of this silence. The witch of the Black Dragon lowers her head obediently to the youth, and even Confucius sounds thrown by how submissive she is. The reason lands fast after that. Inside the tower, language gets translated for listeners, but the pillars speak differently, so their words carry a weight the others do not share. Confucius pieces it together and realizes the pillars are not beings of the tower at all. Then he claims the Demon King as his prey and tells everyone else not to touch it, because he is not about to let some cosmic committee steal his target. He pushes the idea one step further and guesses the pillars may be the ones who built the tower, right as voting begins. The first pillar, called the Master of All Life, casts the decisive vote in agreement, and a ghostly message goes out toward the Sword Emperor, telling him he will understand soon. The results come down with the third pillar voting against and the second pillar abstaining, and the whole exchange snaps into a finished verdict. Power then flares around the victor, the system confirms the Demon King is absent, and Confucius immediately demands to know who sent them in the first place. An observer points out the Witch of the West and says they have seen her before, while the third prince raises the Holy Sword, first ranked and glowing with blue energy, like he is trying to win the room by sheer inheritance. Then the scene erupts again as Flame Emperor stands in a violent burst of magic, and everyone nearby gets reminded why that name matters. In the sunset field, the Witch of the Black Dragon stands between 2 guards, while someone else calmly sizes up the situation and says the problem is very simple. The next beat is all escalation, as a figure appears before an explosion and another holds a glowing blue orb with a cosmic core, before the whole thing collapses into a fallen body in the dark, and Flame Emperor looming over Confucius in a bright, hostile landscape. The kneeling figure begs for mercy and pleads for their haven, but the armored man answers like this whole scene already belongs to someone higher up. Soldiers snap to attention behind him as he formally welcomes the heir of the founding emperor, which is a very fancy way to turn a battlefield into a family meeting nobody asked for. A firelit confrontation hangs on the next exchange, with a male standing over the kneeling woman while the pressure keeps climbing. Then Confucius walks off with a sword in hand, and the woman trails behind as he reminds her she lost the bet and owes him a proper fix for it. Pink-haired Saint Isabel puts a blade to someone's neck and cuts through the noise with a cold little jab about bullshitting. The other person finally hits their limit and begs their liege to stop, which is about when the whole thing stops being a conversation and turns into a lesson. Saint Isabel demands to know if they understand now, standing over the one who's still kneeling. Confucius then stands victorious in front of a ruined settlement, and the damage makes it pretty clear who got the last word there. A knight tells everyone to relax, but the soldiers immediately question why he's acting like the fight is over. He introduces himself as General Sarvas A. Guillaume, and the argument gets sharper fast as the mission is laid out. The Holy Pope ordered punishment for a heretic impersonating a saint, backed by magic staff strength and empire authority. More soldiers push back, saying they came to subdue the witch and that the empire's men are the only ones who bought the heir's story. Another one adds that the heir already handled the witch anyway, so the whole claim rests on a sword, and a lot of confidence, which is honestly doing a lot of work for one weapon. The general hammers the point home by telling the heir to live like royalty and remember what majesty gave him, as if poverty is just a bad outfit choice. Confucius points out the obvious problem. They're treating the Pope's order like it matters more than the founding emperor himself, and that kind of blasphemy does not stay quiet for long. A luminous body opens up to reveal a fanged inner creature with one yellow eye, and suddenly the thing inside stops looking symbolic and starts looking hungry. Another man calls this his mission, and the whole scene hardens into the kind of statement people make right before they ruin somebody's day. A dominant warrior throws down a threat, daring anyone to test him, because he can kill them right there and they still amount to nothing. Confucius answers by glowing with radiant light while holding a small creature, and Flame Emperor explains that this is the hell where he traps these monsters, which is a disturbingly specific hobby. Confucius stands fully transformed in armor beneath a starry backdrop, and the line lands that he is the light, not the stray flicker everybody else was arguing over. Flame Emperor then says he has done all of this alone, and Confucius pushes right back by asking how a human pulled that off in the first place before Flame Emperor answers that it's his duty, plain and simple. Red and purple spheres rise out of the ground like the scene itself is opening a trapdoor, and the challenge shifts from bragging to testing. From the distance above the burning land, the warrior says that if Confucius is still worrying after seeing all that, then the warning should be obvious enough by now. Flame Emperor stands surrounded by skeletons and asks if everyone finally understands, because he's still holding the center of the fight like it belongs to him. Confucius and the warriors square off at sunset in ready stances, and the silence between them says the next exchange will not be gentle. A figure asks the apostle for a name, and the response comes with the same ritual stiffness this whole clash has been wearing like armor. Then a clawed hand scrapes the ground as something tests her soul first, and Flame Emperor cuts in with the real point. He's proving he can handle demons alone. A corrupted creature looms over the blonde woman while they both cradle the blue orb, and the pressure around them makes it clear this thing is not just decoration. The apostle gets challenged to prove devotion by stepping up to the front, because talk means nothing when the fight is already here. Flame Emperor is already in command of the ugly part of the battlefield, and a knight nervously asks what he plans to do with the skeleton. He answers by tearing straight through it, and the skeleton disappears in a burst of force like it never had a chance to be a problem. The group drops into reverence and bows to Confucius, while red spiraling energy climbs out of the orb and up through the air. That little surge confirms the ritual is working, which is great news if you are on the winning side, and terrible news if you are made of bones. Purple corruption spreads through the remaining energy, and the shocked reaction makes it obvious something rotten is hiding inside the whole setup. The warrior warns that the words on display are 90% truth and 10% lies, so nobody should trust the script just because it sounds holy. Confucius points out that all the evil beings have already been dealt with, and the dark soul energy twitching in front of them answers that claim with pure malice. The realization lands hard, and the knight blinks at the destruction like his last few assumptions just got thrown down a stairwell. Then the demi-human cuts through the confusion and names Witch of the Black Dragon as the Demon King, with the whole group boxed into the accusation. Confucius does not waste time arguing. He just says he will show proof and lets the power build instead of the conversation. Flame Emperor steps in with that same savage focus, and the aura around him turns the whole exchange into a warning label. The demi-human swings at the blonde woman with a blue energy slash, but the scene answers by revealing a massive pile of skeletons, because apparently the floor keeps receipts. Flame Emperor grabs the knight from behind and spits the question back at him, reminding everyone exactly who did what to him. That snaps the fight into the next phase, where the hooded figure casually says burning the village would have been an acceptable ending for this floor, which is a wild thing to call acceptable. The number 3 hunter title gets announced, and then King of Death congratulates the new 3rd ranked hunter for representing the hunter community. Right after that, the burned landscape is framed as the aftermath, and the voice over it makes one thing clear. This is not random ruin. This is what victory in the tower leaves behind. People start rising and floating in the air, and the woman says this ending is her own choice, not anyone else's command. She is then told to hold the guild leader title now that she is number 3 hunter, and the tower immediately follows with transport to the 1st floor city, because once authority shifts, the system loves to move the furniture. In the middle of that transition, Flame Emperor is suddenly writhing in his own head, yelling that he cannot stop himself. The next cut shows soldiers from across the continent gathering in camp, which turns the aftermath into open mobilization, instead of a clean ending. Days pass, and Confucius is finally moving forward again when the stage-cleared announcement for the 20th floor hits him in the face. He reacts with frustration because the whole floor has been gamed by an NPC invasion that used skills and items to impersonate the era of founding, which is exactly the sort of trick that makes the tower feel like it rewrites its own paperwork. Then the city square fills with arriving people while the crowd starts cheering, and Confucius points out the advantage they now hold over the outer world. Flame Emperor watches that gathering from below, and before anyone can settle into comfort, Confucius drives a purple energy strike straight into him to keep the balance from ever staying still. The soldiers start grumbling about the outer world cheating them on prices, and the complaint quickly turns into a threat because now they have enough strength to answer back. Around them, the injuries from the Black Dragon raid still sting, and one man cuts through the noise by saying food is the real problem anyway, since the outer world has more of it. Confucius stands under the sky and makes the simple call that changes everything. The people here can share resources among themselves. That puts him squarely in the middle of the tower's power structure, and the crowd starts treating him less like a survivor and more like the person setting the rules. A hunter pushes the practical angle next, arguing that dividing the harvest from floors 11 through 20 brings in more profit and that land matters more than empty bragging rights. Confucius answers while standing outdoors with a woman at his side, and the deal settles into place as everyone agrees to gather the other guild leaders on the 1st floor for a proper meeting. Now that the tower has stopped shaking for a second, Confucius looks back on how weird this climb has been. He thinks about how top hunters still live hard lives while he came from money and never had to go hungry, then immediately catches himself wondering whether any of this success is really his own skill or just the latest gift from the system. That hesitation costs him because he realizes he has let his guard down. He opens a skill card, golden light flaring out, and the system answers by telling him protection has let him use her name again when he needs to, which is a very polite way to say the divine cheat code is still active. Confucius grips a sword glowing with a pink-red core, and the memory clicks into place. In the flashback, he understands that the goddess of protection was the sword all along, so when the blade surges into a full holy form with yellow energy and blinding light, he finally sees the whole trick for what it is. The next wave of attention lands on Witch of the Black Dragon and Saint Isabel, and the crowd starts naming them out loud while a dragon looms in the mix. The last part comes out half shocked and half certain, because if those two are standing there, then the man in the red jacket is no small fry either. An older figure then announces that the 21st floor opens soon after the press conference, and he says he is looking forward to Confucius's performance. Confucius does not get to enjoy that for long, because an energy strike blasts him clean out of a building a moment later, which is one way to ruin a schedule. Back in the chaos, Witch of the Black Dragon and Saint Isabel stay close while Confucius agrees to tell them his secret method. Flame Emperor is still in the middle of the mess, and the corridor turns into a straight-up grapple match, because nobody in this tower can ever just have one calm conversation and leave it there. Confucius then steps into a stage moment with the glowing sword and the winged emblem below it, and the speech around him shifts toward the old Black Dragon line and Saint Isabel's reputation. He starts thinking through the weirder part of all this, how monsters can become constellations, and how that same logic seems to be hiding inside an item, then states the name Idol, the first of 5 holy swords. He follows that by bragging about the one thing he can actually be proud of here. No hunter died in this generation. Then the full spread of the 5 holy swords comes into view, and he asks everyone to look down for a second, which is a suspicious request no matter how shiny the weapon is. Confucius keeps pushing the thought until it turns into a real question, wondering where the other 4 swords are hidden. Before he can get an answer, the Black Dragon presence flares up again with Witch of the Black Dragon at its center, and the tower answers by announcing his new rank, King of Death, the new number 3 hunter. Saint Isabel cuts off the noise and tells the others not to bite on the provocation, because she plans to handle it herself. Confucius answers by pressing forward with his glowing sword and basically saying she started this mess first, which is a bold move when the whole room is already on edge. Even the goddess of protection is begging him to stop now, but the situation keeps spiraling because Sohayu has already fed the fire through scattered streamers. That's when Flame Emperor warns a zombie not to let its guard down, and the whole thing feels less like a duel and more like everybody trying to keep the room from exploding. King of Death shrugs off a question with a nasty insult at an American, then says he's still open for more, because the man clearly thinks interviews are just another battlefield. Right after that, the skyline cracks open with a dark tower and a burst of light, and a hand reaches up through pillars of energy as if the system itself is dragging the next act into place. King of Death keeps talking through the chaos, saying someone like that always serves as his compass, which is a weirdly calm thing to say while reality is bending around him. Then Confucius gets boxed inside a massive spectral figure, while Flame Emperor stares in shock, asking if they're getting transported by force, which means the tower has stopped pretending this is a normal fight. Blue lightning starts punching down through the windows, and the message is simple enough even without a lecture. If they want to keep challenging the tower, they have to keep casualties at 0. Above it all, Confucius rises through flowing white cloth and drifting energy, and the Witch of the Black Dragon is already trying to leave before anyone can pin her down. Saint Isabel gives her a practical warning to stay within bounds, and the Witch of the Black Dragon calmly explains the trick, saying leaving right after lighting the fire leaves a deeper impression. She follows that with a neat little strategy of saying the opposite of whatever Flame Emperor would say, which is honestly a career plan built on pure spite and strong PR instincts. She reassures King of Death that she knows how to handle the media, and then the whole thing lifts into a cyan and pink field before opening onto a city far below. That shift matters, because once the tower starts showing them the wider world from above, Confucius is no longer just fighting people in front of him. He's being pulled into something much larger. The onlookers react with open wonder, and the narration makes the stakes plain. These stories keep pulling people in, because they were forced to meet terrible ends for unfair reasons. Then the Great Library of Boundless Knowledge enters the picture, a record-keeping vault for many worlds, and now Confucius is standing in front of the machine that stores other people's endings. 3 enemies press in on Confucius while he struggles through the attack, and the scene snaps from awe back to survival without losing momentum. He's then framed with 2 red books and told he has challenged Skyscraper Tale the City, which turns this from a single battle into a selection trial built on whole apocalypse stories. The challenger tells him to choose 8 books from the apocalypses that have already been terminated, but Confucius answers with the only thing he can really offer here. He wants the real endings. That's the core of his climb now, because he isn't just looking for a way out, he's hunting the truth behind the stories that broke these worlds in the first place. The selection logic tightens around him next, with the explanation that he alone made appearances as characters in his own world, which is why he's being singled out. Then the count lands like a stamp on his file. 302 people are gathered, all of them already given aliases, and the final word hangs in the air with cosmic weight, calling them apocalypses. The figure orders them to enter the 8 worlds and save them from their fates, and that turns this from a tower problem into a full-blown rescue mission across dying worlds. Confucius hears it all while the city behind them looks like it has already lost the argument, which is a bad sign for anybody hoping this stays local. Confucius immediately asks the obvious question. If only selected people can challenge the tower, are they the only ones allowed to do it? The answer is that 3 people were enough to protect the Aegean Empire once, and that history is the sort of detail that makes the room go quiet before anyone can complain. Then the explanation sharpens. Some apocalypses get terminated, which sounds neat until you realize it means whole worlds getting wiped off the board. Confucius and the others are suddenly caught in the mess of one of those endings, and nobody is looking relaxed about it. A young man turns and faces a purple-haired woman in a cloak, and she cuts right to the point with a single question. Who is he? Before he can answer, the director starts warping the city around them, because Subtlety apparently missed the briefing and went home early. The director explains that this apocalypse ends because of water, which is a funny thing to hear when the whole world is already falling apart. Right after that, the system window flashes a note about the Sword Emperor's mother preferring victory over weakling, so even the help text in this place has standards. Confucius gets dragged into a violent clash, and the threat on the table is ugly. Obey, clear the first 20 floors, or get erased along with your memory. In the same breath, a purple-haired figure indoors admits they already got rid of the annoying extras, which is a cheerful way to describe a purge. Pressure closes in on the young man from every side, and one attacker swings hard enough to force a block or dodge. An older man spells out the real danger after that. The threat can throw them into any world it wants, whenever it wants, which is exactly the sort of sentence that ruins a whole day. Witch of the Black Dragon points out that all of this is being live-streamed, so now the crisis also has an audience. Confucius snaps at the great guilds and tells anyone loyal to their little dog and pony show to get out because he's done pretending this setup is honest. Another young man holds up a phone in the plaza and announces a live floor challenge, turning the whole thing into public spectacle. Witch of the Black Dragon then cuts in with the real priority, and before anyone can argue, red circular seals bloom out of nowhere and swallow the group in purple-black magic. A system message welcomes King of Death into the dungeon, and then the seals slam shut while everyone screams. The magician follows with an explanation that sealing magic is his specialty, and that their relationship is basically guest and owner, which is a wildly polite way to describe kidnapping. King of Death gets rewarded with 900 points, and then the maids are officially assigned to serve him until the 30th floor is cleared. That is immediately followed by Confucius raising his weapon while a maid watches, because apparently the tower also thinks this is a normal work environment. Witch of the Black Dragon checks her character window and decides that if they are being live-streamed, she has to act nobly, even if clearing the stage comes second. Then the scene widens into 3 hooded figures in a vast library and a burst of bright pink magic like the tower keeps changing genres just to stay annoying. At an ornate palace, a tall figure tells a shorter woman, Sylvia, that she is his other half. Someone nearby wonders if she is only acting this way because she is hiding a taste for romance, and the next touch seals the connection in a flash of light, as if fate itself just signed a contract. A final male voice sizes up the group by genre and gender, pointing out that there are few hunters in the romance group while the martial arts group is packed with men. That's the moment the stakes widen fully for Confucius. This isn't just a tower trial anymore, it's a multiverse full of stories, and he's standing right in the middle of the chaos. Confucius takes stock of the whole mess and realizes the tower is already tangled up with stories bigger than survival, the kind where one side gets dragon blood and another just wants peace. That's a cute little detail until the room starts treating those labels like actual destiny. Then the scene snaps into devil imagery, and the whole thing starts feeling less like a trial and more like a storybook where bad luck just walked through the door. Even the warning sounds dramatic enough to annoy a librarian. Flame Emperor looks at the others and calls out the obvious. Some people are performing for the moment, and high-level hunters care about pride whether it helps them or not. The insult lands because he says it like he's already above the room. A man crosses his arms across from a woman in combat gear, and the next instant, something slams the conversation sideways with pure shock. Nobody gets to finish being cool when Force decides to interrupt. The martial arts clan steps in with its banner, making it clear they are not just bystanders in this crossover circus. Confucius can see at a glance that this is turning into a lineup of genres, not a normal floor run. A hooded masked figure presses in with a dry little challenge, and the answer comes back just as clipped. It's the kind of exchange that tells Confucius the room is already split into sides, even if nobody wants to say it out loud. Confucius admits it straight. Seeing people this serious outside romance just feels awkward to him. That's when the whole thing tilts even harder into genre mixing chaos, which is somehow the least comforting sentence in the building. A suited man throws his arms wide and screams as red and white power bursts around him, like he's trying to shout over the end of the meeting. At this point, the room is less a strategy table and more a live demonstration of why everyone should have stayed home. Witch of the Black Dragon shrugs and agrees to play along if they insist, which is a lot of confidence for someone saying yes to this nonsense. Her tone makes it sound like romance is just another arena rule she can tolerate. Another man admits he has never read a romance novel in his life, but he'll try it once, which is either growth or a terrible sign. The tower keeps handing out genre roles like cards, and nobody looks prepared for the hand they drew. Then the world suddenly gets romantic in the most ruined way possible, with a man and woman embracing inside a shattered city. Somebody sells it as a new Adam and Eve story, and that is a very bold pitch when the street behind them looks dead. Confucius leans into the absurdity and asks about mysteries too, rattling off Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson like he's collecting proof that he belongs in every story at once. That's the real problem now. He isn't just inside the tower, he's becoming the guy who can move through all these worlds. A nuclear blast wipes across the horizon in a red-yellow bloom, and the warning attached to it makes the stakes brutally clear. This is a world that may already be too far gone to save cleanly. Confucius isn't looking at a single fight anymore. He's staring at the kind of disaster that turns every choice into a race against extinction. Finally, the system window answers him with Inquisitor data, and the reaction tells him he has hit a nerve he wasn't supposed to touch yet. Confucius now stands at the center of a much bigger board, where stories, identities, and destruction are all colliding at once. Previously, Confucius gets dragged through a tower that keeps smashing genres together, and every faction in sight argues while the floor keeps getting worse. Then the bigger problem shows up: cross-world rules, forbidden data, and a threat with assassin energy so nasty it turns the whole room into a warning sign. Now Confucius is forced to track how the tower works across worlds. And that matters because once the 50th floor opens, hunters from different worlds start crossing into each other's business. Shiny also reveals that someone she named has already traveled between worlds, which is exactly the kind of information that sounds small right up until it ruins your week. The conversation narrows to a challenger limit for the annals of Heavenly Demon, and the name alone makes the room feel more dangerous. Then a warrior pushes back as the constellation activates its aura, which tells Confucius this is no lecture anymore, it is a fight with teeth. The warning lands hard. One hunter already let his guard down and got killed, so nobody here gets to relax. Constellation Assassin steps in with red eyes and a pressure so heavy it looks like he brought the whole murder mood himself. Constellation Assassin answers with a blast of force that tears up everything in front of him, and Confucius immediately understands why people die around this guy. In the middle of that chaos, the woman spots him and realizes he is the shop owner Marcus visits all the time, which is a very awkward thing to notice while an assassin is actively flattening the place. Constellation Assassin goes straight for the kill, declaring that he will split the target's presence and seal it away. Confucius is then revealed below in a grand throne room, with Shiny looming overhead, and suddenly the whole thing feels less like a skirmish and more like a judgment with furniture. Confucius blurts out that he is the King of Death and says it has only been a week since he got that alias, which is not much time to get comfortable with a title that ominous. Shiny agrees, and the clash detonates at full force right after, because apparently nobody in this tower enjoys a calm conversation. When the smoke clears, Shiny hits him with the real insult. He has already become emperor of the whole continent, and now she is looking at him like he somehow did that between breakfast and lunch. Confucius and Constellation Assassin are still standing, but the assassin clearly has the edge, so the next exchange is already looking expensive. Shiny then makes the price of help clear, because dragging someone through a miracle does not come free. Confucius responds by pointing out that entering apocalypse means real death, then praises the pharmacist nearby, which is his way of saying he would very much like this nightmare to remain hypothetical. The scene shifts to a side-by-side setup for her debut and his retirement, and Confucius lifts the colorful potion vials for the crowd as the contest gets formal. The rules are simple enough to be rude about it. Make the potion, compare the results, and let the bottles do the arguing. The winner gets stamped loud and clear with a glowing win, and that result pushes the comparison into something bigger than a craft contest. With the herb in hand, the woman points out that the King of Death and the King of Medicine may both be kings, but they have lived in wildly different worlds, so the gap is not just talent, it is experience. Then she calls Confucius out for saying the whole thing is being broadcast to an audience, because if that is true, he has just dragged everyone into a public performance. He grins anyway and warns that if she fails to match the image he sold, his reputation gets wrecked, which is a very bold thing to say while standing next to a potion contest and a live crowd. Confucius grabs at the King of Medicine, and the glowing potion erupts with enough energy to make the room look briefly offended. Flame Emperor stands opposite him in a hard confrontation, and that is the point where the contest stops pretending to be polite. The crowd jumps at the potion on offer and starts asking if they can buy it, because once the bottle starts throwing lightning around, everybody suddenly becomes a customer. Another surge rips downward in blue light, and the room goes from excited to medically concerned in a blink. The woman snaps back that King of Death is no rookie and does not have a rotten mindset, while she keeps that red vial right in view for everyone watching. That keeps the rivalry squarely in public, where every word now matters as much as the potion itself. Then the whole thing widens into a bigger announcement. All characters for this apocalypse have been chosen. The setting shifts out into an urban stretch crackling with purple lightning, and the tone changes fast enough to make the room feel like it just got drafted. The warning lands hard next, because anyone who dies inside the apocalypse dies for real. That turns the selection from a flashy invitation into a death sentence with paperwork. An older man answers with the calm of someone who has already seen too much, saying he takes pride in frontline work and has even joined the 10T before. He then spots a red potion bottle and asks if that is the one she made, which is a polite way of saying the bottle just became evidence. A separate voice speaks into the void and says he recently realized he should be more mindful of others, which is a funny time to develop manners. Right after that, Blade Saint gets hugged by a blonde woman, and the warm glow around them makes the whole thing look weirdly holy for a second. The mood sours again when a woman questions a man's competence, and he fires back in pure rage about damned pupils trying to send him to a trash rural village. That is not the kind of complaint you usually hear from someone holding a potion bottle, but here we are. She pushes him into another round, and the tension spikes as the group braces for the answer. The clash starts snapping loud enough to feel physical, like the air itself is getting hit with the edge of the argument. He answers by activating potion magic and blasting the area in a huge flash of light, turning the exchange into a straight-up power contest. Poisonous Viper is still in the middle of all this, staring down the approach from below while the standoff keeps tightening. With the dust barely settling, Demon, the older man officially names 4 people as new members of the Annals of the Heavenly Demon. Then another man immediately starts boasting about luck with a potion bottle in hand, which is exactly the sort of sentence that makes everybody else watch their pockets. The Heavenly Order leader cuts in with authority, but the exchange keeps sliding toward open conflict instead of ending cleanly. When someone tells King of Medicine that is enough, he refuses to give up his seat, so now the argument has furniture involved. He backs off with an apology and praises the woman's skill as a pharmacist, but the peace does not last long. The Heavenly Order leader and the other side keep trading energy until the whole thing feels less like a negotiation and more like pride with a pulse. Someone even calls on the goddess of medicine to share her potions, and the woman answers by glowing with power as the pressure keeps rising. Poisonous Viper decides he will lose on purpose to save face, but before that plan can settle, the entire exchange tilts again and the room starts yelling for Paladin to step in. The fight goes feral from there. One combatant pushes harder, red energy wraps the body, and a demonic figure roars with its mouth wide open right beside the melee. By the time the scene fills with red waves and cracking force, the whole arena looks one bad decision away from collapse. At the end of that surge, the woman draws a wooden sword and lets demonic energy crawl over it, declaring bloodline and the true power of the demonic cult. So the rival game stops being about potions and reputation and turns into a straight-up fight over whose power gets to define the next round. The talk in the floating stone chamber keeps snapping back and forth, with the cooperator librarian's line hanging over the whole mess like a grim little receipt. Then the woman brings a pen or needle right up to the demon's open mouth, and the threat turns physical in a hurry. The story slams into a blizzard as they stand together and say they are here to save the world from apocalypse, which is a very big job for 2 people in heavy snow. Around them, the dead lie as if disease took them down flat, and the scene makes a point of it. If they die lying down, that is how they stay. The woman finally names the weapon and shows its true nature, revealing a heavenly demonic wooden sword soaked in the essence of the demonic cult. Confucius watches her think it through, and she answers with a kind of calm that usually means something awful is about to work. She swings the wooden sword with demonic technique, and the blow lands with enough force to make the blizzard feel personal. Confucius snaps into a protective stance beside her, because once a weapon starts wearing cult energy like jewelry, standing still is a bad hobby. Confucius spots distant figures moving through the snowstorm and calls the others' attention there before the whiteout swallows them again. That warning matters, because the next beat is a brutal proof that something rotten is spreading across the front. The woman gets hit by a curse or backlash, and demonic force leaves a mark inside her body as if the infection is claiming territory. Confucius reacts in shock just as something new starts to stir, and the whole storm answers with a fresh, ugly awakening. Storm text hangs over the chaos, first calling it a genre in decline, and then a world in decline. Like the battlefield itself is filing a complaint. Below that sky, bodies drop, the snow goes still, and the whole front looks emptied out except for the damage. The woman sneers that the man should be the one saying goodbye to his pitiful martial arts factions, and a masked figure looms behind her to make sure the insult lands. Then the infection spikes again, and people across the field twist into demonic forms like the disease is learning fast. An older man hauls a younger person along in open shock, then gets hit with a cold answer about bloodsuckers retreating only for the moment. In the snow beyond them, 4 figures hold their ground while a larger group stays frozen across the valley, which is not the sort of formation that inspires confidence. The woman keeps pressing the advantage, sneering at where the elite fighters have gone, and the masked man grabs her while declaring this world doomed already. The next cut makes that blunt. A creature with severed heads keeps losing its movement the second its heads come off, so at least that rule is easy enough to follow. Confucius stands amid Jiangxi's soldiers and snow with a glowing blue demonic sword in hand, now right in the middle of the winter slaughter. He even talks about throwing a companion into the fight and then gets grabbed from behind, because apparently everyone in the storm has chosen violence as a team sport. The masked man calls on the Great Yomra, then drops down with his arm outstretched while enemies loom above him. Confucius answers by saying he'll wipe out the frozen targets while they can't move, and the plan turns into a very literal execution window. 2 young fighters crash together in an energy clash after one is insulted, and the response is basically to double down out of spite. One of them then throws out a green stripe, while Confucius keeps walking through the snow and says he'll have to crush their brains one by one, which will take a while but still beats letting them keep walking. The purple and red blasts slam together so hard the whole snowfield flashes. Confucius keeps his eyes on the creatures in front of him, and the group starts talking fast because this fight is turning from a clash into a full-on problem. One fighter spells it out. The real war is against the Orthodox faction, and the clock is already ticking down to the world's doom. The masked man checks the creature's warmth and decides they are not Jiangxi, which is great news only if you enjoy your horrors in different flavors. A blue-white weapon comes up to meet the threat, and another man steps in as Walsion, the master of the Martial Artists Alliance, making it clear this old feud has been simmering for a while. Confucius calls for Shiny right as the creatures are knocked apart in the air, because standing still here is how you end up as snow seasoning. Shiny answers in a glowing form, and the woman on the other side flat out refuses to let her followers get killed. Confucius and Shiny press the attack together, and her golden strike tears through the front line, while the others keep the pressure from collapsing. Then the chase gets uglier. One woman reveals she knows exactly what is spreading. The old man goes stiff with alarm, and the group bolts when the enemies close in behind them like a bad decision with legs. A young man hoists a glowing weapon and throws out the kind of line that means nobody is trusting promises anymore. Around them, zombies keep pouring through the snow, and Confucius is still holding the line while the whole pack tries not to get swallowed. The fight splits sideways into a separate confrontation as the old man and the woman square off, and the tension jumps from running to striking. He lashes out with a poisonous attack, and the next heartbeat carries that violence straight into a new face-off nearby. Flame Emperor steps in, pointing at the black-haired man and barking about a character window, because subtlety did not make the trip. Soon after, he stands before a massive stone cavern and claims it as his dwelling, which is either intimidating or just a very dramatic way to say he found a cave. Inside, someone starts grilling the others about their bizarre dishes and groomed looks, trying to figure out where they even came from. The dark-haired woman answers that they have been living off energy balls for about 2 years, while another voice adds that doctors and martial arts masters all failed to cure the plague. The next exchange turns physical again as weapons clash and the commander comes down hard with a ferocious swing. Confucius stays in a defensive stance while the blows crash in around him, and even the background starts feeling crowded enough to bite back. Flame Emperor grabs the black-haired man and starts explaining how Poisonous Viper might read martial arts, while a green-haired onlooker panics that eating only those energy balls is nowhere near enough to stay healthy. The whole mess then jumps to a heavenly demon technique and a sky-piercing golden axe strike, which is a very rude way to end a conversation. Flame Emperor yells at the black-haired man that he only cares about himself, and the older man keeps shouting in the background like this is somehow helping. Weapons slam together, demonic swords bite into each other. The old man lands a hit that leaves Confucius yelling, and then the cave opens onto a hot spring like the place just decided to get weird on purpose. The masked man answers with a blast of magic that tears up the ground, and his insult lands with the explosion. These two have been living on scraps, so of course they can barely cross a snowfield. Confucius gets dragged straight into the force of it, and the whole recovery talk gets interrupted the rude way by violence. The woman cuts through the chaos and explains that this place was found long ago, then orders everyone to wash up while she goes hunting for food. It's a practical little reset, the kind that says nobody here has time for drama unless the drama is edible. An old man watches the group and points out the weird part out loud. They were ready to kill each other a moment ago, yet they have kept fighting side by side for 3 years. Then the elder shoves a bowl of red liquid into the argument and tells everyone to shut up and eat, because age has apparently no authority over appetite. Above the battlefield, a massive celestial Buddha appears, hanging over everything like the place itself is judging their posture. That forces the next explanation into focus, because now Confucius can see that this group's defense style is not just rough fighting, it is something far stranger and more disciplined. The observer says Confucius's face block looks like the descent of the great Buddha, then starts talking about a 1,000-armed Buddha technique, as if that is a normal thing to compare hand fighting to. The old man immediately derails the moment by complaining about the two of them holding hands since they arrived, then tells Poisonous Viper to back off, which is a brutal way to police someone's personal space. One of them tastes the food and reacts like the bowl just solved all his problems, while a glowing creature with huge eyes hangs in the background like it also wants a bite. The mood does not stay cozy for long, because the next reveal is a corpse bound inside a wooden coffin with chains and spikes, which is a very specific kind of bad news. Marcus screams that he is not being left behind, and the dark purple figure answers by correcting a misunderstanding about their method. The woman names the figure as the leader of the Wudong sect, so Confucius is now listening to a lecture from somebody who definitely does not sound like a health teacher. Marcus blows up over being told to stay in second place forever, and Confucius is right there to hear the tantrum turn into a lesson about body control. The answer is brutal. They use internal voices to block the cervical vertebrae and keep dark energy from taking over, which is a horrifying sentence to hear while standing near a food bowl. The explanation gets tested immediately when someone gets struck and the whole room snaps back into motion. Confucius then confirms the real trick behind soaring blades. Internal force wraps the sword and makes it fly, so the technique is less about swords being magical and more about people treating their own bodies like a weapons platform. A red-haired man makes a sound and creeps toward a sleeping zombie, then slides under the covers with a hiss. That move is so suspicious it deserves its own arrest warrant, and sure enough, the next explanation makes the danger plain. These bodies are being run by dark energy, not ordinary blood and breath. Two of them check whether the target is asleep and decide to hurry while he still is, but the body on the bed is already more than it looks like. Confucius sees the inside of the thing packed with dark energy. Then it jerks upright in a burst, and the lecture turns into a live demonstration. The red-haired man finally calls it out. He knew something was off about both of them from the moment they met. He pieces together the whole ugly answer, explaining that they have been using soaring blades on their own bodies all the time, because the freezing weather forced them to wear light clothing and rely on internal force just to survive. The woman adds the next piece. The man managed to stay sane for a year after his arm was bitten, which is about the least comforting medical report imaginable. Then the glowing water field comes into view, with all three of them maintaining themselves through internal force, and she admits that this is how they kept the orthodox demonic war going. The red-haired man puts it together in one angry breath. They are both burning extreme internal chi just to keep the dark energy from taking over. That is why they can keep fighting, and why this war has already dragged on for 3 years now. The woman says her power comes from her great mother, and Confucius immediately hears the part that matters. This is not some neat trick, it is inherited force with a source behind it. The red-haired man tries to cut in, but the dark-haired woman waves him off, keeps her power tower humming and tells the old man that he already knows everything anyway. Then the conversation turns grim because someone states the rule these people live by. They simply choose to die on their own terms. Confucius watches the logic snap into place when another speaker points out that the bodies were moved based on different death dates, which means somebody has been rearranging the dead like evidence at a crime scene. The next answer makes the whole situation even worse, because recovery alone takes at least 120 days, and that is before the worst case gets involved. Against the pale sky, the line lands hard. Everyone dies someday, which sounds obvious until you realize these people are using it like a timetable. A flashback cuts in to explain why the stakes keep spiraling, showing a succubus wearing a man down through intimacy instead of blade or poison. The speaker says 2 people who are still alive before this world ends will perish. Then the woman starts to correct herself and mutters that the number is actually hundreds of days, which is a lot of confidence to lose in one breath. That messy explanation leads straight into a challenge, and someone finally demands a duel till one side surrenders or dies. Confucius steps in and says he will do whatever it takes to buy more time, so nobody should stop the research now, because if the world is the thing they woke up in, then saving it is not optional. The flashback keeps twisting the knife as the succubus starts gentle, then slowly cranks the pleasure up until the man becomes addicted to the fatal part of it. By the end, he dies from the intensity, and the whole lesson is brutally clear. The easy version was never the point, only the escalation was. An elder accepts the duel, and the woman beside him promises to do her best within her limits, and expects the others to do the same. Weapons clash right after that, and the tension finally leaves the talking stage and starts breaking into actual combat. Now the woman is framed as a future master alchemist, which is a nice title right up until the mountain view reminds everyone that strong bodies still die eventually. She stands behind the elder in the mountain wind and says that even someone built to withstand a sword blade is still headed for the grave, so durability is not salvation. The fight shifts into a snowy field where the woman clashes with another man, and the impact snaps across the ground. She keeps talking through it, saying that at the same time he is choosing what kind of life he wants to live as a martial artist, which is a very philosophical thing to hear while somebody is trying to stab you. An elder man jolts in shock when the situation turns into something he clearly did not expect. Then an armored, glowing form fills the moment with eerie lines, and the duel gets pushed one day forward instead of ending cleanly, because these people keep buying tomorrow with pain. Someone flat out says this method of death is unacceptable, and Confucius hears the kind of stubbornness that keeps broken people moving. A glowing white blade answers that refusal with a simple "leave it to me," which is exactly the sort of sentence that means trouble is about to get organized. In the dark, a woman tells a man that the world has changed and his head would not normally still be attached, calling him a child of foreign land. The old man immediately protests when she starts showing off her skill, and the whole exchange feels like a warning disguised as a lesson. The elder then explains that his body is not obeying him properly and wonders how far the Jiangshi have gone, while zombies cross the snowy ground past the 1,000-li limit. Confucius watches the floating, inverted form overhead and gets the worst possible summary of the whole mess. Even with absurd internal force, nobody can keep this up forever, and everyone still dies someday. The old man turns toward the threat and throws out the only question that matters now. How long until that internal force finally gives out? The answer is the sort of thing nobody wants to hear when they are already running on fumes. A woman jumps in fast, begging the old man to help again, and dangling her past recipes like a ransom note made of cooking. She is trying to buy one more miracle with food, and in this mess, that is almost a serious plan. A week passes inside the cave-like shelter, and the group settles into the grim routine of surviving one more day. Confucius stays with the problem long enough to hear the explanation deepen instead of improve. The woman points to the heart, the lungs, and the upper dantian as she explains where the body starts to fail and where the effort has to be aimed. Then she tells them to do as she asks, with a strange warning that someday they will meet someone better than themselves. Since they landed in the apocalypse, the lesson keeps narrowing down to one brutal truth. Survival depends on training the body until it can sit still through pain. One person takes that advice so literally, he drops into lotus position and slips into nirvana like his brain got tired of arguing. Another figure sits in deep meditation as light gathers around them, and the stillness turns heavy instead of peaceful. That kind of breakthrough is nice right up until the body decides it is finished, and one man dies after running his internal force dry. Confucius immediately cuts through the despair and tells the alchemist to put her talents toward finding a cure. He is not interested in pretty theories if they do not save anyone. Flame Emperor gets addressed by the title King of Death and is asked to leave, which is a wild thing to say to a top hunter in the middle of a crisis. Nearby, a woman keeps a magical flame alive because there is absolutely no sunlight, and she admits she is scared of the day when she and the old man can no longer stand at all. The story snaps back 3 years into the past, when the cult still had up to 1,000 followers. The old man starts laying out what real skills are needed, while the next order on the list is as cheerful as a medical emergency in a bowl. Bring 6 more zombies, more samples from children, and anything else he asks for. Divine statues flare into view, and one character realizes his body is locking up completely. Right beside that, the alchemist stands ready with glowing skill cards, which is a reassuring sight until you remember what sort of research this group is doing. Confucius finds the old man dying on the ground, and a woman staring at him with that cold, colorless look that says the end is already here. She accuses him of carrying the orthodox faction in one hand, the path of light grudge in the other, and still acting like he can dodge what he built. The warning goes out to the zombie to watch for key overflow, but the next threats arrive in darker forms than that. A voice promises death will not be peaceful. A corpse lies bound in heavy chains, and then the zombie pushes through rain while red ki bursts around him like the fight is leaking out of his skin. A cloaked figure orders someone to get up, and the distance-watching crowd only makes the moment colder. Then the old man starts coughing violently as a dark weapon slams down, and the whole thing turns from tense to ugly in one hit. The research report lands next, explaining that infection needs time to spread through the brain, so the team has organized the results instead of pretending they have a miracle. The scientist admits they used every power they had and still cannot create a cure, which is a brutal way to close a notebook. Then the fighting starts talking back to all that research. The Demon King throws down a sword challenge. A woman tells the Martial Arts Alliance master to stop apologizing and get up, and a glowing jade and white axe comes crashing down before a final strike flashes out with enough force to make the cure talk feel very far away. The woman refuses to buy the excuse that this legendary fighter can die to a disease after uniting the 9 clans and 5 noble clans against them. He answers by lifting the jade axe back into view, basically handing the fallen man his own old pride with a side of cruelty. An observer clocks the zombie's condition and realizes she has pushed past a transcended demon by burning through every bit of internal force she has left. The old man lies there in agony, and then the zombie keeps mutating anyway, because stopping politely is clearly not on the menu. The zombie admits that even if she came back in her prime, she would still lose most of the time. That confession lands right as Confucius's face tightens with rage and helplessness, which is a bad combo when the next scream starts shaking out of the body on the ground. She erupts into a monstrous declaration about the flood burying Songshan Mountain and resentment rising from heaven and earth, turning the whole battlefield into a funeral threat. Confucius reaches down and grips the old man's hand, but all he can get out is that he can't do this. A man looks at the zombie and spits out that it is pathetic. Then another fighter moves in front of a woman to block the zombie's attack. That guard immediately admits his innate energy is spent and his internal force is gone, so the fight is now running on panic and stubbornness. Confucius tries to speak through the tears and can barely force the words out. Nearby, an armored figure cinches chains around an incapacitated prisoner while muttering that martial arts are forgotten chivalry, and chivalry are forgotten martial arts, which is a pretty grim little philosophy lesson to hand someone in chains. The zombie keeps searching for Namgung Woon. Then another woman says her own time has arrived while his is running out. Confucius wraps the victim in a desperate apology, and the younger man starts shouting for him to become something greater while warning him not to go near the targets. The zombie throws down one final challenge to the demon lords of the martial arts world. Then the moment turns intimate and ugly all at once as someone leans in close over the dying man. Power surges up in purple and white, and the being finally names itself King of Death. The woman says she can't even trust her own sight anymore, and asks him to kill her while she still exists. Confucius answers with the cruelest part of her earlier logic, reminding her that if becoming a Jiangshi means not really living anyway, then death itself stops being the point. Confucius says he believes in her, and the next wave of energy blasts everyone backward. When the dust settles, the battlefield goes dead quiet, and the man finally turns on the whole promise of the great orthodox demonic war, asking if this wrecked outcome is what was supposed to bring glory. The dark figure answers with action instead of words, slamming the blade into the ground and tearing the battlefield open before walking away. Red energy hangs in the aftermath, which is a lovely little farewell if your definition of lovely is everything is ruined. The red ruin settles into a final verdict. The corruption takes everything it touches, and what's left is only the kind of silence that follows a very bad idea. The woman floats in white light and admits she's afraid, which gives the whole mess a brutally human shape for about 2 seconds. The man cuts straight through the sentiment and tells her she could have gathered followers for a real victory, not a mass suicide dressed up as resolve. She answers with one dead simple line: it's all meaningless. That despair hangs in the air while the red energy keeps chewing the battlefield apart, and a lone figure stands there like the cleanup crew nobody hired. Then the scene snaps to a survivor alone in the snow, so the cost finally has a body attached to it. From there, the struggle turns into training through misery. A woman punches while a voice drags her back to the cold she felt in that moment. She starts remembering rain, abandonment, and the ugly possibility that nobody came back for her on purpose. That memory crushes down into a clash, energy lines crossing hard while one fighter drops motionless on the dark ground. The lesson lands right after. Whether you swing a sword or cast spells, internal force decides who wins and who gets folded into the floor. Now the combatants face off in the arena, and the instructor starts explaining spiritual battle like he's forced to teach a class he hates. He spells out that the demonic cult carries stronger spirits, so learning this side of the fight means understanding the world's dirtier rules, instead of pretending they don't exist. The woman refuses to back off and says she wants to learn anyway, even as cards appear between them and demonic martial power starts flaring. That stubbornness backfires fast, because the instructor can already see she poured everything she had into the attempt and is about to pay for it. She still pushes at him, demanding to know why he sounds mad about her learning from someone else, and he answers without really dodging the hurt underneath. Then the sword comes down with a massive burst, because this lesson apparently needs a wrecking ball. The man grins, glowing skill card hovering behind him, and says he wants to tackle this floor perfectly. He starts breaking down the overhead sword technique as he fights, explaining that the strike's shape can look like a tiger charging in, which is a dramatic way to describe hitting something very hard with a sword. He almost loses the thread for a second, admitting he's not distracted by the fight itself, but by the fact that two people are apparently head over heels for each other. The energy keeps building anyway, and he pushes the technique all the way to an ending blow. Another fighter drives forward on raw anger, remembering the feeling of being pinned down by bandits and turning that pain into power. The attack slams into an armored opponent, who screams under the pressure while the whole exchange turns feral in a hurry. After that burst, the conflict drops into a rougher, more personal beat. A man confronts a woman about where she stole an item from, and she answers by asking for a chance instead of trying to run. That leaves him standing in a rocky arena with a dagger and blood on his clothes, which is not exactly a reassuring resume. A snowy body lies still with its eyes closed, and the scene makes the cost of all this pain painfully concrete. Then the man activates a skill in a wash of purple and red energy, and the woman wonders if she's worthy while he just stares at her and keeps the pressure on. Blue-white energy detonates with a sharp crack, and Confucius immediately pushes the skill to its limit. It brings out the shapes of demonic entities, but he can only see them clearly, not fully grasp the demonic heaven's power behind them. The pressure lands hard enough that someone rushes in to treat the injured body, blaming aura exhaustion and moving to give fluids. Confucius has already spent too much to keep this clean, so the next exchange starts feeling less like a spar and more like a lesson with knives out. A robed figure answers with purple magic and names a child Bakgang, then immediately drags that child into the demonic cult as Bakgang So. In the red-lit realm, the order is simple and ugly. Burn them, because this cult feeds on humanity's screams and suffering. Confucius squares up in combat stance, while the red aura thickens around the swordsman's philosophy lesson. The man insists a sword sharpened by anguish cuts deeper than balance technique, and the woman at his side snaps that it's impossible until she sees the doctrine firsthand. The kneeling man still stands by his beliefs, which gets him an incredulous reaction, but the real punchline is that the cult's apex still ended up crying in agony before she died. That defeat hangs over everything, and the next explanation makes the cult's recruitment look even uglier. It only takes children abandoned by the world. A close-up catches the woman's scream. Then the scene cuts to Confucius confronting the cultist just as the man spits out anger over his technique. The woman dares him to show the three-sword technique, and the cult leader immediately demands to know where he learned the godly arts of the cult. That clash gives way to the kind of permission that sounds almost kind if you ignore everything around it. A woman tells a child they may live however they want, and another exchange follows with a flat yes, very much. Then comes the warning wrapped inside the mercy, since the speaker says the child's nature is not rooted in malice, so he is being let be. The backstory hits like a dirty file dumped on the table. Crop failure, a mother working at a brothel, and sword-wielding men attacking the village. The other side answers with its own misery, saying the village fell sick, the father beat him, and he ran away, which is exactly the sort of childhood that turns a person into a cautionary tale. One woman offers a comfortable life if the child wants it, but the image beside that promise is all flames, red leaves, and an ornate staff in hand, stamped with the demonic order's identity. The contrast is doing a lot of work here, and none of it is subtle. The misery keeps stacking when the child admits even a grandfather used to beat him, and a poison jar comes into focus as the thing left behind. Then the question lands, why does a child work this hard, especially when old man Mo already lost enough to be carrying that kind of grief around? Confucius steps right into the middle of that pressure and asks whether the Buddha exists even in the depths of hell. That blunt question sets the test in motion. Defeat the Jiangshi, and he will be accepted as a student. The poison jar finally gets explained, and it is exactly as nasty as it looks, with poisonous creatures trapped inside and forced to fight each other. Another tragedy follows right behind it when Old Man Choi's second son is taken to build castle walls and reported to the government. And then the final command lands. Now, the test's reward finally comes into focus. If Confucius passes, he gets access to the true power of the demonic heavens, the sort of power that does not politely ask hunger to step aside. He draws his sword while the promise lands, because now this path is not about surviving a lecture, it is about striking back at the people who have never known what starvation does to a body. Then the doctrine gets uglier. The cult frames revenge as the answer for people crushed by unfairness, and Marcus casually adds that he has already beaten that little pharmacist 999,999 times, which is a very specific way to brag about ruin. The point is clear to Confucius, this place is not teaching mercy, it is teaching retaliation with a curriculum. Once that lesson sticks, the woman assigns Confucius a place to live and starts laying out the training route. First, he has to understand hunger as death, then he has to keep pushing until that pain turns into something usable, and the cult makes that sound almost orderly, which is rude considering the subject matter. He is then marched through the compound under armed escort, straight into the part where children are trained like they are being processed instead of raised. The woman explains that the farmers here are too old to learn martial arts, so they farm for the cult instead, and that is the kind of sentence that makes the whole place feel even worse. The routine shifts into hard discipline in the snowy mountains, where Confucius gets checked on cleanliness before the next lesson lands. He is told to master all 9 sword techniques, and the offer comes with enough weight to make it obvious this is not casual instruction. It is a full-on remaking of how he fights. The cult's pride comes out next when one of them says they are not here to eat and sleep for free. Then another figure leads Confucius onward and tells him to follow to the gate of filth. When the order comes to fall into the depths of hell, he does exactly that, because at this point, hesitation would be the real luxury. That drop carries him deeper into the cult's headquarters, where revenge on the world gets named out loud instead of hinted at. Meanwhile, the caretakers are already mixing salt and powder for the flood of new children coming in because the outside world is having a bad year and the cult is absolutely ready to cash in on it. Cut to a field at sunset, where the mood turns briefly quieter but no less grim. When Confucius answers with that blunt, practical edge of his, the woman confirms his commitment with a simple yes, and the whole exchange feels less like encouragement and more like somebody locking a door behind him. The adults then talk about Baekhyung's weird habits, especially how she keeps farming with them and even refuses to eat on purpose. That strange discipline gets sealed when she accepts Confucius as her student, and suddenly the path is no longer just punishment, it is instruction with a name on it. After that, the story pivots hard into the hunger technique itself. Someone wonders if that figure is a heavenly demon, and Flame Emperor snaps at Confucius for talking theory if he has never starved himself for 100 days, which is a fair point delivered with the emotional tenderness of a brick. The training vision turns violent as the two clash in mid-air, blue energy blasting between them, while Confucius lays out a brutal plan. Starve for 15 days, die, then relive the 15th day again and again. He says he will not eat, will repeat the peak of hunger, and will keep looping until the body learns what the technique needs, which is either genius or the sort of idea that should come with a warning label. That is exactly why the heavenly demon pushes back, saying swordplay alone will never master demonic heaven's godly arts, and drilling the rule into him. The stomach must be full, and sensation itself must be controlled. Confucius makes it plain that he does not want the woman known as the heavenly demon to end up dying like that, and the whole exchange lands like a fight over who gets to define survival. The doctrine gets one last nasty seal when someone dismisses him for mocking everything, only for another voice to call cynicism immature and basically a child's excuse for giving up. Pressed in combat, Confucius finally admits the limit of his own body. The longest he has ever gone without food is only 3 or 4 days, which means this new path starts way beyond comfort and straight into damage control. Years before all this, Confucius gets hit with a simple answer he is trying not to like. Only 3 days without food, and someone near him flat out calls that impossible. The complaint keeps going about seasons, harvests, and how a body should not be folding that fast, which is funny until you remember this is not a debate club and he is about to get thrown across the floor for it. The warning gets nastier from there, because the instructor points out that even the heavenly demon once endured 111 days on an empty stomach, and Confucius is nowhere near that level. Then he slams down hard, red aura still flaring off him, and the whole point lands. He is trying to force his way into a discipline his body has not earned yet. That is when the contempt comes out. The demon throws up a freezing weather challenge, basically asking how Confucius plans to keep aura running long enough to avoid freezing solid, and then writes him off as all mouth. The flashback cuts to farmers dragging mud-covered tree bark home for children, because the story wants the contrast hammered in with dirt under the nails. Some survive hard times, and some die with their kids, which is a brutal little summary for anyone hoping suffering comes with a neat rulebook. Back in that training pressure, Flame Emperor feels the demonic heaven's godly arts answering him and realizes he has never actually experienced starvation like this. He is bleeding from the mouth and chin by the time the thought settles, and that pain is the receipt for every borrowed movement he has been using. Confucius finally puts the real definition into words. True starvation is not skipping meals or pretending to meditate with a straight back. It is being unable to eat even when you want to. He rejects what he has been trying to become, then forces out the first form of the demonic heaven's godly arts anyway, because his body is arguing and his technique is winning. The breakthrough spikes into 100 Ghost reincarnation, with ghostly figures and cosmic light crowding around Flame Emperor while the art finally takes shape. Confucius seals the lesson in one line. Swordsmanship rooted in starvation is not about style, it is about people who die hungry and still keep moving until the end. A blonde figure turns toward an army and greets a liege, and then the flashback swings wider into the uglier historical memory behind the technique. Confucius thinks about starving farmers during his own exercise, and the narration makes it plain that this path was built from hard labor, drought, and the kind of hunger nobody photographs nicely. Countless droughts strip the land, reservoirs dry up, wells go dead, and villages abandon fields because there is nothing else they can do. The farmers keep plowing and digging anyway, which is either grim dedication or the world being rude to everyone at once. The old thread tightens into violence when a gray-haired figure brings up something the blonde one once destroyed, and the answer comes with the cold logic of mass death. Gather the corpses of people who starved in villages and farmlands, then bring them in. Confucius is watching a technique that is not just about power, but about harvesting the leftovers of catastrophe. An instructor snaps that the trainee is using demonic cult techniques, and the response is pure defiance. Before the argument can breathe, a brutal strike lands with a sharp change in energy, and when the dust clears, the count is blunt: 112 corpses. Years before all this, Confucius drops into a childhood flashback where the lesson is already ugly. Starving people still work the fields even when they know the effort is pointless. That's the kind of world this technique comes from, so the transformation keeps building while the memory teaches his body what hunger actually feels like. Back then, starvation isn't just being hungry, it's the whole world bleaching out, and Confucius hears that truth land hard as the memory turns his own stomach into a lesson he cannot ignore. Flame Emperor cuts into the moment with a blunt shove, while Confucius pushes past the noise and asks if this is really starvation. The answer comes from inside the memory itself. No, not yet, so he has to ground himself deeper into the starving man's mind before he can claim it. Confucius remembers why he's taking this punishment in the first place, because Heavenly Demon mocked him for never truly knowing starvation. That grudge keeps him locked in place until the pressure finally snaps the body, and the system flashes the clean little verdict: he dies. He comes down on cracked brown ground, reaching forward like the answer is still just out of range. Then the flashback widens into village life. He looks over people below, a man lies in a coffin at night, and the whole thing smells like survival trying to pass for normal. The starvation logic gets even stranger when a woman complains about a cookie made from flattened baked soil, and another voice asks why humans who come from the ground can't just eat dirt. This isn't philosophy, it's desperation with teeth, and one more speaker admits the real problem. His abilities vanish while the sick and pilgrims keep coming anyway. A man in a coffin says he was born on the river, lived his whole life there, and even dying on that river counts as a blessing. Right after that, hands start digging mud from the riverbanks, because when people are that desperate, they turn the bank itself into dinner prep. Those same hands flatten mud on stone under the sun, then hold up the dried pieces like they're actual food. The whole setup is so grimly practical that even the cookies look embarrassed about what they are. The memory keeps rolling until someone falls backward into a pit, and then a coffin drifts alone on a quiet river at night. Snow falls over the next recollection, and the point finally lands. Every move in that place comes out of starvation, right down to what gets buried and what gets thrown below. Back in the city at night, Blade Saint appears beside a shadowed figure, and then Castellan steps in and hugs another person as if trying to hold the whole mess together. The scene cuts straight from grief to logistics, which is rude but efficient. Confucius forces the trauma reenactment through, and the group starts eating the baked soil with wildly different reactions, while a warning reminds them to be careful. The system then stamps it complete, and that's the moment the pressure finally cracks open into a red blood surge. A skeleton reports that it is piecing together maps to locate remote farmlands and fishing villages, because apparently starvation now comes with field research. The system reacts again, the penalty expires in a snowy void, and something red rises out of the blast with glowing eyes while undead skeletons appear behind it. An official warns there will be a lot of backlash, which sounds less like a threat and more like a headache with paperwork. Back in the present, Confucius has forced his way through the starvation memory and into a higher stage of power, but the fallout is already lining up to hit him next. Years before all this, Confucius is still deep in the starvation memories, where people talk about turning the betrayed into blade work and counting the dead like supplies. A servant then reports 112 corpses that starved to death and drags them in for the liege, which is the sort of inventory that ruins anyone's appetite. The Castellan grips a golden artifact, and the whole thing snaps into ugly motion as power floods the room. Confucius doubles over, then laughs through it, looking less like a student and more like someone who has found the nasty part of the answer. Around him, women talk about being told to die, then point out a boat where another body lies half lost in the water. Confucius answers the world with bare hands and a burst of energy, because subtlety clearly missed the briefing. Heavenly Demon's insight clicks into place here too. Resentment and spite pull open demonic heavens, and that ugly rule starts steering everything that follows. On cue, someone orders the corpse's release, and the mess immediately spills into the dead body logistics problem nobody wants. The Beggars clan has a hard little ration called soil cookie, and before anyone can sit with that fact, a woman spots a corpse in the boat. Another figure spins through with red energy trailing off a visible blade, and Confucius goes straight at the undead, daring it to attack him. While the fighting keeps chewing through the shoreline, the survivors shift into grim camp rules. Swimmers catch fish and keep them between themselves, not the adults. Someone looks at the dead man and figures he starved on that boat, which makes the whole scene feel even colder than the water. The transformation lands hard enough that one figure finally names the new state outright, Heavenly Demon. Right after that, a gray-haired figure needles a blonde one about loyalty growing too much, and the blonde answers flatly that if the liege disappears, they disappear too. The undead answer with violence, one hit landing hard enough to draw a sharp cry, and another figure steps in with a quick, "Here, I'll show you." Confucius keeps getting dragged through the same lesson from different angles. Don't waste your life just because the world looks ugly today. A dead man's face sits there with that empty, expressionless stare, and the group finally spells out the tragedy they already smell in the air. They think he died of starvation on his boat, and someone even asks if he was a fisherman, as if a job title can soften the body on the water. Then the dead-end mood breaks, because one character raises a giant hand and slams the next motion into place. Heavenly Demon cuts in with a talk of a pharmacist creating a cure for disease, and acknowledges the student, and the whole thing shifts from starvation memory to training ground pressure. The praise gets sharper when Sword Emperor is congratulated on a splendid move, and then the sequence ends with an ultimate finish that feels like a clean cut through all the noise. Confucius answers by lifting a hand and activating ghost summons, which is the kind of upgrade that makes the room instantly worse for everyone else. A woman then orders corpses brought in from those who died of thirst, because one tragedy apparently was not enough for the day. When a figure flicks Confucius away and tells him he is ready for his next test, Heavenly Demon leaves one last warning hanging between them. There is still a debt they have not settled. Heavenly Demon drops back into the fight and snaps at Confucius for taunting her with wordplay, which makes it pretty clear she is done pretending this is a polite discussion. Confucius crouches low as she moves in, because when someone comes at you like that, standing still is just volunteering. Confucius spits out the obvious part nobody likes saying aloud. He has already died too many times before they even reach the 19th floor. Heavenly Demon answers by dragging up their old bet, reminding him she thought he would die less than 100 times while she guessed less than 99, which is an absurdly specific way to keep score. Heavenly Demon lays out the martial arts rule she is obsessed with, where the bond between master and student is treated as something far more serious than a normal exchange of skills. Then she reveals the Bloodsuckers, the demonic cult's elite combat unit made up of only the strongest fighters, and says they obey only her commands. A male voice cuts in with a new mechanic called a character window, and pink energy flickers in his hand like the system is showing off. Flame Emperor, the red-haired top hunter, immediately calls out the obvious with zero patience and asks if Confucius's ears are clogged because somebody needs to say the quiet part out loud. The opponent turns out to be a Bloodsucker fighter, so the difficulty spikes right there on the spot. A full profile window flashes up with stats and taste notes, and the whole thing reads less like a battle report and more like the world is trying to hand Confucius a personality quiz before the stabbing starts. Flame Emperor repeats himself with growing irritation, saying he only wishes he could spar with her, not whatever everyone else thinks he said. The Bloodsucker fighter answers with a quiet, damaged reflection about thirst and pain sitting in her mind, and that is enough to tell you this enemy is carrying something rotten under the armor. Heavenly Demon's inner thoughts flicker with a character window, and the little heart meter shows 3 out of 5 lit, which is a weirdly romantic detail for someone this dangerous. Flame Emperor explodes into profanity, and then Confucius catches the same hesitation in his own head as he rejects the idea of taking a student this late in life. Power surges through Flame Emperor's body, and the air around him turns loud enough to feel physical. Heavenly Demon sits in meditation and tells him to keep contemplating and keep wavering, like she is trying to let his own doubt do the dirty work for her. Flame Emperor admits he is jealous of the master of the Martial Artists Alliance, who was apparently born under far better circumstances than he was. That envy hangs in the air as the Bloodsucker fighter pushes her true power forward, and suddenly this fight stops feeling like a warm-up. The technique jumps a notch when the 9 forms of demonic heaven's godly arts are named, turning the clash into a straight-up martial art escalation. Confucius and the other fighter move together through the snow, with one of them catching and supporting the other just long enough to keep the exchange alive. Flame Emperor mutters that he really wishes he was not a ghost, which is a deeply annoying thing to hear right after a fight. Confucius listens in silence, then immediately spits out that bastard was absurdly strong, because sometimes the only honest review is profanity. The combat answers with a massive surge of water and ice streaking across the space like the whole field just got cut open by a freezing tide. Confucius cups a bright orb wrapped in red aura, and the next move is already burning in his hands before anyone can breathe. Confucius thinks about 112 corpses lost to hunger, including a child who survived on mud cookies before biting into something dry and cruel. The horror feeds straight into his sword philosophy, because now the blade carries screams and cries inside it, and Heavenly Demon notices exactly that. Heavenly Demon's eyes flare into huge red orbs as the pressure peaks, and she calls out the first form right in the middle of the demonic surge. Confucius then circles into the next layer of memory, remembering 48 corpses of thirst victims, including an elderly woman who drank mud just to keep going. With the ice landscape closing in, Confucius invokes demonic heaven's godly arts and keeps the technique moving. Then his mind latches onto a strange question about what even defines an apple, and that off-kilter thought lands right beside the brutality, like the world has lost the plot on purpose. The answer to all that hunger and freezing comes back as another memory. 96 corpses frozen to death, including an infant holding onto its dead mother until the end. That last image drives the point home cleanly, because Confucius is no longer just fighting with muscle or technique, he is forging a sword philosophy out of every way people break when the world stops caring. Years before all this, Confucius keeps thinking back to hunger in its ugliest form, a mother eating only the apple skin, after feeding the child the pulp, because there is never quite enough to go around. That image stretches into the frozen corpses, the child clutching dead family tight until the cold takes them too, and then into the kids who never even get a spoonful in the first place. That memory snaps into motion as Confucius pushes into the 4th form, and the cold, wet force of it starts swallowing the flashback whole. The point hits harder because he is not just remembering starvation, he is trying to give it a shape he can cut with. He thinks of mothers who cannot afford an apple, and the ones who can but still choose not to buy it. And suddenly the problem is not just poverty but human choice. However, once that door opens, he goes even further. Nothing in this world stays untouched by people, and no place escapes resentment. Ever since he starts learning about thirst, the memory changes again, because starvation is not some clean concept you can label and walk away from. It is the mud, the river, the taste of what you scrape from the ground, and a woman even has to correct the man on which mud is safe enough to scoop. Real advanced cooking if you enjoy eating dirt by accident. Then the dark figure looks at Confucius's demonic heaven's godly arts and realizes something is wrong in the shape of his power, while the violent liquid blast swallows everyone whole. Amid the chaos, the old man's answer lands with one brutal word: child. Confucius faces forward through the distortion, and the nightmare keeps breaking apart around him as the energy surges again. A woman cries out that even under injustice their people could not speak, and the old man holds the young Confucius close while the dark figure watches from nearby. That is when the deduction finally locks in. Starvation is children waiting for sunlight. Confucius blurts that he is a living, breathing human being, and the flooded wreckage spits him back up as he reaches toward the light. Years later, that same lesson turns into training pressure as the woman tells him to feel thirst the same way he felt starvation, right down to the ache. Confucius is not being taught a fancy trick here. He is being hammered into understanding that need itself can become a weapon. Back in the middle of the conflict, Confucius holds the ornate weapon and warns that it will not be easy, because Poisonous Viper is now in the mix. He also thinks back to how he once gave up on everything long ago, which makes the current struggle feel less like a duel and more like a man proving he still has somewhere to stand. Then he channels demonic heaven's godly arts again, this time through the first form, and the whole point finally crystallizes into the sword of starvation. That strike is not just force, it is his answer to every empty stomach and every body that had to keep waiting. Right after that breakthrough, Confucius drops his hands and asks to become the mentor student, and the request comes out strangely humble for a guy who just turned suffering into a sword style. The mentor accepts, makes it clear the real name is Confucius Kim, and says that someday Confucius's life will continue inside his own, which is a wildly specific kind of mentorship agreement. Confucius recoils when the elder says he already made a move in advance, then gets blasted hard enough to curse through the electric shock. After that, he ends up kneeling in the snow as the new student, and the whole thing closes with the bluntest possible explanation: it just happened. Heavenly Demon snaps back with violent force, and the room goes from tense to outright dangerous in one breath. Then she finally names herself Heavenly Demon Beikyang So, which clears up any remaining confusion about why everybody is suddenly so on edge. The master cuts through the chaos and formally accepts Confucius as his pupil, saying it that bluntly while the others are still trying to process what just happened. He even admits he worked hard to avoid making Confucius go through the ceremony of the 9 kowtows, which is a very strange thing to hear right after a near blast to the face. The tension spikes again as the woman pushes back and the master meets her head on, so the whole exchange turns into a live argument instead of a calm lesson. Then Poisonous Viper steps in and announces himself as the head of the Great Heavenly Order, because apparently this meeting still had room for one more intimidating title. Poisonous Viper turns to Flame Emperor and asks what martial arts really is, and the question lands like a challenge instead of a lecture. The two of them face off with electricity crackling between them, and that answer comes in the only language either of them respect. Poisonous Viper launches a massive counterattack and just roars through it, all raw pressure and force. While the fight keeps tearing forward, a dark figure barks at the old man for showing up with that miserable look on his face. And the answer is basically that everyone here has been screaming while trying to defend their own worlds. Poisonous Viper keeps pushing with overwhelming power, and the old man drags the conversation back to the ceremony of the 9 kowtows. The dark figure asks what that even is, and the setup is now in place for the ritual to stop being a name and start being a problem. The dark figure snaps at the nonsense and demands a sword duel, which is about as graceful as it sounds. Right after that, Flame Emperor and Poisonous Viper take the impact head on, and the clash makes it clear this is the kind of duel that leaves damage behind, whether anyone asks for it or not. A time-stamped voice cuts in at age 21 for Heavenly Demon, and the scene shifts into the ritual's history instead of the battlefield. From there, the authority figure lays out the kowtow rules for a kneeling child, and says not to worry about appearance, only to bow as far as the body can manage, which is a remarkably calm way to start something this brutal. Someone mutters, "again," and that single word carries the whole strain of having to repeat this thing over and over. Then Flame Emperor orders Confucius to kowtow before him, with the mind of someone about to be burned alive, even introducing himself as Suha Yu while he does it, because subtlety missed the briefing. The ritual's cost is spelled out immediately after that, with dozens of martial artists, officials, and clan members already dead in the wake of it. The authority figure explains the 9 kowtows in plain terms. 9 stages, each with a different mindset, and the first one is starvation, which finally gives the scene its real starting point. Confucius drops into submission, then stands among candles like he is already halfway through mourning himself. The next explanation follows close behind. It took 336 tries to copy the mind of a poisoning victim, then 189 kowtows to master the mind of an illness victim. So this path is less a lesson and more a punishment that keeps taking notes. The starvation mindset clicks in for Confucius as he recognizes it as a child waiting for the sun, which makes the whole thing brutally simple and brutally miserable. The master then confirms the ritual structure again, saying a master may keep demanding the ceremony of the 9 kowtows until satisfied, which explains why nobody in this room looks relaxed. The second stage starts with extreme pain, and the figure kneels through it while the authority explains that this next mindset is about carrying the suffering of others. A spirit calls Confucius an honorable child, and for a second the ritual almost sounds like praise instead of torture. Confucius keeps kneeling, but his thoughts drift to one person he cannot forgive, and the confession lands hard because he admits he does not even trust himself to see it clearly yet. That memory cracks open into the storehouse of the 9 Clans Alliance and 5 Great Clans, where shelves of martial arts texts sit like the real prize hidden inside all this pain. The spirit presses him again, asking what kind of life he has lived to become this honorable, and Confucius answers it with a flash of red carnage and both hands at his head. He is not posturing, not preaching, just desperate to stay alive. And that raw will is exactly what the chant of Baraya, Baraya, Agabaraya starts circling around as the candles keep burning. The spirit answers Confucius with a claim that sounds absurd until you remember where he stands. All the martial arts of this world belong to him, and he says he entered this place at age 212. That locks the whole ritual into place, because this is not just a lecture anymore, this is the old master deciding whether Confucius can carry what he's about to inherit. From inside the building, the third stage is named as the Transcended Demon, and the question turns sharper fast. What kind of life does a man have to live to become this honorable? Confucius drops to his knees under the light pouring down from above, which is about the only sensible reaction when a dead master starts grading your soul. The chant keeps rolling while Heavenly Demon stands there reciting the old words, and the story finally frames the cult's doctrine as something she carried in without even knowing its true weight. The spirit explains it with a blunt little philosophy lesson. If the sun is life, then shade is pain, and that pain is what the cult keeps circling back to. Confucius gets pulled into the doctrine itself, pressed close as the idea lands that the cult's teaching already lives inside his heart. Around him, the cult members swarm a young Baekang and basically argue that if screams have no meaning by nature, then the screams of their people should not be treated like they do either. That is a nasty way to build a religion, but it makes the room feel exactly as cruel as it needs to. Then the stage broadens again. Transcended Demon is defined as someone who can communicate the pain of all people, and the spirit doubles down that humans are unified through pain, not just by being alive and breathing. Heavenly Demon finally closes the lesson with the coldest line possible, saying there is nothing more she can teach him, which is how you know the student has survived the worst of it. Once the teaching ends, Heavenly Demon orders Confucius to show himself to the world, because hiding is no longer the point. She pushes it one step further by naming the next threshold, the 4th stage, Godly Demon, tied to the mindset of a mother who freezes to death while hugging her child. And suddenly this technique stops sounding like combat training and starts sounding like a way to survive impossible love. The spirit doesn't let him romanticize it either. He warns that the people you protect are not always good-natured, and the ones you save are not always noble, which is the sort of truth that ruins clean hero stories in one sentence. Heavenly Demon asks where Confucius wants to go, and he answers with the place where people are starving, because that is where his next step has to lead. A robed figure then gestures with a book and explains that this misery has been piling up for decades, and the 4th stage is named in the same breath as drug addiction, while the 5th form is still unknown. So the road ahead is already ugly, and even the teacher is only half a step ahead of the problem. The spirit keeps stripping away any convenient fantasy. People you love will not be perfect, and that matters because Confucius is heading straight into a world full of imperfect people who still need saving. He answers anyway, saying that is exactly where he wants to go, and the chant of Baraya Baraya keeps him moving as if the words themselves have become a promise. The robed figure explains the storeroom more clearly now, saying all the world's martial arts have gathered here like a forest. Then a new dark-haired figure snaps at Confucius to kowtow again, and the instruction lands with a kind of rude confidence that says this place is still full of people who expect obedience on sight. The spirit answers with the mantra one more time and tells him his heart is a candle, so he needs to light it if he wants to see through others. Heavenly Demon sends him forward with one final affirmation, and the old relationship finally seals into place. This is no longer a lesson about endurance, it is a handoff. A robed figure asks if he accepts, Confucius says yes, and that simple answer finishes the ceremony without any drama trying to outmuscle it. Right after that, the narrator calls the 8th form death by burning, which is a lovely reminder that this inheritance comes with a very specific flavor of pain. That ritual payoff spills straight into the aftermath, because someone remarks that it has been too long since the two were infected by the Jiangxi virus. Confucius then confirms that the ceremony is over, and he has officially become a student of the demonic cult, which means the cure is no longer a theory but a real path he has to follow. The explanation gets brutally practical. To fully cure the disease, they have to get rid of it entirely. Confucius says he always wanted to destroy the coldness of this world, and that line connects the whole mess back to why he keeps walking into terrible places instead of running from them. Poisonous Viper steps in and asks how a young man ends up studying under the master of the Martial Artists Alliance, and the question hangs there because even he can tell this is not a normal career path. The doctor answers that they will have to remove the entire area, which is about as gentle as it sounds, and the explanation makes it clear the cure is going to be a full-on amputation of the problem, not a tidy fix. Confucius explains why he came this far at all. He knew he could not destroy the coldness with a sword alone, so he resolved to destroy the people who brought it. Poisonous Viper and the others then acknowledge him as precious and talk through how he ended up a student, with the accidental slip about martial arts turning into the sort of mistake that changes your whole life. At the end of it, Master begs Confucius to become his student after the situation turns troublesome, and that finally locks the relationship in place from the other side too. Confucius wanted peace, got dragged into chaos instead, and now the only way out is through the very training that keeps making his life harder. Confucius commits to the procedure even knowing it costs him personally, and the chanting starts to drag the whole thing into motion. As the bars of sound stack up, the break finally lands, the cure works, and the people around him realize the infection is being beaten back instead of just patched over. The price shows up right away, because the next words are all about what gets lost when the technique takes hold. Confucius answers that loss by treating his own heart like fuel, and Shiny practically lights up when she hears they actually found a cure. After the procedure, Confucius stands alone under the moon and tells the fire to wipe the place clean. The order is simple enough, but the intent behind it is brutal. If the sickness can be burned out, then everything tied to it gets burned with it too. That decision pays off in force, as the sword tears into the mountainside with enough power to leave the whole slope reeling. Even then, the official admits the strike only reached the peak and says the real victory was in the result, not the raw destruction, which is a very polite way to say the mountain won the paperwork fight. The black-robed woman steps in to confirm the cure and points straight at the problem case, asking them to fix the wretched monstrosity now that the research has finally produced something usable. Another voice backs that up, saying the corpse really did return to normal under their own eyes, so nobody has much room left to doubt it. Confucius admits he still cannot fully reach the instantly killing mind technique, which means he has hit the edge of what this version of the method can do. Then the scene opens up into the next stretch of trouble, with the Orthodox faction and the demonic cult looming back into view, and the whole thing sliding toward open conflict again. On the snowy peak, the disciple checks in on the surgery, and the master answers with a sort of title-heavy confidence that leaves no doubt who is in charge. That sets up the next demand from the Orthodox side. If the demonic cult is going to disappear, it has to happen by the Orthodox sword, not by half measures or wishful thinking. A woman then talks like she is already enjoying the future she expects Confucius to create, while another leader makes her own request to the demonic cult and the martial artist alliance. The mood is less peace conference and more everyone here has a plan and nobody brought a seatbelt, which is always comforting in a mountain war. Confucius drops down toward the waiting skeleton warriors and the fight snaps back into full motion. A companion reassures him that the master will be pleased with the work, while the enemy side orders the minions to bring them in one by one, which is a brave thing to say right before swords start flying. Confucius cuts into the skeletons with his sword raised high, then immediately starts judging the result of the surgery by how much the two of them have already improved a week later. He calls out the next target as Baraya, and the name pulls the battle straight into the next phase. Baraya answers with a dark red surge, and Confucius finally stops in the middle of the fight long enough to reach a hard conclusion. The answer is no. Shiny yells for him to keep going because they are only halfway through, but Confucius refuses to settle for that ending and faces the final 10 enemies with a grim kind of determination. Confucius drops back into the snow-choked gap and wipes out the last enemies in one heavy strike, and the fight finally snaps open instead of dragging on forever. Right after that, a huge force surges up through the white spray, so nobody gets the luxury of celebrating too hard. He lands beside Shiny, and the two of them stand there as the first real survivors of the clash, which tells everyone the opening round is over. But the next wave is already moving, and Confucius has to keep his eyes up as high-speed attacks rip across the snow and explosions keep punching holes in the air. Someone up against the blue sky warns that the world will suffer the same illness and that the Dream-Touched are already affected, and that turns the whole battlefield from simple brawl to ugly prophecy. Then a voice calls out, stunned at the name Heavenly Demon, and suddenly everybody realizes this mess has a lot bigger teeth than it looked a second ago. An explosive burst tears forward, and Confucius answers with a brutal martial technique as Baraya gets thrown straight into the rhythm of the fight. On the far side, the demons start reporting in and begging for orders, which means the other team is still organized even while things are blowing apart. One figure speaks in remorse, admitting he has lost all of them, and that grief hangs over the next exchange like a bad aftertaste. Another voice rises from the sky, naming the master of the Martial Artists Alliance and the Namgung clan, so the war stops feeling random and starts looking like old history finally cashing its debts. A martial artist stares at the power in front of him and shouts that none of this makes sense, which is fair because the battlefield keeps throwing impossible things at him. Then the lament continues about losing the children over and over again, and the survivors are left wondering how they are even still standing. The answer lands fast. They realize they are alive, and that small shock hits harder than some of the sword swings did. One man roars that nobody gets to keep hiding behind the excuse of being evil ghosts from the past, and the fight surges again instead of cooling off. A monk closes his eyes and talks like death is one big empty room with no burial ground waiting on the other side, which is not exactly calming battlefield conversation. Then the battle keeps grinding forward anyway, all the way to the point where one side surrenders or dies, and nobody looks eager to pick the second option for fun. While the violence keeps rolling, the monk runs into another enemy and immediately realizes he still cannot escape demonic cultists even now. The survivors start explaining legendary magic that only exists in outrageous stories, and that is the moment the battlefield slips fully into cult business. A cultist swings at the monk, and the attack is nasty enough to force the next challenge into the open. A woman steps forward through the dark figures and accepts it without flinching, while the leader bears the mark on the chest like the whole field needs a reminder of who is in charge. An old man rushes in and hugs the monk, crying that he is alive again, but the monk shuts that down immediately with a cold denial. That awkward reunion barely settles before the leader stands in profile, power spilling off them, and the whole crowd starts bracing for the name they do not want to hear. The truth comes out clean. Heavenly Demon declares in no uncertain terms that she is the leader of the demonic cult, Baekyang-so. She follows it with Berea again, and the technique hits so hard it feels like the air itself gets kicked out of the fight. Pink-red energy whirls around the next figure, and the answer to all the half-formed doubts starts locking into place. Then Heavenly Demon is confirmed by name, and nobody in that snowfield can pretend this is some random skirmish anymore. Heavenly Demon tells everyone to assess the situation and calm down first, which is almost funny coming from a battlefield packed with blades and panic. But she is not losing control of the room, and when she steps before her followers in the snow, it becomes obvious she is the one setting the tempo. At her order, the warriors in white robes charge, and the field turns into a full-on slaughter lane. One downward strike lands with a fresh burst of force, and Heavenly Demon finishes by declaring that the demonic cult sits at the peak of the martial world, with herself at the peak of that too. The order lands like a hammer, and the cult fighters surge harder as the air around them crackles with killing intent. Across from them, a masked fighter answers with a huge palm blast that flashes cyan and red, turning the opening exchange into a straight-up slugfest. One side hurls insults and charges in, calling the cult dogs to come at them, and the bald fighter meets the masked one head-on in a blur of motion. Namgung-woon snaps back his name, then vows this is the day they finally end each other for good. The bald man gets snared in a purple-black energy mesh, which is a humiliating way to discover your opponent brought a net to a sword fight. Above them, Namgung-woon keeps battling in the air while the trapped man screams and gets thrown back from the impact. The bald fighter spits out a mocking line, asking whether the masked man really thought he believed that whole performance. Then another fighter steps into the chaos amid blood-red debris, shouting for the master of Martial Artists Alliance to come out and face him. Confucius cuts into the center of the melee at full speed, while attackers crowd him from every side, and he keeps moving anyway. One fighter boasts that only a single person in the world can match his sword, then rips off the reveal he is Moonlight Shadow Demon, one of the demonic cult's own. The bald man laughs through the pressure, saying his acting skills still hold up, and the masked fighter hurls back a curse at the damned monk. Then they smash into each other again so hard that debris kicks up around them, and the figure is finally called out as the leader of the Wudong sect. In the middle of the fight, the bald man puts a hand on the masked fighter's shoulder like he is trying to settle a score in the most insulting way possible. A winged woman laughs at how many orthodox faction fighters are showing up, while another voice admits the war dragged on through day 2 and into day 3 without a clean finish. Then the winged woman dives in with a savage aerial strike, and the cult side answers by seizing the masked fighter by the head with both hands. The bald man admits he opened wrong and should have gone all in from the first day, but that thought arrives a second too late for comfort. A massive hit folds one fighter over with a shocked gasp, and a purple-edged silver blade drives clean through the bald man's body. Another man reels from the force of the clash, while the grim line about the will of heaven gets tossed out like a final excuse nobody in this field is buying. The demon swordsman is finally identified as the leader of the demonic cult's piercing blade unit, which explains why everybody suddenly looks worse about their odds. A red-clad fighter gets launched upward under the winged woman's pressure, takes a brutal blow to the face, and then the 10,000 sword Nanawa elder condemns the demon swordsman's cruelty as a woman descends through the air with glowing robes to finish the threat with a promise of doom. The two leaders crash together mid-air, blades colliding so hard the force hangs in the air for a beat. The demon swordsman jerks back from the hit, and for once the pain actually shows on his face. The woman keeps pushing the pressure, chanting that anguish should flood the world and sink the Songshan Mountains, then rolling straight into resentment that spreads like wildfire and ignites the Wudong Mountains. The bald monk answers with a Buddhist invocation and names himself Jomyeong because apparently introductions still matter when everyone is swinging steel at each other. 10,000 Sword answers with a sweeping blade that slices through the rain and leaves a violent trail of residual power behind it. Another long-haired fighter slams weapons into the demon being, while a hovering figure rises with a hand raised, turning the whole sky into a bad place to stand. In the snow, the woman in black drops beside a wounded man and keeps her attention on him instead of the chaos. Then she looks up and makes it plain. She wants a duel. The demon fires back with a filthy accusation at the long-haired fighter, asking if he has sunk so low as to enjoy human flesh like a true demon. A bearded man answers by swinging in close and yelling that if this is how it ends, then let them die together. The long-haired fighter snaps back that the demon is old, spoiled, and tastes like rotten spinach, which is a brutal thing to hear in the middle of a deathmatch. He follows that with the real point. They did not throw their lives onto the line for nothing. A massive spear-like strike rains down from above, and the long-haired fighter calls this day a second chance that should never have been possible. The clash explodes in white light, and for a moment, both sides are forced to just eat the blast and keep standing. The woman's hands crackle with red electricity as she admits they planned to pierce his chest and grab his heart, but only landed a shallow blow. When a red-eyed man asks why she is making that face, she keeps gathering power anyway, because subtle emotional recovery is not on today's schedule. An observer points out that the combatants are growing because of their true energy, which is a very annoying thing to hear when the fight is getting worse by the second. One fighter extends a hand and says flatly that yes, he does know exactly what is happening. A small red object flutters in someone's hand, and nearby a green-haired woman reaches toward the man with green light snapping around her fingers as she shouts for his eyes. An old man reacts with raw shock at the power on display, and another figure spits out, with red petals falling around her, that she despises them. The long-haired fighter shifts from killing intent into something colder and more stubborn, telling Nam Gong-woo not to be angry because he does not mean to just throw his life away. He says the real issue is that people like Nam Gong-woon also feel pain, and that makes this fight something else entirely. That turns the exchange into a pure clash of force, with both sides trading blows as the petals and light keep detonating around them. One impact lands so hard it draws a sharp gasp, and the bearded man takes the hit with blood running down his face. Even after that, the man keeps talking, offering to tell them how beautiful the demonic cult headquarters is, as if that is a normal thing to bring up after getting punched in the mouth. He leans into his own monstrous power, and starts asking whether they mean the power he used to put this whole fight in motion. Confucius presses the issue by pointing out the obvious. If the opponent can't move, what exactly is there to gain from winning? That answer lands right on the edge of philosophy and mockery, and the duel shifts from fists to language. The whole thing turns into a verbal match about techniques, which is somehow even more obnoxious than getting hit. The exchange opens into a snowy peak in legend as the heavenly demon steps into the conversation and starts describing her footwork, retreating and advancing like the mountain itself is part of the lesson. She stares at the unreachable summit ahead and calls out that the greatest martial artist in history is standing right there, which is a bold way to start a fight. For a moment, the peak feels less like scenery and more like the target line on a very dangerous punch card. Sword Emperor answers by declaring he is going back to the techniques of his prime and asking how she plans to defend herself. He keeps the pressure polite and deadly, then offers a final duel with complete satisfaction, like this is a formal appointment instead of a disaster in progress. Confucius takes that opening and says he will show what it really means to be the greatest martial artist of all time. The heavenly demon stands there with everyone else down around her, and has one of those ugly little moments of doubt. What if she had been given that chance? Confucius cuts through the hesitation with a simple yes, and the impact of that answer lands hard enough to jerk the whole fight forward. The next beat is pure commitment, with Confucius stepping in and the heavenly demon finally naming herself. Sword Emperor answers in kind, naming himself and settling into a meditative stance as if he's already measuring the grave. Confucius says he has been dying to fight the leader of the demonic cult in this world anyway, which is a wonderfully specific thing to be eager about. Sword Emperor apologizes for the discourtesy and formally starts the verbal duel, and now both sides are locked into the rules. Confucius tells him to make the first move, so the duel officially begins, and the real game starts. The response is to talk up the master's teachings, and even joke about using the demonic cult's own path, because this fight runs on technique, not just raw bravado. Then the other side lunges through the snow like a wild boar with a grudge, and the whole conversation snaps back into motion. That charge triggers a sharper read on the matchup. The opponent was worthy enough for the master to drag out the orthodox demonic war all the way to the 990th duel. Confucius's eyes finally open with clarity, and he realizes the distance is wrong. The spacing is bigger than he thought, so he needs a better answer before he gets carved up. He draws his sword and finally says he can see their swords, which is the sort of calm sentence that usually follows a near disaster. With that clarity, Confucius cuts back using magical sword force and pushes the duel into its next phase. Time keeps grinding forward until the snow itself becomes part of the scoreboard, and 2 full days pass while neither side gives ground. At this point, the fight stops being a clash and starts looking like an endurance test with teeth. Sword Emperor announces the second step of piercing blade art, aiming to stab the side of the opponent's neck, and that means the duel has reached its peak form exchange. A final acknowledgement follows from the eyes of the one calling him pupil, and the whole thing tightens around that single, dangerous opening. In other words, the lesson is over, and somebody is about to get punctured. The duel tips into pure pressure as the snowfield swallows everything around them, and the next exchange lands like a verdict. Confucius sees that the fight has gone from testing skills to testing who breaks first. Flame Emperor cuts in with a cold command, telling Confucius to close his eyes, and then the sword lesson turns vicious. He calls out the mimicry, moves into the opening, and Confucius reacts with a start when the strength behind it hits harder than expected. Confucius admits he is running out of time, and that is all Flame Emperor needs to hear. Confucius snaps to the realization that this is a one-move problem, so he commits to divine heavenly martial arts and tries to twist the attack out of line before it lands. Flame Emperor answers by tightening the pressure instead of backing off, making it clear Confucius has already taken 3 steps and is about to eat 4 more. He stares through the physical gap between them and then crushes forward with a squeezing hand technique that leaves the whole exchange looking ugly in a hurry. Confucius switches gears again, announcing drifting mist rainfall technique and sword of thirst as he tries to turn the pace in his favor. One fighter drops in the clash and the whole fight starts sliding toward a finish line nobody wants to meet. Confucius goes straight for the finish, stacking sword of thirst with the first 3 steps of sand-piercing dragon to reel the enemy in. But the opponent is already moving faster than expected, so Confucius is forced to answer with the raining movements before the gap disappears completely. Then Flame Emperor starts talking like the whole mountain is a lecture hall, saying harvests and famines arrive by chance and everything is coincidence. Confucius stands there with his sword up while dark wings loom overhead, and the setup turns from a duel into something far stranger. The training cracks open into raw force in the rain, and the attack hits with enough power to make the whole exchange feel supernatural. Flame Emperor warns that this kind of teaching wears Confucius down eventually, which is a rude thing to say while still standing under that much magical energy. High above the mountain, Heavenly Demon appears in the cloud layer, and Flame Emperor keeps pressing the lesson with a grim little philosophy about sadness and happiness. Confucius is forced to understand that this training is not about winning pretty, it is about learning what loss tastes like. Before life hands him the bill, a burst of light rips through the mountain as Confucius gets hit with a flood of fragmented visions and a lightning strike cracks the peak. In the middle of the chaos, blue energy and sword steel collide, and the whole fight finally looks like it is about to break into its godly final form. Flame Emperor drives the last beat home by shouting that he will sing the happy tune of a bountiful autumn harvest while he keeps attacking. Then Rabbit jumps in with a kind of question that stops a room cold, asking whether this bastard has ever fallen in love before. Flame Emperor's attack tears across the harvested field, and the season itself seems to get carved open as the wave rolls through. A pupil can only stare and admit the feat out loud. The master has cut the winter. That strike drags a softer memory behind it, children splashing through a rice paddy and playing hide and seek before any of this became a deathmatch. The cloaked figure calls back to that bond with one simple claim, my pupil, and suddenly the battlefield has childhood footprints all over it. Rabbit snaps at the dark figure for stacking even more pain onto Confucius when he already carries enough of the world's grief to need a separate luggage cart. The presence above pulls the figure upward anyway, and Confucius recognizes the shape of the power in front of him as truly godly arts. The dark figure challenges the whole arrangement, furious at the thought of someone else stepping in as the dear pupil's master. On the snowy peak, the answer is painfully simple. Yes, meeting the master was happiness. The opponent stops holding back and announces the full extent of their power. Confucius catches the technique's name in its weight, then boils all that grand sword doctrine down to a mouthful of privilege, which is rude, accurate, and very bad for diplomatic relations. Confucius moves with his sword through blue and purple force, and the memory answers with the Heavenly Demon, his overwhelming master, embracing her pupil in the snow. The yes from that memory lands like a blade being drawn. The godly power ignites, and the warning comes with it. Once someone dies, the fight is over, and no clever trick can claw it back. Then the name drops in full, Demonic Heaven's Godly Arts, and the air gets much too crowded for a normal sword swing. The Heavenly Demon asks what flower her pupil will remember her as, right before the first form blooms into something monstrous. Confucius answers the clash by declaring he will sing for people who died without even a drop of water, which is a horrifyingly specific playlist choice. The third form arrives as the Sword of Drowning, and the pupil's answer cuts through the storm. He will remember his master as a red peony. The technique fully manifests, swelling into an overwhelming surge that threatens to swallow the peak whole. Flame Emperor hurls the final water-charged blow with a line about a refreshing bath, though nobody sane books a bath that arrives at sword speed. Confucius swings back into it, meeting the wave head-on with his own energy instead of yielding an inch. The Heavenly Demon approves at once, delighted by the red peony answer, even as the exchange burns itself out. Confucius survives the godly collision, so the battlefield's next question is no longer whether he can endure it, but whether he has earned the seat behind it. The trial's meaning snaps into place through memories of deadly drowning, the master's duel with the Sword Emperor, and a system notice confirming the 22nd floor stage clears today. For once, the tower gives a receipt instead of another immediate stabbing. Another memory shows a mother cradling an infant in the freezing cold, turning death by cold into something Confucius can understand, not just survive. Then a demon challenges him directly, asking if he is the pupil the Heavenly Demon meant. The answer comes with rank and recognition. They can call him Vice Leader, a title that somehow arrives with the administrative energy of a martial arts office stamp. Above the robed demons in the snowy clouds, Confucius stands elevated, and the cult greets him as the heir of the demonic heavens, the new Heavenly Demon. An old voice cuts in with a simple pointed address, and Confucius immediately clocks why his master dragged her feet before taking him in. Up here, hesitation was probably the only sane reaction to meeting people who treat the snowy sky like a meeting room. A demon lord steps down through the snow and names himself Fiery Ghost Demon, one of the 4 demon lords, with the kind of introduction that sounds like a threat and a resume at the same time. He and the demons around him start pledging their units to the new Heavenly Demon, and Confucius gets the full cult welcome without any of the usual subtlety. Another demon swordsman jumps in and swears loyalty too, dragging the piercing blade unit into the pile. Then one of them spits pure venom at Confucius, calling his existence a cancerous tumor, which is a wild thing to say while standing this close to someone who keeps surviving. The winter battlefield clears out, leaving Confucius alone in the white stretch of snow, and the silence makes the whole thing feel even more wrong. A little later, he faces the gathered demon force again, while another young man stands over a fallen body with white energy wrapping around it. So whatever happened here did not stay polite for long. The young man asks why the other hunters are unconscious, and that question lands right as the new Heavenly Demon starts talking. She brushes off being called their leader, then the air turns ugly with red starvation energy, and the demons start talking like they are explaining a doctrine instead of a disaster. She raises a hand toward the bright sky, and the snowfield answers with a defeated creature lying in the drift and a child held close, while that same red energy coils around them. Then she flat out declares that because she chose him as her pupil, he is fit to lead the cult, so the whole mountain gets a sermon about how the doctrine of shadows will keep living. That doctrine spreads out as red starvation energy washes across the landscape, and Confucius reacts hard while the new heavenly demon barely moves a muscle. A stage clear notice flashes in like a bureaucrat arriving after the fight is already over, which feels on brand for the tower. The next stretch jumps wider into the apocalypse mess. A purple grimoire with glowing runes comes up, and then people start moving through the air above the city like gravity is a suggestion. Confucius also runs into a white-robed figure yanking on a student who is yelling about stolen socks, which is a deeply unserious complaint to hear in the middle of cosmic trouble. A woman by the window smirks that this time the other side will not be let off easily, and then another figure hangs suspended in white cape and energy long enough to ask Confucius to speak. The answer comes in motion, not words, as two figures slam together mid-air in blue energy, and one of them promises to reveal the secret behind the apocalypse. The reason for the delay comes next. If he lets everyone sleep, he would wait far too long before speaking with the King of Death, so he decides to handle them gently for once. He says his character analysis still stands, reassures the listener while wrapping a cape around the sleeping figures below, and then lets the power flare hard enough to light the whole exchange from underneath. Confucius ends up carrying an unconscious purple-haired woman, which is never a normal sentence to say in this tower. Then he brings the moment back to steel, saying he still has a sword to settle later, as a glowing blade hangs near his face, so the next problem is already arriving with teeth. The tension snaps as a man warns the woman to take 5 steps back, or he'll really start talking. Then the pressure in the whole exchange detonates outward, washing over the city below, and Confucius catches the shape of the moment before it gets any worse. From above, one figure throws his head back while Confucius keeps driving the blade in, slicing out a red core and finishing the threat by going straight for their hands. That is not a normal dinner table disagreement, and the point is clear enough. If you stop the hands, you stop the whole problem. The narrator praises how carefully Confucius treats Heavenly Demon, then pokes at the real question, why he never stopped once she became his pupil. Instead of answering with words, he offers to cut the unconscious figure's hands off for him, and the blade cleanly does the job. That only makes the curiosity sharper, because now everyone can see Confucius is doing something deliberate, not just winning by reflex. The next question hangs there. What does he actually want from all this? The talk turns to dead constellations, starting with a blunt question about the body they leave behind. Lefanta Akim answers with a stern look and tells them to look closely while they still can, which is usually the kind of advice that ruins your day. A ruined pair of towers cracks apart in the background as the explanation lands. An apocalypse is what happens when a world loses its representative. The body below is shown with purple rune-like marks fading off it, and Confucius gets the nasty part fast enough that he doesn't need the lecture to be repeated. A beam drops toward the snowy ground, the body cries out that it's in pain, and the lore keeps tightening around the same point. Death here is never just death. It is the sort of system that keeps dragging consequences back into the living room. Now standing among stacked glowing records, the speaker shuts down the idea that he's omnipotent. He explains that the zombie virus did not just appear on its own in the annals of the Heavenly Demon, which means this whole mess has a documented origin and, unfortunately, paperwork. Then the difference gets spelled out with a glowing pink gem in hand. Confucius is not like the others. The comparison is simple enough to sting, like a new continent getting invaded by a foreign force, and that kind of invasion does not leave things the same. Two figures stand over the constellation body, and the scene slips into memory, where a happy child looks out over tiny people and buildings from above. Back in the snow, two figures run hand in hand, as if the past is already trying to outrun what comes next. Something monstrous rises with a purple glow, then a skeletal constellation form looms over them like it owns the air. Confucius reaches downward and names the rule behind it. The third time is fate, which is a horrible thing to hear when something giant is already standing up. A system notice catches Shiny sensing ominous energy, and the warning immediately explains why the curse matters so much. Warriors who suffer it become zombies. That turns the whole battlefield into a contamination problem with teeth, which is just what everybody needed. Power erupts again without a word, and the speaker admits he's in unending torment. He then talks through the cruel method used to kill the golden dragon of the Great Lake, smiling like someone who recognizes a familiar disaster, before finally tying the whole thing back to the master's death by saying it was the dragon's curse that drove her to end her own life. Shiny answers the warrior's next question, and the rule is blunt. If he wants to call her sister, he has to act through the sword already in front of him. The reply confirms he understands, so the problem stops being whether summoning is possible and turns into what price the blade wants paid. Confucius pieces together the ugly part first. The dead constellation could not have stabbed itself, so someone else killed it. Shiny gives him the practical step anyway, telling him to pull the weapon free and let it touch its sister sword, which is a very calm instruction for handling divine murder evidence. The moment he follows that thread, the sword of pity erupts in divine light, not as a normal weapon, but as a fragment of compassion from the goddess. That shifts the whole problem from strength to sympathy, which is inconvenient when the battlefield already looks allergic to peace. The world around them feels emptied out as a massive presence looms with glowing eyes, and divine weapons begin raining down around it. Confucius is not just learning lore now, he is standing inside the footnote with sharp edges. A woman's figure burns with trailing energy. Then the enemy presence spreads vast wings through a purple aura. As that pressure rises, the goddess of protection, the divine force aiding him against disaster, becomes clearer around Confucius, and armor forms over him like the test has decided to arrive in person. The goddess of protection gives the real condition. Confucius must prove he can show compassion. A dark symbol hangs in the enemy's grasp while everything waits on his answer, which is a nasty little pause when the room is full of sky-falling swords. The vision folds into something stranger, with a figure resting in a giant hand, while Confucius launches upward through destructive force. The new sword spirit does not just want to be used, it wants to be understood before it lends him anything worth having. Then the winged figure blurts out its dream. It wants to appear as a character in a novel it loves. That sounds almost harmless until the Sword of Pity asks to take over Confucius's body and mind, and he immediately refuses because lending someone your spine is not a standard handshake. The spirit starts explaining itself, admitting it has a soft spot for kindness, tries to act good, but may be hiding something darker underneath. Another voice cuts at it from the angle of the apocalypse, saying it can travel freely through ruin and still fails to understand what readers feel. The argument detonates into a massive impact, throwing up debris and force. But when the takeover demand hangs in the air, the goddess of protection refuses it, drawing a hard line between compassion and possession. Confucius steadies the moment and says it is fine, glowing wings behind him as he faces the clash directly. Then he rises against the dark-winged force, and the fight becomes less about winning a strike than proving he can stay himself while power pushes in from every side. The spirit frames it through seasons, calling winter the season of death. Then it presses into the wound Confucius keeps dodging, asking why he never summoned his teacher as a ghost when she could have helped him while alive. The accusation sharpens. Confucius has finally ended that lonely season, but he avoided his teacher's final moments because he did not want to be involved. It is not a monster swinging at him this time. It is guilt with receipts. The Sword of Pity appears in Confucius's hand, beautiful and dangerous enough to make the moral condition feel heavier, not lighter. He answers with a promise instead of a boast. No matter how amazing the sword is, he will try his best. Confucius refuses the spirit's version of involvement and finds his own route. If he cannot chase the novel's characters, he will make them come to him. The entity's eyes flare red as that resolve lands, turning the conversation into a power surge with very bad lighting choices. The spirit accepts the risk and asks Confucius to correct it if it ever goes wrong, even granting him access to its mind for as long as he needs to be satisfied. With that fragile trust in place, Confucius catches the scent of spring in the air and wonders whether his master knew where it came from, tying the new power back to the person he still cannot fully leave behind. Confucius cuts across the city rooftops at full speed, cape snapping behind him as the next trial pulls him straight into motion. The Sword of Pity, a sword spirit testing his sympathy, does not ask whether he can swing harder, it asks whether he can feel for someone else without flinching. That test lands in the quietest way possible, with hands meeting and a question about whether his master knew where spring's scent came from. Then the answer turns sharp as a man accepts that Confucius will come to kill him. A blue-purple vortex tears open around them, and the Sword of Pity defines the ugly bargain behind its power. Anyone it slashes will feel pain, which is already a rough sales pitch for a blade with manners. Confucius stands with the spirit and takes that in without pretending it is clean. When the spirit begs for just a little longer and calls its victims poor things, the test becomes less about strength and more about whether pity can survive contact with cruelty. The spirit adds the final hook. The cuts leave no scars on the body, so the wound is real, the evidence is not, and Confucius has to decide whether mercy still counts when the pain hides perfectly. The trial crashes back into violence as a woman watches Confucius face a man below. A weapon hangs over a fallen body, and the sympathy test stops sounding philosophical real fast. Magic detonates through the confrontation, swallowing the area in raw force. Silhouettes scatter through the blast, which is one way to end a moral debate with terrible workplace safety. When the divine clash burns out, a woman descends from above while two men look up from below. That impact rolls straight into the floor aftermath, where the attack on the 25th floor fails, and the clearing push turns into damage control. Among red flowers, a man kneels while a woman stands behind him, and the mood drops from battle heat into funeral silence. She says their master is in a much better place now, which sounds gentle until nobody in the room looks comforted. Confucius grabs an elderly man and drags him along while the old man protests, asking why Confucius blocks him instead of helping his buddy. Confucius keeps moving, treating the complaint like a loose shoelace on a burning staircase. A weapon comes into hand, and the room braces for whatever Confucius is about to force next. He tries to speak, but the answer is an immediate no, so negotiation dies before it even gets a chair. A woman shuts down the mourning before it can begin and says there is no need for a funeral. The story pivots from grief to the next target, and the path opens toward a quiet cottage under white flowering trees tied to the goddess of medicine. A character sits in rubble with uniformed figures flanking him, proof that the failed push has left people pinned under consequences rather than speeches. Nearby, a green-haired woman looks toward the cottage entrance and points the group toward the king of medicine, the greatest pharmacist in heaven and earth. A woman stands alone in the open, separated from the bustle, while the question shifts to what these people value most. Someone argues that swordsmanship matters above all, which is brave talk for a place currently shopping for medicine. The king of medicine, the renowned pharmacist behind the cure trail, directs anyone seeking the zombie vaccine toward the Heavenly Order headquarters. The instruction is clean, official, and suspiciously calm for a sentence containing the words zombie vaccine. One figure stands on a crystalline surface, while another approaches from below, promising that the answer will make more sense once it is seen directly. Then bodies launch upward through falling red petals, turning explanation into a vertical sprint. As they rise, the demon begins disappearing with the cracked ground beneath it. Confucius locks onto the change, watching for the real cost hidden inside the collapse. Poisonous Viper, the rank 5 hunter and guild leader, reads the situation and frames the heavenly demon as someone to be treated with deep respect. That respect matters, since the next burst of light and red fragments makes the battlefield look less cleared than rearranged. By the end, a lone figure stands on broken ground, facing the devastation left behind. The stage moves forward, but the price of this new power sits right there in the wreckage, quiet and impossible to ignore. Confucius catches the woman's startled look, and the whole fight snaps from divine aftermath into something much uglier. On the rooftop ahead, the next problem is already standing there with a sword in one hand and a document in the other, which is a very specific kind of bad news. Then the scene charges up. One fighter spreads his arms and dumps out a burst of purple-blue power, saying the hidden stage reward is finally getting handed over. The energy washes over the pair, the name Inquisitor lands, and a glowing artifact appears in hand like the battle just got a second invoice. The magenta flare lifts the woman into the air, and the stage details pop up right after. Story of Sormuin Academy, a romance fantasy dungeon, D difficulty, 2 to 5 people max. Confucius sees the opening, surges forward in red and white light, and locks in with a simple, dangerous answer. He's going to clear it. The woman pushes back immediately, furious at the idea of dragging Black Dragon's leader into a romance apocalypse, and the accusation makes the target clear. Right after that, Inquisitor gets named as the daughter of a noble family, so now the hostage logic and the social pressure are both on the table at once. The floor answer comes fast. Bodies lie scattered under a layer of digital corruption, which tells Confucius the first team already got wiped. He presses the point anyway, asking why anyone still wants to take on the stage, and the shocked reply is simple enough. That team was supposed to be the best of the best. A blonde woman jumps in to explain that the man listens to her just fine, and Confucius immediately thanks rank 1 and rank 2 for backing him. The moment gets even messier when the same woman finishes the thought and says he accepts her without a problem too, while the official watching all this starts to panic over what he's hearing. Across the city, someone else is already circling overhead, and the pair below look up as the situation spreads out of the rooftop and into the streets. That's when the assassins move in, dark-clad bodies surrounding the target and slashing with blue energy because subtlety missed this appointment entirely. Inquisitor steps into the pressure and asks the blonde woman whether she's made her choice yet, with torture hanging off the words like it's part of the furniture. The warning gets worse a beat later when the threat is spelled out plainly. A lady like her could wreck everything in this apocalypse if she wants to. A golden flare cuts through the threat, then the order drops: kill the man, keep the woman safe. Confucius throws himself into the exchange, begging Inquisitor not to kill them and insisting they were only following orders, which is exactly the sort of sentence that never improves anyone's evening. A system window cuts in with the reason the plot is spiraling this hard, tying the whole mess to a villain whose fiancé was lost. Shiny answers that shift with a surge of power, and Inquisitor immediately demands to know why the attack happened in the first place, forcing the confrontation to stop being theater and start being testimony. Confucius crashes into the next clash point, and the motion is so abrupt it feels like the argument gets punched sideways. Then he lands the real reveal. He says he came to save Sylvia and that he is the Empire's only heir, which turns this from a rescue run into a claim on the whole board. Young lady snaps at the sight of them and orders the whole mess out of her face, so the room instantly goes from ugly to worse. Confucius and Inquisitor use that opening to try a cleaner route, but the air still crackles with someone trying to force the issue by sheer power. Confucius cuts in before Inquisitor reaches for torture and tells her to keep her voice down, since loud noise clearly rattles the heroine. He then explains how he ends up in the heroine's orbit together with her butler, which is the sort of sentence that would make anyone stop blinking for a second. Inquisitor spots the first real clue and points out that the window bars came off too easily, meaning someone cuts them before the whole thing even starts. Before anyone can argue, the group gets yanked through the spiral corridor at speed, because subtle conversation clearly isn't making the cut here. Confucius locks onto the escape plan and tells Inquisitor to make it work since she has divine magic and he has reincarnation to back it up. The second they commit, a red barrier kicks in and starts blocking attacks, which is a neat way to remind everyone that this crew solves problems by sprinting straight through them. Some assassins confirmed they heard the woman would be locked in storage, and that is enough to expose this as a kidnapping setup rather than a clean hit. Then a woman orders them not to kill everyone, and to leave survivors for questioning, which means the plan has already gone from tidy to messy in about one breath. Inquisitor puts the pieces together and says she heard someone order that the man can die, as long as the woman stays unharmed. Confucius backs her deduction without hesitation, and the culprit chain finally stops being rumor and starts being a target. A magical force slams Confucius down, while Butler quietly notes that the King of Death has been looking miserable since coming back from Annals of Heavenly Demon Key, so the emotional wreckage is clearly not new. Then Inquisitor names the likely culprit, and the whole room starts acting like it just heard the trapdoor click open. Inquisitor points back to the earlier order to throw those things out, and ties it to the attack, making the villainous's cleanup speech look a lot less innocent. The heroine then takes a slap and keeps moving, while the blonde woman ends up down outside as the white-haired woman bolts, which says plenty without anyone needing a full confession. Butler spells it out in plain terms that understanding how humans act is useful here, and that lands because the heroine clearly reads feelings by the vibe people give off. With that in mind, Confucius corners her at dusk over the city and tells her she only has 3 choices, which is not exactly a comforting menu. Confucius keeps the pressure on, and the blonde woman shows up looking cheerful and unharmed right beside him, which is the kind of contrast that makes everyone else look even more suspicious. Then the white-haired attacker shoves at the blonde woman mid-motion, and the fight keeps slipping out of control. The blonde woman reacts with shock to the ultimatum, and then her face changes into a knowing smile. So the situation clearly has more layers than the attackers understood, and that turn hangs in the air just long enough for the next hit to land somewhere far nastier. A massive blast engulfs a robed figure in the city, and the attack is so violent it wipes out any illusion that this is still just a private dispute. Then a glowing magenta eye with a spiral pattern cuts in as the voice says enough arguing, which means somebody bigger is now steering the knife. That force finally spells out why Paladin and Countless failed the challenge, turning the whole affair into a warning instead of a mystery. Confucius answers by holding the woman close and ordering whoever is behind the malicious attack to be found and punished severely. Because if the enemy wants a spectacle, he is happy to turn it into a manhunt. Confucius is still staring up at the night skyline when Sylvia snaps his attention back down, and the whole thing starts turning into a weird mix of danger and social theater. He wrestles with the idea that his survival gets blamed on luck instead of skill, which is a pretty brutal thing to hear when people are throwing winged black horrors at the building behind you. Then the scene shifts into a naming ceremony in a garden of yellow flowers, where a new identity gets laid on top of the old one, like a clean costume over fresh bruises. A glowing heart emblem flashes into place as the ceremony locks in, and the poor rooftop is still falling apart in the background, while everyone pretends this is normal. Raviol Ibasia steps into the center of that mess as the daughter of Duke Ibasia and the female lead, and the story stops pretending she is just another noble woman. Someone swears allegiance to Lady Golden Hibiscus through the system itself, while Confucius jokes that the trap was obvious and that he even got jealous seeing her in another guy's arms, because this romance setup is already dragging him through the mud. The debut keeps rolling as Raviol gets wrapped in praise and an honorary title that makes the court sound ready to put her on a pedestal and call it tradition. Confucius finishes the declaration by saying he belongs to her, which is exactly the kind of sentence that makes a room go quiet for all the wrong reasons. A small sword-wielding figure begs for help, and the answer comes fast. This is Silver Lily, the villainess of the apocalypse, so the whole conversation now has teeth. Right after that, the narration explains the custom of giving noble girls new names at their debut, and Confucius starts getting pulled deeper into the transformation until the system warns him he is increasingly immersing in his character. The next beat lands like a bad coincidence. Confucius and Sylvia recognize each other, then start tossing around secret agreements and choices like they are bargaining in a ballroom instead of surviving a cursed drama. It cuts to Confucius sitting alone in a cell with real hesitation in his voice, and that is when the costume changes stop being cute. Confucius comes out fully transformed in butler attire, and the timing is so aggressive it feels like the outfit itself is making a statement. A man recoils as a woman strikes with force, while Butler steps in with an oath to protect her and insists His Majesty's wisdom will not vanish, which is a terrifyingly formal way to say, nobody is ruining the setup today. Confucius, now looking blonde and annoyed, questions whether rescuing her is too cheap a trick for the crown prince, which is a fair complaint when your life keeps getting written by lunatics. Butler answers by pledging his life to protect the lady even as flames lick the scene, and Flame Emperor turns up in a combat stance just in time to look personally offended by the whole arrangement. From there, the action spills into a grand hallway crowded with witnesses, and the space between Confucius and the opposing side turns into a glowing cross-shaped barrier. One figure clutches a teacup and saucer while purple magical shapes swirl around them. Then a hard impact lands on the next cut with a simple, ugly thump that says somebody just got hit hard. An ornate curtain drops the rules of this romance fantasy mess on the audience. First, suspect every man near the lead. And second, even the most ordinary man can pull off something outrageous. That warning pays off immediately when a swordsman dives down toward a woman and the onlookers from above, because subtlety clearly missed the rehearsal. Confucius reacts to the line about the magnolias wither, and the whole exchange snaps into another tense power game. A woman lifts into the air above 4 men standing on a glowing purple floor, and Inquisitor lays down a secret code passphrase, telling them to answer with that exact phrase when spring comes, which is the sort of instruction that sounds harmless until everybody starts bleeding over it. A rainbow beam flashes out as the teacup holder tells the waking woman that she is back to her own self, and the room's mood flips from eerie to awkward in one bright burst. Confucius catches the aftermath and immediately starts wondering why Inquisitor Grin pulled a stunt like that, because that kind of calm is usually bait. Then Inquisitor's voice cuts in off screen and orders the woman to wake the unconscious man now, which sends her kneeling in closer over the sleeping figure. She hovers on the blue brick floor with flowers drifting around her, and the whole thing suddenly feels less like a rescue and more like a very expensive misunderstanding. A pale figure slips up beside the blonde woman, close enough to make the moment feel intimate instead of ceremonial, and then the narration finally names her, Lady Golden Hibiscus. That simple reveal matters because the story immediately pivots into the prince, his favor for golden hibiscus, and Silver Lily's grudge, the ugly chain that helps drag the whole world toward ruin. Confucius answers the greeting from the middle of that mess, sounding polite even while regretting that his tower alias got called out before he could finish the exchange cleanly. Then he faces Inquisitor under white flowers and a bright blue glow, and the air starts crackling around him like the scene itself wants to bite back. Lady Golden Hibiscus says they survived the attack, and she makes it clear her rough upbringing in the outskirts is why she is not panicking like a normal noble would. Confucius gets hit with the force of that confidence. Then she casually compares him to weeds in a field and waves off a couple of assassins as no real problem, which is a bold thing to say right before reality starts pushing back. The pale figure throws up a peace sign, and the woman practically lights up when the plan gets named as Operation Destroy Love, because nothing says diplomacy like a mission title that sounds like a breakup with paperwork. Confucius then gets slammed by magical backlash, proving that the world does not care about his opinion, and especially does not care about his romantic survival instincts. Trying to recover, Confucius fires off a dry complaint about how nobody taught him that slapping someone at a ball counts as proper decorum. He immediately swings the energy sideways and proposes doing something golden hibiscus, or the butler would never normally do, to drag the immersion rate down, which is his way of saying he wants to break the script before it bites him again. That plan runs straight into a dark-haired man who steps in front of the lady and tells everyone not to be rude to her, while also sneering at the insult to her baron's family. Confucius then shoves through a door with a fierce expression, and by the time he starts spiraling about tea, honey, and feeling weirdly happy, it is obvious this romance nonsense has already gotten under his skin. The pressure spikes into a full magical confrontation, with the woman and Confucius facing off in a flood of bright purple power. Shiny then checks on the warrior's condition, while Confucius snaps that he does not care about love, which is the sort of denial that lands with all the subtlety of a chair thrown through a window. Morning arrives badly, and a woman in black and blue snaps back that there was no sleep anyway thanks to the assassins. Confucius clutches his chest over the butler's safety while a companion whispers about sacred duel payments, so now the danger comes with emotional damage and a bill. Golden Hibiscus asks if anyone figured out who sent the assassination attempt, and the answer circles back to how badly she was hit the night before. She rants that she almost died and is furious about it, while the sunglasses-wearing man coolly offers to take all the servants too, claiming servants tend to follow their masters because apparently this household runs on audacity and bad decisions. He seals that ridiculous confidence by touching Golden Hibiscus at the waist, and then later stands with a large ornate fan-like object, while the women watch from below. Golden Hibiscus panics hard enough to scream for Sylvia, and suddenly the social mask slips right off the table. The man doubles down and says he will stay loyal to his master unless she tells him he failed her, only for someone else to cut in and correct him that it is not quite that simple. A beat later, he is out in motion with another figure, and then he reassures Golden Hibiscus that her father approves of him very much, which leaves her staring at him like her brain just walked into a wall. The old engagement was never some fresh scandal, just a promise locked in before either of them was born, which makes the whole romance mess feel like it started with paperwork and never recovered. Confucius watches the emotional temperature rise around Lady Golden Hibiscus and the butler, then hears the ugly part out loud. She's gone mad, and after the assassination attempt, she's changing fast enough to leave people missing and guessing. Then the blonde man finally snaps and blurts out what he's been holding in, while another report lands like a brick. Someone saw the butler putting salt into Lady Golden Hibiscus's black tea. With the accusation hanging there, the whole room turns into a contest of whose heart burns harder, which is a very dramatic way to discover everyone in sight is one bad sentence from trouble. Confucius cuts straight through the noise, tells the blonde woman to back off, and takes over the situation himself. That pushes the scene into a new tack, with a theatrical romance rule on display and a challenge thrown out in the name of House of Baron Coulson, while the woman answers like she's done being pushed around. The story then names the real target of the room's attention, Lady Golden Hibiscus, who is also tied up in the Inquisitor angle, and she makes a sincere offer that catches everyone off guard. The reaction is instant and messy, because once the offer lands, both women freeze like they've just realized the conversation wandered somewhere much more dangerous than it started. On the other side of the mess, Flame Emperor keeps talking to Sylvia while her power ticks upward from the sound of his voice alone. Confucius notices the growth is slower than it was last night, so whatever is happening here has rules, and those rules are getting tested in real time. Flame Emperor presses the assassination issue and asks whether the culprit has been caught, which forces the pressure into the open. When the answer doesn't come clean, he goes straight for the throat and threatens the family's safety until the truth starts leaking out. That threat cracks the story wide open, and the subordinate finally points the finger at a three-person scheme tied to Lady Silver Lily. Flame Emperor and Silver Lily end up facing each other in the kind of silence that says nobody in this room is innocent, even before anyone opens their mouth. Confucius takes the opening and accepts the woman's personal invitation, because if the game is being played in the open now, he may as well step into it. Lady Silver Lily immediately turns cold, orders the leftovers from last night removed, and makes it clear she has no patience left for the people who embarrassed her. She keeps talking to the two younger companions, and for a second the mask slips just enough to show raw feeling underneath. Then she insists she never ordered the confinement herself, only that one underling clearly had bad intentions, which means the blame has already started spreading sideways. Flame Emperor's side tries to slow the punishment down and asks for time to investigate properly, but Silver Lily keeps pushing for something immediate. She offers a walk together to soothe the season, which sounds gentle right up until you remember this crowd has not earned gentle. At the grand residence entrance, a white-haired woman appears and asks if this is their residence, and the mood drops another notch. Someone nearby resigns herself to paying for her sins, which is a pretty bleak thing to say before the real trouble even finishes walking in. The stroll turns out to be a cover, and the white-haired woman admits it was only an excuse to get close without an audience breathing down her neck. Confucius then gets hit with a real atmosphere of the place. Blood in the air, dangerous people too close together, and an observer warning that Lily and the Crown Prince together are a risk nobody should underestimate. The white-haired woman explains she could not speak so forward in the garden because too many eyes were watching, which confirms this whole meeting has been shaped by surveillance from the start. Then the scene sharpens again on an assassin sitting chained and bloodied, and Inquisitor makes the next ugly promise. She and the other speaker will sink even deeper into the butler and lady identities, because the game is clearly going further than anyone wanted. In the ornate hall, the woman gives the quiet agreement a simple yes, and that tiny answer lands like a lock clicking shut. The caption makes the real situation plain. This is an assassination attempt on Lady Golden Hibiscus, not a polite dinner gone wrong. Sylvia immediately threatens to call His Majesty's security detail, while the system cheerfully tosses up an immersion rate of 7%. Like this is all very normal. Then Sylvia lets her magic flare in a bright ornamental sigil, and the room finally remembers she is not here to play servant forever. The white-haired woman with the blonde woman keeps the act going by shaking her hand and offering to help, all while sounding far too entertained by the mess. Silver Lily, standing there with that glossy smile people wear right before making everything worse, says she wants to understand her now. Confucius moves in, but Sylvia snaps him back with a mocking line about whether he wants to test how far His Majesty will go to forgive him. The tension spikes so hard, someone nearby goes rigid and covers their face, because the room has now turned into a public humiliation contest with knives nearby. A masked figure steps in and lays out the ugly logic. 3 servants committed the crime, so 3 people have the right to punish them. A blonde woman fires a glowing weapon and says there is one more left, which is a great time for everyone to discover that legal language can still sound like a death sentence. One man cries out for punishment, while the woman behind him stands in formal composure, and another voice insists that each criminal must be punished properly by the ruler. The whole exchange keeps circling the same point. This is not just revenge, it is a test of who gets to decide justice in public. Then the blonde woman blasts Confucius backward with a clean blade strike and leaves him sprawled hard enough to spit out a stunned number. He twists through the pain and spots the sword on the floor, because when the room turns lethal, the nearest metal object suddenly becomes everybody's problem. Sylvia cuts through the noise and asks the obvious question, why is he volunteering to be punished for the prince? Confucius gets held back as the blonde woman accuses him of running from duty, while Sylvia names her golden hibiscus and calls the whole calculation disloyal to the future ruler of the empire. A desperate parent's voice breaks in, telling his daughter and his love to give up all hope, and that grief hangs in the air for half a heartbeat. Golden hibiscus answers by attacking Sylvia directly, and the politeness finally dies where it deserves to. Confucius barks for Sylvia to swing her sword down, turning the clash into a coordinated strike instead of a messy free-for-all. While the white-haired woman bends to pick up the ornate sword from the ground, she throws out the nastiest challenge yet. Go ahead and kill one of them yourself first. A reddish blonde man screams for someone to stop the butler, as Confucius' side of the fight keeps moving, and a girl shouts at the suspended figure, asking why he is doing this. Another man draws his weapon while a figure stands above him, and the room tips from argument into open violence. The decisive swing lands, and the clash detonates into chaos as the white-haired woman stands over the wreckage, and Confucius goes down with the kind of cries nobody mistakes for acting. Flame Emperor can only stare with blood on his clothes and a stunned while the other man admits that the Crown Prince will not decide anything by himself either. The blonde woman looks shaken and points out this woman like she has finally grasped how dangerous the situation really is. Confucius closes the exchange by addressing the Crowned Prince directly, framing the whole bloody spectacle as enforcement of the Empire's rightful laws, which is exactly how you turn a knife fight into a political receipt. In the dark brick courtyard, Confucius stands boxed in by the others, while the talk turns from bloodshed to leverage. One of them says they need to use the butler's knowledge, which is a cheerful little sentence to hear after a massacre. If your hobbies are terrible. The blonde woman finally reads the room and realizes the white-haired woman will become a problem for Ravioli Basia if nobody stops her. So Confucius just stares ahead, caught in that ugly pause before the next lie or confession. Then the truth starts coming out anyway. Someone admits they agreed to slaughter people in the rain and knew it was wrong the whole time. From her throne, Ravioli Basia pushes the story toward the end before she gets dragged any deeper into this mess. And the next demand is cold and practical. Keep the incident buried, but give the speaker exclusive control of an area first. The answer comes back even darker, with a promise to hate everyone forever and hate himself more, which is not exactly the line you use at a peace meeting. Elsewhere, news spreads that Lady Silver Lily was absent at the academy, and then Raviel Ibasia turns to Flame Emperor and asks straight out whether he thinks killing is a good thing. That question hangs there while a shadowed figure stands against purple storm clouds like the weather itself is trying to get out of the conversation. Inquisitor steps into view as the one now tied to all this death, and the narration spells out that she comes from the first generation, the kind of detail that makes the body count feel even worse. Blade Saint refuses to dress it up, saying he will not explain what must be done, only that it must be done, because subtlety clearly missed the briefing. Back at the mansion grounds, someone reflects on a past incident with a woman and says she lived to regret what they did that day. Then Flame Emperor answers Raviel Ibasia's question with zero hesitation. Yes, he thinks killing is a good thing. Blade Saint doubles down and says he is only doing what he wants to do, while Inquisitor notes that the Crown Prince is absent too, and thanks Butler for arranging a request to rest for the rest of the year. Raviel Ibasia immediately calls Flame Emperor a psychopath and a mad slayer, and Blade Saint keeps going by saying tonight he is killing people based on his own beliefs, judgment, and methods. Raviel Ibasia finally admits she cannot simply kill Flame Emperor outright, because even the head of the Black Dragon and Blade Saint are not enough to make that clean. The weapons come up anyway, and once Steel starts moving, the whole argument turns into a violent clash instead of a debate. Then the scale of the nightmare gets put into numbers. 4,653 people die on the first night, and Silver Lily lets out a sharp scream when she hears it. Flame Emperor keeps pressing Raviel Ibasia, asking why she kills people at all, and the answer keeps spiraling into more death, as the next nights add 10,171, then 8,275, then 7,412, then 23,781 more bodies. Butler takes a hit hard enough to make him howl, and Flame Emperor grabs Raviel Ibasia from behind before the carnage can keep climbing. After that final count, no one else gets killed, which is the kind of sentence that only sounds like relief if you have lost your mind. Flame Emperor explains that the slaughter comes from one of the divine magic spells he can use, a power that can make everything in the world bend to his will. The result is bodies in the rain, and Raviel Ibasia even throws out the line that she may be the heroine of this apocalypse, which is a bold title to claim while everyone is still soaked in blood. Butler screams as another impact lands, and Flame Emperor answers with a simple hand gesture that keeps the pressure on. Then he stands in the rain looking down, sorrowful at what this power and this killing have turned into, which is about the closest thing this crowd gets to mercy. The divine spell does the real dirty work here. Soldiers start vanishing, and some are left unable to even keep their shape under the pressure. Blade Saint stands in the rain with weapons drawn, watching the whole thing turn into a slaughter he cannot stop. That kind of power hits the army hard enough that fear ripples through the 5 guilds, and suddenly nobody is eager to be the next body in the mud. Blade Saint just walks away from the massacre in the rain, because staying would only mean standing around for the next disaster to pick a favorite. The scene shifts to a strange threshold between an ornate room and a grid-like void, and the Black Dragon Guild's leader, Witch of the Black Dragon, cuts straight to a non-aggression pact. Her side wants everyone to promise never to mention what happened, which is a very classy way to bury a bloodbath without actually cleaning it up. Flame Emperor stands under the blue sky as the herald of that downfall, and the title fits a little too well for comforts. Somewhere nearby, a man faces a looming red-eyed entity, while golden chains pin him in place, which is not the sort of setup that ends with a polite conversation. The red-eyed entity starts asking direct questions about reincarnations, and the talk turns from survival into philosophy fast. It presses the point that people should treat each other as human beings, then frames exploration as a way to gain new skills and artifacts, even bringing up shiny sisters as part of the search. Fine, so this thing can talk morality and loot in the same breath, which is honestly rude efficiency. The lecture sharpens into a hard warning. Anyone who cannot see humanity in others is nothing but a beast. Then the entity hints there is a hidden subgenre to this apocalypse, and when the man explains that protection can matter even as a pretense, the point lands that sometimes people need to feel someone is on their side before they can keep going. Raviel Ibasia steps into the next exchange with her own business in hand, sending instructions about a letter tied to the Refenoir region and passing along a request from Lady Blue Falcon for finance team review. The whole thing sounds like noble paperwork, but the tone makes it clear that arrogance and caution are already trading knives behind the scenes. A white-haired apostle admits she was sent before serving her apostle, and the discussion turns inward again. Then a woman warns that responsibility is the easy part to understand and the hard part to carry, before Raviel Ibasia states outright that this is the only way to end the apocalypse. Back with the bound man, someone asks whether he has seen people matching a certain description, and the question carries the kind of weight that makes every answer dangerous. Another woman then asks if he wants to learn about love from her, which is a wildly bold opener even before the situation gets any stranger. Confucius answers that the cooped-up librarian sent him, and that name finally clicks the whole exchange into place. A heart encased in silver appears on the surface, and the emotional pressure spikes so hard it feels like the room itself is listening. That silver-encased presence asks whether Confucius has ever looked at other people the way it does, then decides it will teach him what love is. Confucius keeps pushing forward anyway, and when the apostle asks whether the librarian ever gave him the real name, or whether someone he cared about said something similar, the conversation finally circles to the word that matters most here. The apostle repeats it, tests it, then admits that Apocalypse was right about the coming disaster. Confucius does not wait around for a second invitation, because once the truth lands, he draws his weapons and decides he cannot let her take the lead anymore. The silver-haired woman admits she is fascinated that Confucius still risks everything for the people loyal to him, which is a very specific way to flirt with a man who already has too many problems. A white-haired figure recognizes the same attitude and calls him the delinquent butler from the academy, while the woman starts to embarrassingly confess that she only keeps repeating this much of her life. Then the mask slips further. Raviel Ibasia is the white-haired woman, and she throws out the ugly truth that this is not her first go-around, or her second, or even her 12th. She is on her 13th iteration. She has been stuck in the last 10 days of her life, and she is furious that Confucius still has not been won over by the script she keeps following. Confucius cuts through the melodrama and asks the question that matters. If she is not after his soul, then why is she doing all this? Silver Lily answers that she wants to say it only to Lady Silver Lily, which tells Confucius this mess is now tangled up with a very particular person, not just some random romance lecture. A few steps later, a brown-haired woman bows hard to a white-haired woman and relays His Highness's strict order, and the whole hallway immediately starts acting like the ceiling might collapse if anyone breathes wrong. The next beats shove him into a new space, because the argument has turned into a test and somebody is definitely about to open something they should not. Inside that magical chamber, Raviel Ibasia starts talking like a teacher who has already watched 100 students fail the same exam, explaining that some couples understand love perfectly from the start, while others have to learn it the hard way. Confucius pushes back with a blunt, "That's not you," and the room answers with shock so sharp the men around them blur up in awe and call her Highness. A patterned hand catches a golden key in a flash of light, and Raviel Ibasia leans in with an offer. Keep helping her, and she will teach him another secret. The deal lands like a trap wrapped in lace, and then the next strike hits so fast the motion blurs before anyone can pretend they saw it coming. Back in the hallway, a woman declares she is coming in whether anyone likes it or not, and the conversation gets even uglier when someone starts preaching about peak love like it is a battlefield rank. Confucius, now visibly cornered, admits he is in trouble, then decides the only way out is to show her an example himself. Silver Lily appears in the middle of the chaos, greeted far too formally for a normal room, and the atmosphere spikes again as pink magical energy gathers nearby. Raviel Ibasia finally explains the heart of her method. She has never taught love to anyone else, so all she can do is expose herself completely and make him face the truth head on. That lesson turns physical in the last instant, with a woman pulled into an embrace from behind and her dress partly covered as the scene closes on sheer closeness instead of words. Confucius does not get a neat answer, but he does get the message. This path to devotion is going to keep testing him until he either learns how to remember and commit, or gets crushed by the loop trying. Confucius gets told to stay glued to her side if he wants to learn, and the next part turns into a very awkward classroom. When she asks him to show her how, he gathers his fist and blue power, then fires a blast hard enough to make the whole exchange feel less like flirting and more like controlled demolition. The magic does not stop at the blast, and the woman's form ripples under the pressure while Confucius keeps pushing forward. Then he spins back and shouts for her to wait, but the answer is a cyan-white explosion that swallows the space whole and leaves the whole lesson looking like it bit back. Silver Lily, a seductive noblewoman who knows exactly how to weaponize a smile, leans in and dares him to see whether his heart races at the sight of her. That only drags the scene into a larger gathering, where he stands beside her as attendants open the doors and somebody starts preaching peace, then immediately justifies violence against trash like the sentence itself tripped over its own logic. Confucius asks what he has to do to make his heart respond, and the answer keeps pointing back to desire instead of duty. From above, Shiny watches him and says he is completely gone, then drops the real problem on the table. The entire world is going to be destroyed soon. Confucius leans on the one thing he can still use, and says that even if something goes wrong, he can turn back time. Then the woman turns toward a light and explains that the sword grants wishes if you speak your desires to it, which is a very fancy way to say the conversation just got dangerous. He finally says the thing out loud: she fell in love with someone way out of her league because of him. He follows that by admitting he believes in the King of Death, then admits the pain is so bad that dying almost sounds like a shortcut, which is the sort of thought that gets a man into trouble fast. The response twists the logic even further, with the explanation that world destruction can be treated as a reward for a commendable action. Red energy starts streaming down, Shiny leaps in to smack the warrior on the head, and the whole thing turns into a loud family argument with magical consequences. Confucius stands under the red spill between them, while Shiny keeps hammering away, yelling at him for acting like this is already her ladyship, and calling him completely insane. Then she senses her sister through their sacred connection, and the shock makes the whole exchange snap from teasing to something much more personal. That pressure leaves him staring at his own obedience, wondering whether she is really someone he could follow that easily. The doubt settles in as he asks whether she has been the only thing on his mind all day, then pushes deeper with the ugly question of whether the burden on his shoulders is actually light enough to obey. Confucius takes her hand and keeps probing, asking what else she imagined beyond scent and touch. He then demands an honest answer, and warns he will let go if she lies. But the bargain comes back sharper than before. She wants his heart in return, and she will love him the way he wants to be loved. The moment ends on a hard drop, with a dark-clothed figure falling as the woman below reacts to Zombie's name. After all the talk about devotion and exchange, this is the kind of landing that reminds everybody the loop still enjoys ruining the mood. A divine voice cuts down Warrior's idea of love, and when he stumbles for words, the answer comes out small and unsure. The whole thing feels less like a confession and more like someone realizing he walked into the wrong argument without a helmet. Zombie Kim tries to steady the room by calling out to the fallen figure, but the woman on the other side snaps that he looked innocent right up until he didn't. Then blue energy flares in her hand, and she stops treating this like a misunderstanding. Confucius turns inward for a second, asking who he is to save her and how he's supposed to please her at all. The answer she wants is simple and brutal. If he's submitting, then he stops dancing around it and calls her master. She explains that she jumped to conclusions because he's new to love, and Confucius immediately pushes back, wondering what exactly she thinks he's new to. Before that can settle, a pink-haired woman with glowing red eyes steps in and hails Flame Emperor by name, which is never the sort of greeting that means dinner is ready. Shiny hauls Confucius back into consciousness, and he comes up long enough to admit the obvious. He misread her and underestimated her. That buys him a pause. Not mercy, but at least the room stops pretending this is cute. The story snaps into a memory of two children standing under a stained glass window, where the boy bluntly rejects the idea that adults should decide his future. He says he came to ask for her hand in marriage, and the girl answers by calling out the disappointment, the frustration, and the ugly little result they both know is coming. She says she has no heart to give him, while the boy keeps pressing until she admits what demons really are. Hideous things that hide their nature. Then a silver case opens on a heart staring back, and the memory lands on a younger promise instead of a clean ending. The demon's real plan comes into focus, and it is not romance, it is removal, because she teaches love only to take it away. That same strain keeps echoing into the present as the butler explains that Lady Golden Hibiscus is causing a disturbance, and another figure begs for help to deal with the nightmare now crawling out of it. The boy in the memory answers with an eternal promise, even as red liquid drips down nearby, and the whole thing curdles into something sadder than dramatic. When he asks whether he's disappointed in her, the reply is that this is her nightmare, not his mistake, and Confucius refuses to flinch from it. He drives the point home by saying he could never see her in a hideous light, and that he won't get disappointed over something this small. Right on cue, the swordsman cuts loose with the 8th form, Burning Death Sword, because subtle emotional processing has clearly been replaced by blades. Confucius follows that logic with the cold part of the lesson. People never show their hearts to anyone. The prince then reveals the real problem, telling them they've been dragged into a separate world and cut off from outside help, so now every choice stays inside the nightmare. A ritual instruction lands on the table next, and it is as nasty as it sounds. To activate the sword, she has to stab her own heart while making her wish. That is the kind of guidance that makes a room very quiet, very fast. The nightmare finally manifests in full, and the white-haired figure stands alone in the cathedral-like chamber, with a sword in hand, looking like the problem has grown a spine. With no outside rescue left, Confucius asks whether time even matters, and offers devotion measured in years, centuries, however long it takes. She hangs suspended in the ritual, transfixed by the sword, while the last memory of the prince comes back with flowers in hand. That gift becomes the anchor in her head, and the whole wish turns from fear into a promise she can still feel. Confucius catches the core problem first. There was never supposed to be a constellation in this world, which means the thing haunting them may be a leftover from somewhere else, or something that should not exist at all. The next beat turns quiet and close between him and the girl beside him, and then Shiny suddenly feels her sister's presence through the chaos, which yanks the whole moment back into motion. That sense of fate snaps the scene wide open as the white-haired female lunges with raw power, and Confucius locks onto the answer. The constellation assassin must have killed this world's original constellation. He stands alone in the ornate hall with a weapon in hand, then jerks with real shock as the ritual or memory hits him hard enough to make him flinch. The prince cuts through the air with a blunt confession, saying he loves her highness, and Confucius is right there in the middle of the repeated day spiral, admitting he has lived through the same days over and over. Shiny then recognizes the sword as the sacred sword of protection's third sister, the sword of prayer, which explains why everything around it starts feeling sacred and dangerous at the same time. Then the jealousy turns ugly. The prince snaps that the female was flirting with Golden Hibiscus, and the woman answers by leveling the red sword horizontally and wishing for love to become eternal, which is never a sentence that ends well for anyone nearby. The prince immediately calls her despicable and recognizes the nightmare power building around her, while Confucius stands at the ornate gate holding a small object and watches the transformation start to swallow the whole space. What follows is less a change and more a hard rewrite, because the wish takes hold and the air itself seems to reconfigure around it. As the power locks in, the prince names it for what it is, the power of the sword constellation. Confucius answers the white-haired female without flinching, saying that whatever the cause, the demons are still his familiar, and that grim acceptance lands the point. Life has become eternal, which sounds grand until you remember eternity still has to pay rent. The scene pivots into another pressure point, when a woman drops the bomb that Raviel and the imperial family are now engaged, and the white-haired woman wrestles with herself, insisting she has to strip the dust and dross off her heart to keep her love pure. It is the kind of emotional housekeeping that sounds noble until it starts sounding like a cleanup after a disaster. A huge figure then leans over a smaller woman and promises punishment by His Majesty's method for her disrespect, and the threat lands with all the elegance of a boot on a polished floor. That same pressure snaps into the next confrontation when Sylvia refuses Raviel's request outright, and she does it with enough determination to make the room colder. Power swells again as the white-haired woman manifests an aura, and Raviel, now stuck in a formal setting with guards around him, starts calling for his butler while glowing flowers and moonlight crowd the space. The urgent command that follows is simple and frantic. Bring my butler back to me, which tells you exactly who this bond centers on. Another woman offers to help create fond memories during Raviel's youth, and the line lands like an opening move in a very expensive emotional trap. Meanwhile, the butler is already thinking one step ahead, planning to gather more information about her and push through the stage, because somebody in this mess still understands survival as a schedule. That plan gets tested immediately when Raviel is pinned or surrounded, and Golden Hibiscus is being held, turning the whole exchange into a hostage standoff with manners. Sylvia cuts across it with a confession that she is sorry, but Confucius loves her more than he loves Raviel Ibasia, and Confucius should probably send flowers to nobody, because this is the kind of line that detonates a room. Finally, the pressure spreads to the last exchange as a man orders his subordinate to bring him a cane and stop stalling, while Sylvia protests that it is the Empire's law, Your Highness. So the scene ends where it started, with power, title, and claim all tangled together, and Confucius still moving through it like the only person in the building who knows this all. Has to be outplayed. Raviel Ibasia catches the butler hiding nearby and snaps at the intrusion, while the white-haired servant keeps pressing the Empire issue like he's trying to win an argument with a brick wall. Then the cane comes down, her eyes flare red, and the whole thing detonates into white energy blasts as the butler fights back and the room stops pretending this is a polite conversation. The man in the doorway declares he's here to take back what belongs to him, but Raviel Ibasia answers with the absurdly specific line that the butler is her only butler and playmate, so no, he is not getting ripped out of her life that easily. She doubles down by saying he matters more to her than any other servant, and the white-haired woman finally hands over the cane he asked for. Like this is the worst dealership exchange in history. That pressure finally tips the scene into the dreamlike romance mess, and Confucius steps into a gothic space full of flowers to promise he always keeps his word no matter what. The mood immediately gets feral when a woman says she'll cheat on one man with Confucius, which is exactly the sort of sentence that makes everybody in the room forget how to breathe. Confucius shifts from flirting to strategy and asks what if he can help her escape the endless 10-day repetition, turning the whole conversation from drama into a live negotiation. She answers by demanding he say her name out loud, then tells him he's coming with her, like she's trying to drag him into the plot by the collar. The talk turns ugly and honest as someone says love begins by experiencing a piece of trash, which is a terrible slogan but a very committed one. Confucius takes the risk anyway, grabs her hand, and tells her to stay with him until the world ends. So she throws herself back at him and promises to be his first piece of trash. Under the night sky, another woman admits her love may never be returned, but says the kingdom still comes first, so duty keeps walking even when her heart doesn't. Confucius closes the gap, the contact turns intimate, and the scene starts feeling less like banter and more like everybody in it is about to break something or confess something. Confucius then drops the real wound. He has died many times over, and that's why he speaks like someone who already knows how ugly the next turn can get. He explains the situation, but the woman still rejects his request after understanding it, while another voice insists she is not alone as long as someone understands them. The argument keeps tightening when she challenges Confucius's whole love philosophy and asks whether being loved matters just as much as loving someone back. Then the system itself interrupts to say he is sinking too deep into the role, and the apology lands like a blinking warning light in the middle of a soap opera. Confucius pulls her close anyway and answers with a reluctant, half-formed agreement, which is about as subtle as a hammer to the ribs. Raviel Ibasia cuts through the moment by swearing loyalty to her butler and ordering Confucius to leave because she is not about to let some outsider shake the bond between her and the one person she trusts. Raviel Ibasia says they are like parallel lines that may never meet, and for a second it sounds like the scene has finally admitted its own tragedy. Then a magical connection flickers between them, and the emotional distance that looked permanent suddenly has a pulse. The bond forces a hard escape as Confucius conjures flames and runs with Raviel Ibasia while a burning structure falls behind them. He ends up on the stone floor alone, grieving and cut off, until the next beat of hope arrives with a blunt truth that this kind of thing is impossible, so of course it matters. Even so, the two of them finally say yes to each other, and that shared commitment stops the scene from collapsing entirely. They end together at the water's edge in an embrace, which is a lot calmer than the cane fight, and a lot more dangerous for everybody's feelings. Before the ornate pink castle wrapped in flowering vines, Confucius and the white-haired woman lock eyes, and her small question hangs there like she already knows the answer. He cuts off the hesitation at the root and rejects the whole idea of a conditional future, then turns his mind straight toward confronting the crown prince. That decision comes with a surge of violence, and Confucius lets the fireplace take the hit, blasting it apart with raw fire while saying let it be ruined. The heat keeps climbing until a silver-covered heart comes into clearer view, like the truth is finally refusing to stay hidden. The fallout spills into a stranger, harsher space where one figure throws both arms up and red power erupts around them. Another voice, tired of watching the same cycle repeat, asks after 14 rounds of life here if everyone is sick of this yet, which is a very specific kind of exhaustion to put on the table. Confucius worries about missing class 3 days in a row, and the complaint lands exactly where it should, in the middle of a disaster, because his life never picks a convenient calendar. Then he looks up at a red sky and the blood falling from it, and that is the sort of weather report nobody wants to file. The white-haired woman promises she will fix the situation and keep him safe, but the scene immediately grinds into something uglier as dark energy screams under white lines driving through it. By the time Butler appears in a boat under the red sky, saying he feels at ease with her, the calm already feels borrowed. Her face shifts from shock to a full reveal, with red eyes glowing like she just stepped out of a much worse secret than the conversation admits. Confucius asks if he can really trust her in that red aura, and instead of waiting for an answer, he tears open his dress shirt with a kind of drama that solves exactly 0 problems. Under the pink flowering canopy, the two finally embrace, and Confucius says they can help each other too. That lands as the first honest truce in the mess, which is almost sweet enough to be suspicious on principle. Then Confucius catches himself as if someone has been narrating his life out loud, and he grimly notes how succinctly the whole thing reads when you strip it down to a human named Confucius Kim. He snaps back into motion, tells the other side that time is up and they need to carry out today's task, then gets overruled with the much saner instruction that he needs to rest. He explains the parallel line rule of their time reversal. Whoever dies first goes back first, so they cannot stay together by ordinary means. From there, the logic turns blunt, because if stronger enemies show up now, they are supposed to leave them to him, and he answers that he has more than enough to handle them alone. Butler steps in and says his aura will wrap around the other body now, then extends it into the mind too, binding both under the same force. A clock mechanism follows, because nothing says romance like synchronized death mechanics, and a giant timepiece in the middle of the explanation. Red power slams through the enemy, and Butler explains the ugly part. Their heads will explode at the same moment, and whoever dies first will return first, while the other may not make it back at all. Confucius draws his weapon when the enemy asks if he is going to kill them, and the answer becomes simple in the worst possible way, since dying together at the exact same moment is the only way to stay together. Golden Hibiscus admits she is not fit for the role, and fears what mortality is doing to all of this, which finally gives the situation a human-shaped crack instead of just a battlefield. Confucius answers that crack with a brutal swing, and right in the middle of the exchange, Raviel Ibasia appears by name, her red eyes glowing as the truth stops pretending to be a rumor. Confucius praises her tea like he has already memorized every detail of her preferences, down to the extra honey, and even ties it back to the apology they once had to make for an apocalypse-level mistake. She immediately scolds him for pulling reckless stunts in the middle of a fight, which is fair, because flirting while people are trying to kill you is still technically poor battlefield hygiene. The water churns under a rain of pink petals, and for one odd second, the whole mess looks peaceful enough to make a liar out of the battlefield. Butler is done with the flirting and the stabbing, so he makes the simplest proposal left. If this is the end, he wants Confucius to die with him. Confucius does not waste time pretending that is normal. He runs through a quick, ugly death plan in his head, while the woman beside him decides this is the perfect moment to teach everyone a lesson for interrupting their love story. The wrapped blade in her hand says she means it. Confucius calls out the part that actually matters, asking if she plans to kill him 9 more times, and she answers like that number is a minor scheduling issue. Then she tells him today is different and it will be over in a moment, which is a terrifying thing to hear right before the system drops. You have died. Death does not end the argument, it just changes the lighting. Confucius comes back in a wash of red aura, and the scene slams into a fiery title card for the demonic heaven's godly arts, followed by the technique reveal, the 9th form, the sword of self-sacrifice, which sounds less like a move and more like a court date with a sword. In the red void, the woman tells him not to worry, then the system kills him again anyway. She stays with him through it, and the next notice finally explains why the whole exchange keeps looping. He will revive 24 hours back in time, which is the sort of mechanic that sounds helpful until you hear it out loud. She meets him again after that reset and immediately starts counting the damage, complaining that he made her wait 39 days. He points out that treating him unfairly will balance the guilt, and the absurdity of that logic is almost impressive. Then both of them ride through the red void in an ornate boat like this is a romance and a hostage situation at the same time. The next cut opens on demons crashing into the moment, and somebody yells that they are everywhere. Confucius wakes to a woman asking if he is finally awake, and the system reminder about the 24-hour rewind makes it click for him that the title they keep throwing around belongs to him now, King of Death. That realization lands hard, because the waiting did not match the return. Confucius remembers being told she would wait in the garden in front of the dorm, then finds them together in a flower field at sunset, where she says the cruel part straight out. He promised they would share the same time, but she came back 9 days earlier. Confucius, standing there with aura rolling off him, has to ask the obvious question now that the name has changed and the timeline has not. She turns it back on him with a bitter accusation of being abandoned, then demands he take responsibility for making her trust someone else again, which is a brutal line to hear in a room full of flowers. The pressure finally breaks into something bigger. One divine entity manifests as the apostle of the ox that harvests a ruin, and then another as evangelist. Between those arrivals and the woman standing with a sword among flowering vines, the relationship mess stops looking private and starts looking like it has gods leaning over the railing to watch. Confucius gets one more beat of human contact in the middle of all that, embracing her among the blooming vines like he is trying to pin the timeline in place with his bare hands. Then the formal hall version of her appears with red eyes and that same eerie presence, and the story pivots toward the next, stranger layer of power, 100 Ghost Reincarnation. Raviel Abasia stands her ground and admits she can summon 9 of them, then flat out refuses to actually do it. Instead, she offers forgiveness on one condition, and the whole exchange feels less like mercy and more like a knife held politely at arm's length. The conversation shifts inside the palace, where the warning lands that the entire empire is about to tumble into complete turmoil starting tomorrow. Raviel is told not to throw her life away, to keep fighting death until the very end, and the warning carries the kind of weight that makes even a fancy room feel cramped. Then the mood turns inward, with someone admitting they have stayed inside that place for far too long. The next line makes the purpose plain. Sormuin Academy exists to strengthen imperial authority by shaping young people into useful tools, which is a very official way of saying it chews up youth for politics. A white-haired woman asks Raviel to trust her when she gives the word, and the answer is simple enough. They embrace without another speech getting in the way. For once, nobody tries to win the room with a long explanation, which is almost suspicious by palace standards. In the dark, their hands find each other, and the warning comes through clearly. This needs to be understood on a deeper level. Raviel answers with pure stubborn resolve, saying she does not care if it takes hundreds or thousands of days, and that she will keep ordering the kill until it is done. The contact lingers, fingers still touching like the moment itself is trying not to break. Then they hold each other again in the candlelight, and force the meaning into one word, understand, which lands like a vow instead of a request. At last, the reveal snaps into place. Confucius has a skill called 100 Ghost Reincarnation. That means the death loops and repeated revivals are not just survival tricks anymore, but the start of a higher technique that gives him a new way to keep moving when everything else is. Previously, Confucius and Raviel were already pushing against time itself, with apologies, promises, and a very inconvenient 9-day gap between them. Now that their bond has teeth, they start turning that private mess into a public advantage, because apparently even heartbreak has to file paperwork in Babylon. Confucius wraps Raviel from behind as her hair keeps growing longer, and he lays out the trick. Win time back to the day before, act like nothing happened, and let everyone else stay clueless. She calls it her own clever way to conquer the stage, which is a charming way to describe weaponized romance. The cover story runs straight into a shopkeeper's objections, but Confucius shuts that down in a hurry and starts playing the overprotective noble for show. Then Raviel gets yanked through a dimensional portal while he refuses to explain himself, because this whole arrangement only works if the outside world stays confused. As Raviel's power climbs past 90%, Confucius leans in close and keeps feeding the plan, then casually announces he'll hire a theater company for a day. He's not joking either, and the casting choice lands with the worst possible confidence when Constellation Assassin shows up with the full glorious total of 6 performers. That little performance scam becomes the bridge into a formal ballroom date, where Confucius and Raviel arrive dressed to convince everyone they belong there. On a luxurious bed, another couple's intimacy mirrors the same strategy, and the whole point is clear: make the bond look real enough that nobody sees the knife hidden in the velvet. Raviel finally says the thing she's been holding back, admitting that for the first time she thinks living might actually be alright. Confucius answers by gripping her hand and reminding her he already promised to trust her, so now he's trapped by his own word, which is honestly the healthiest kind of disaster. The theater gag turns into a full Romeo and Juliet performance, complete with bad enough line delivery to make the ears and nose joke land harder than the romance. Confucius and Raviel then dance, watch together, and keep the act flowing, while he starts shaping multiple golden orbs in the air like he's balancing a very expensive mood. In a ceremonial setting, Confucius and Raviel stand beneath a protective water dome, which gives the whole thing the polish of a ritual and the tension of a trap. Right after that, Inquisitor closes in on Lady, and the scene pivots from fake courtship to something far stranger, with Inquisitor pressed so close she looks immersed in him. Golden butterfly-like wings burst open in light around them, and Inquisitor keeps moving through the contact while someone nearby notices her transform skill is somehow still active. The body then starts fading, but the wings only spread wider, so the whole moment feels less like a victory pose and more like a spell trying to outrun collapse. Confucius snaps into a combat stance and then relaxes into a chair with the kind of confidence that only comes from knowing exactly what he's trying to fake. From there, he talks through his imagined setup, checks whether Lady Golden Hibiscus's hair has grown out, and asks if she's alright before firing a golden beam straight at the dark figure. The attack slams into its target, and the scene turns into a rough collision of bodies and force, with Inquisitor still pushing through the exchange. He keeps walking through the ornate hall under those glowing effects, talking about someone increasingly immersing in their character, which is a very polite way to describe a plan spiraling into its next phase. That lowly thing is ridiculing them, and the rage in the room snaps tight enough to cut glass. Shiny leans in so close that the whole argument turns personal in a hurry, and the immersion meter jumps to 88%, which is the sort of number that makes you sit up straight. Shiny flares in shock, accusing Confucius of going too far, so he answers the only way he knows how. Bring Hamustra now. The moment he gives the order, the whole exchange starts shaking itself loose from normal reality. Hamustra crashes in with a roar, and Shiny cuts through the chaos with one blunt claim, "My lover." That lands like a blade, because the dark figure immediately fires back that Confucius cheated by using time travel after synchronization, and now the mess has a name. Shiny digs in harder, snarling that he was the first one Confucius loved and will be the last, while the divine message cuts across the fight and tells him to stop immediately. Then the whole thing softens for a breath as the two of them embrace under the sunlight pouring through the windows, like the room itself is trying to pretend this is normal. The pause does not last. Inquisitor, still staring with those red eyes, asks if Confucius is alright, and then demands to know what he is trying to do, while a promise hangs in the air, "I'll be waiting for you." The system starts calling out the damage in cold glowing text, saying he is increasingly immersing in his character and listing the preferences pushing him there. Shiny then splits into a sharper stranger state, and the whole confrontation tilts from romance into identity breakdown. That split opens the door for the real attack, as multiple tall dark figures drop from above and the fight turns glitchy and violent again. Inquisitor drives into the clash, Shiny starts breaking apart, and someone throws out "Take me" like defiance is now the only shield left. A hand reaches across with a memory of the last time they traveled back in time, dragging the past straight into the present. The clash peaks right there, and Shiny decides she has to act, insisting she must let Lady Golden Hibiscus know before anything else slips away. The scene hard cuts into a higher level bargain, where an elder warns a child not to let ancient power manifest, while another voice flatly says he will kill him. Right after that, Butler claims the time traveler's clock, and the fight starts getting treated like property with paperwork attached, which is always a bad sign. From there, the powers circle the issue like they are debating ownership of a knife. One voice says they will intervene when they fight because Confucius respects freedom, then offers to make the time traveler's clock even stronger, because apparently the clock also needed an upgrade path. The blame gets shoved onto the tower itself for the oversight, and the speaker admits they just did not get the chance to do it last time. Then the options widen. Turn back time more flexibly, not just one day, or boost 100 ghost reincarnation instead, which is a lot to hear while everyone is still standing there. Someone remarks that calling 2 meetings over the same person is rare, then compares winning Flame Emperor's skill to obtaining the time traveler's clock. The tower finally admits fault and asks what comes next, which is exactly the kind of question that means Confucius is about to take the steering wheel. Confucius finally says what he came here to say. He has always wanted to express his gratitude, and now he gets the chance. Butler is already humming with purple energy when the tower side starts complaining about the damage, because once the cosmic paperwork starts, somebody always wants reimbursement. Confucius does not grab for the shiny power-ups on offer. Instead, he asks for the one thing that actually matters to him right now, to live with the person he loves, and the system immediately reacts like he just kicked a hornet nest made of rules. He credits the power above him for giving him a second life, and that honesty pushes the whole exchange into brighter, stranger territory. A glowing frame floods with cosmic light. Then Butler gets slapped with a curse notice from the moon that observes the blind, which is a terrible way to find out the meeting has escalated. The god who dances in the void snaps in rage and threatens to erase whoever is being rude, but Confucius answers from the bottom of his heart anyway. The light surges harder, the rating freezes at 99%, and for a second it feels like the entire bargain is hanging on one last hesitation. Then Confucius stands before the god inside the red void and bows properly instead of posturing, because that usually works better than dying with attitude. He brings up the master of the tower, and the princess who walks through mirages appears, turning the conversation from raw power into an actual negotiation. Confucius answers with a fresh burst of purple-white power, and the god gives him a cryptic reason in return, which is basically divine small talk with knives hidden inside it. He says he can see from the rate itself, while Butler's past gets dragged into the open, the kind of record that makes everyone in the room sound a little more dangerous than they look. By the time Confucius is standing there in formal clothes with purple energy still curling around him, the system finally posts the result. The god who dances in the void likes him. The god doubles down with the old line about kids these days needing criticism, then admits what really impressed her, that the only way to completely defeat Flame Emperor was a move worth respecting. Confucius pushes one step further and gets the god to spell out the real bargain. She is not here to force a path, and a hunter can even stay on the first floor forever if he wants. In other words, the tower is giving him room to choose, which is a lot better than getting shoved forward by a cosmic boot. When the focus shifts back to Butler, Confucius keeps the tone calm and asks the one thing that matters for the people beside him. He calls Butler someone who always tries to seize victory in entirety, then makes the compensation simple: send him back 24 hours from Butler's perspective, so the rewind works in his favor instead of leaving him cleaning up another disaster. The god asks what else he wants, and Confucius answers with the kind of request that keeps this whole story moving: let Lady Silver Lily keep her memories. The reward is not just power or survival anymore, it is making sure the people he protects can cross the next stage with themselves intact. The summons close in with teeth and claws bared, and Butler stiffens before he throws himself into the moment with a sharp, ugly sound. Confucius hears the god's answer over the noise. Everyone he has given a floor is some lonely, sad soul trapped in tragedy, which is a pretty brutal way to describe the guest list. So Confucius makes the real request plain: let his lover keep her memories when time rewinds. That turns the bargain from simple survival into something messier and more personal, because now the reset has to preserve the person beside him instead of washing her clean like an accident report. He says the important part out loud right there beside Silver Lily. If they stand next to each other, then only one person gets to reach his heart now. That lands the scene squarely on what this rewind actually costs him, not in blood, but in the part of him that has to keep choosing who stays with him across the loop. That choice drags him into memory, and a dark-coated figure starts talking like someone who has already lived too much of the wrong life. The flashback settles on Confucius and Shiny, the Crown Princess and Lady Golden Hibiscus, standing close enough for their magic to crackle between them, which is the sort of romantic setup that never stays innocent for long. Confucius asks what else she can see, and the answer comes with a surge of magical force that hits both of them at once. Shiny's fury boils over into a wish on the sword, and that wish turns her life eternal, which sounds romantic until you remember eternity is a terrible thing to hand to someone in the middle of a fight. She threatens to kill him if he scars her, and the two of them get swallowed by power so intense it starts rewriting the room around them. Then the memory snaps forward to him coming home after dinner and acting like his own life is the part that makes no sense, which is honestly fair given the amount of magic currently chewing on his timeline. Confucius keeps getting pulled through strange spaces, from a mystical chamber to a palace where his body won't stop reacting to whatever force is moving through him. He realizes he asked what Shiny was seeing, while she waits behind a vertical barrier of light and promises she will be there when he gets back. The rewind gets uglier from there because Shiny hears strange voices. A ring flashes in view, and she sits on a throne in an ornate chamber like the whole memory is trying to pin her down. Confucius admits he understands his place as teacher first and lover second, while Shiny clearly does not enjoy being sorted into neat little roles. Then Butler is suddenly missing, and Confucius goes straight to the blunt truth. He wants Shiny. That gets the memory wobbling again, with Shiny wrapped in red fabric and glitching with magic while Confucius pushes through the confusion and asks why she keeps calling this a dream. Butler leans in with his own panic, saying he hears voices too, and Shiny reacts like this is the first time any of this has happened. Confucius remembers the whole thing as vivid but littered with dreamlike flashes, so he finally does the sensible thing and steps out for air before the memory drags him under completely. Years before all this, Confucius stands in a grand chamber with Shiny, and the two of them turn a promise into something much heavier than romance. She offers, "I become your dream and you become my life," while he admits the only clear memory he can grip is her crying at him, which is not exactly the sort of keepsake anyone wants on their shelf. That memory stings because he already regrets promising to trust her no matter what, and the story snaps even harder into danger when Constellation Assassin presses a blade to Silver Lily's neck. She answers by leaning into the moment and calmly backing him, saying she trusts the man she loves and his abilities, which is a wild thing to say with a knife parked at your throat. Constellation Assassin keeps the blade out and leans into the threat, telling her she has died and that he is the only one who can kill her. Silver Lily answers by calling out Confucius's real move before it happens, saying he will convince the tower no matter what it takes, and force a reversal back a day. So now the plan is out in the open and everyone looks miserable about it. Blue energy surges between Silver Lily and Confucius as the loop logic turns ugly, and the repeated falls make it clear he is not just bluffing his way through one bad night. Silver Lily catches the edge of the problem and says that this is where things start to break, which is the closest thing this mess gets to a warning label. Then the memory stutters to Confucius walking before a mansion at night, and the words land like a knife of their own. She tells him he was sad his whole life because of his mother. A blast of magenta energy follows, and the man's head blows apart, because apparently this conversation needed zero chill and maximum trauma. Back in a more polished stretch of the same memory, Silver Lily appears in an elegant chamber, and the scene finally names the tension for what it is. Confucius arrives in a tuxedo, asks if she has been waiting, and she greets him by name, while another version of her is already holding his darkened body close, and another flares to life in magenta light, asking what he sees. Silver Lily wraps him in an emotional embrace and says she has been waiting for Confucius, and then the man in the chair drops the real bomb. He tells her she is a time traveler just like him. She reflects that even if he dies, the feelings around him still linger, which is a bleak little souvenir to carry around. A crimson-eyed Silver Lily asks what he dreamed, and the answer comes down to a single number, 7, before Confucius reaches up and covers his face like he can physically hold the memory together. She glows and tells him this proves how much he has endured for her, so the whole thing stops being a vague ache and turns into a debt neither of them can ignore. From there, Silver Lily starts reading Confucius like a problem she respects, saying his strategy is to attack the tower's flaw and flip the whole game. She decides the simplest answer is to kill him, but even that does not cleanly solve anything, because she still likes hearing his voice and admits the real fear is not death, it is forgetting him. She remembers the one who taught her true happiness, and Confucius holds her close while setting a condition of his own. He will not answer unless she says the words herself. Silver Lily answers by saying she wants to live with him, which finally turns the whole haunted back and forth into something concrete enough to build on. That is when the future plan part of the memory locks into place, and Confucius gets named out loud as an innocent yet bad man, which is honestly a pretty efficient summary of the guy. Silver Lily answers the only way she seems to know how, blasting him with magenta power and promising to kill him over and over until he comes back to her, because for them, even love has to survive a combat phase. Confucius answers the cost of his own plan without flinching, and Silver Lily starts to react before the magenta energy around her swells again. She points at the giant scar he left across the sky and ground, because Romance is apparently still taking notes on the damage report. He promises to figure it out no matter what it takes and asks her to trust him, but Confucius gets hit with a blast of magenta light right in the eye for his trouble. Silver Lily stares him down, and that glare says she is not done arguing with the man she wants to marry. From there, the talk shifts into the practical problem. No constellation can stand as a shield for this world, so they need a real timeline and a real marriage. Confucius throws out a wedding date a month from today, and Silver Lily pushes back that the Empire and the world still have to recognize it, which is a very noble way to make a personal deadline sound like a state issue. Confucius says that part is easy because he already has a plan, and then nails the timing to exactly 10 days from the moment he reincarnated. He explains that once they tie the knot, Silver Lily becomes an official member of the ducal house of Abancia, and the imperial palace will hand her the title of his duke consort. Silver Lily brings up butler memory and the burden of becoming the head of a noble house, but the conversation keeps dragging back to the tower, and the life Confucius still has to finish there. He pulls her close, and when she calls him on it, he only answers that this is one of the promises he already made. They finally say the obvious out loud. She loves him, he loves her, and she asks the question that cuts through all the noise. Then the two of them lie together, and the whole thing turns from battle talk into an actual proposal instead of a very elaborate near miss. The moment gets physical, then the mood snaps sideways as a dark web of cracks crawls over Silver Lily's face, and red destructive power bleeds into the air. Through that shift, a mystical voice speaks from the mirror and lays down the one rule that matters here: stop this world's destruction. Confucius asks when they should get married, and the answer comes with ugly history attached. The sacred sword fragments exploded at Raviel's wish, and that is what started the world's destruction in the first place. Silver Lily then makes the introduction formal, naming herself as the heir to the ducal house of Abancia, because even apocalypses still make room for paperwork. With the title settled, the next step turns military fast. A man in formal wear adjusts his tie while talking about war preparation taking days, and the name tag confirms he is Raviel Abancia, which is a very calm way to stand in front of an incoming disaster. Then the ritual kicks in, bright golden light and a circular seal bloom into view as the conversation pivots from marriage into apothecary-grade cosmic trouble. Confucius gets the first clear warning that the apostles' powers ride on aliases like the ox that harvests and ruins, and the warhorse of the eternal plains, and that set of names alone already sounds like somebody's going to have a terrible day. The explanation gets stricter from there. These powers still operate under the laws of physics on Earth, but an apostle can bend those forces hard enough to erase huge areas and tear things apart. So the fight is not just a brawl, it is a collision with something that can treat whole regions like disposable furniture. The scene closes on an intimate, hard-to-read contact, as Butler ends up right beside another figure, their clothes touching at close range. After all that talk of war, marriage, and destruction, even one small brush of fabric feels loaded. The warhorse of the Eternal Plains finally gets a real name. Goddess calls her Mahos, and now the combat and war angle lands a lot harder. Right after that, Butler and Raviel blurt out love like they're trying to outshout the disaster around them, which is a bold choice in a room this tense. Someone spells out the rule behind all this chaos. Each constellation has its own laws, and its apostles draw power from those laws. Silver Lily points out that this gets ugly fast because the apostles' strength changes the whole fight, and Raviel answers with a flat no, which is about the only thing in the room keeping its dignity. When the others ask for an example, the answer comes back with the power of romance, where a person's usefulness, authority, and wealth get measured and weaponized. Confucius still keeps his cool and tells Silver Lily they'll find a way through it with her special power, while Raviel keeps pushing toward Butler with the kind of commitment that makes the whole hall feel dangerously small. Then the tone snaps. Someone starts talking about their secret weapon. Butler lunges forward in a rush of shock, and the whole thing turns into that awful pause where everybody realizes the joke may not be a joke at all. A brutal red slash tears across the scene, and Confucius ends up close to a woman wrapped in pink magic as she says his name. That sweet little moment sits right beside a new threat crawling in through red mist, estimated at 1.5 hungry ghosts from the 12th floor, which is a very specific way to ruin a wedding. The apostle shows its power with a glowing emblem burning in its chest, and the warning lands. There are 3 especially vicious kinds of enemies here. Silver Lily, dressed in black and lit by red power, gets asked to read them, and then a huge purple wave blows the whole exchange wide open. The answer to what they are comes in one name: King of Death. That label hits, and the battlefield answers with a massive red and white blast that keeps rolling into the structure disaster around them. The explosion keeps spreading, and somewhere in the middle of the chaos, a completely different marriage beat flashes by, with Mr. Duke Consort congratulated over an adoption ceremony with a child present. It's the sort of detail that would be heartwarming if the building weren't actively trying to split in half. Hunters start screaming for a run as the power chews through the environment, and Raviel snaps back that she isn't giving up anything, her red eyes burning with fury. That refusal turns the whole bargain sharp and ugly, because the cost is now impossible to ignore, while the energy keeps chewing through exposed bodies, and the apostles flood the wedding hall. The final explanation lands cleanly. Borrowing a constellation's power means handing over everything you have in return. In other words, it's basically pawning your soul to the devil, and this hall full of apostles is the receipt. Inquisitor cuts through the noise and explains that an apostle fights with a special power called the Holy Battlefield, one of Mahos's blessings. That turns the wedding hall from a tense argument into a real battlefield, because now everyone knows this isn't just one ugly clash, it's a divine-backed slaughter in progress. Mr. Duke Consort starts speaking to the child with grim seriousness, like he is forcing one last normal conversation out of a day that already went off the rails. Behind him, Sylvia burns in golden light and asks flat out whether her death is allowed, which is a brutal thing to ask while the room is still collapsing around everyone. Mr. Duke Consort snaps Zombie to get ready, then calls down the ox that harvests, and the response is not subtle. A constellation power drops into the fight as ghost soldiers start marching in. Someone explains these ghosts were elite warriors who followed Mahos in life, so the apostle is literally recycling dead veterans like a very cursed army service plan. When the man answers, "I do," the battlefield erupts even harder, and winged figures blaze into view with gold and red energy. Raviel comes into focus in her monstrous form, and the warning lands plain. She is already dangerous enough before anyone even adds a power boost. The ghost army crashes into the enemy, and the whole hall becomes a multi-front brawl, with bodies, blades, and magic all colliding at once. In the middle of that mess, Mr. Duke Consort pulls someone close in a brief embrace, then keeps channeling power as if he can hold the room together by force of will alone. Shiny shows up glowing below the chaos and warns that the others are coming too, which is the only kind of sentence that makes a firelit battlefield sound worse. The assault keeps rolling anyway, and the ghosts keep hammering one fighter after another until Mr. Duke Consort finally roars for everyone to follow his command. A man erupts from the blast in a shell of golden light and looks upward as the fight keeps tearing apart the hall around him. In the middle of that chaos, the thought hits cleanly. Going back in time is no longer lonely, because there is finally someone standing in it with him. Silver Lily says she can borrow the special guards from His Majesty, and that one line snaps the fight into a bigger royal power play. Mr. the Fine Roble One Ivere. Duke Consort immediately orders the new dragon troop and the servants to escort the guests to safety, because once apostles are involved, the wedding crowd becomes the first thing that gets trampled. A girl is marked out while an armored figure clashes in red energy, and then red crystal blocks spring up around the man's feet like the floor itself is trying to trap him. The battlefield is no longer just a melee now. It starts looking like people are being boxed into roles before they even get a say. The constellation's warning lands next. Blame the one in her soul, then blame that young man, which tells everyone there is a possession-sized problem sitting right in the middle of this mess. Around them, hunters are already strewn across the battlefield while dark presences close in, so the whole thing has moved from duel to disaster. Confucius and Silver Lily call out the real problem, because 3 apostles are about to arrive, and nobody gets to pretend this is manageable anymore. Mr. Duke Consort answers by appointing someone as head of the special guards, and on the other side, an entity threatens to trample them beneath its hooves while telling the girl to mourn, which is as gracious as a stampede ever gets. The hunters finally face a towering apostle with a massive wingspan, and that is when the battle stops pretending to be contained. From there, the orders turn tactical. Position guards and fighters where apostles appear. Because if the enemies keep spawning in with that kind of entrance, you either set a trap or get flattened by the schedule. Lightning and crackling powers surge upward as one fighter confirms he has blessings from the god of beauty and the god of death on top of his own skills. He keeps channeling that cosmic pressure while another figure cloaks themselves in golden light, and then the body in that glow starts shrieking as vengeance and anguish burn straight through it. Shiny cuts off the blessing long enough to demand one condition, and the fighters do not waste the opening. The call goes out to hit the armored target now, because if you hesitate around an apostle, it turns into your problem real fast. A spirit gets sent straight into the fight, and Shiny answers by slamming power into the floor seal. The contact sparks into a violent discharge, and the thing between them starts screaming like it has very bad timing. That chaos slams into a wedding ceremony at a mansion facade, which is already a cursed sentence on its own. One observer clocks the setup and notes it looks like the whole place expects a battle, because every chair in sight seems to have brought a knife. The response is even stranger. One entity spots a constellation fragment, decides the obstacle is getting erased, and summons war horses to do the erasing. A soldier explains that the fighters are put in front and the nobles in back, so at least somebody has remembered basic survival instincts. Then the charge actually starts, with war horses and warriors smashing into armored foes while golden energy keeps colliding with them. The whole line turns into a brutal shove, and nobody has time left left for ceremony. Away from that first clash, one fighter talks about training swordsmanship and never showing weakness as Moon of Ibansia. It is less a pep talk and more a reminder that this crowd treats composure like armor, which is convenient when everyone is trying to stab everyone else. Two figures stand close in the red glow, and the conversation turns personal instead of tactical for a second. The man says his wish is to protect this. The woman says she understands and will end it the way he wants. So the fight and the feelings are now sharing the same room. Then the nobles start worrying out loud that Lily marrying a commoner is going to get violent, so they bring personal guards along. That suspicion does not last long before an armored entity clamps onto multiple figures and floods the area with red energy. Someone reaches for divine help, and the next beat answers with a violent manifestation instead of comfort. Confucius knows the kind of mental pressure on this battlefield, so he calls out that prime power protects against attacks like this, which is a fancy way of saying he has been through worse. The scene widens hard as the apostle emerges in a golden divine form, then hangs over the dark with glowing eyes like it owns the place. Another voice spells out the real problem. Apostles from another plane want to conquer this world, and that is the sort of line that ruins everybody's evening. Heavenly Demon refuses to treat them like a big philosophical crisis and fires blue energy back at them, calling them small fish and skipping the doctrine lecture. Another figure then bursts out through blinding light with angelic forms around them, and the battlefield goes from ugly to openly absurd. On rocky ground amid fire and a red blast, a hooded figure arrives while humans bow in front of him. He is greeted as the young leader of the demonic heavens, which is a very dramatic title to hear, right before the wedding starts acting cursed again. The red energy field fills with demonic creatures as the figure laughs that lowly things dare interfere with the demonic cult wedding. Then the truth comes out. The apostles are trying to ruin the heavenly demon's wedding, and this mess is no accident. A woman recoils in shock, and the hit lands hard enough that the room feels like it flinches with her. The attack keeps rolling, and the whole showdown now looks less like a duel and more like a trap being sprung from every direction. The pressure turns violent again as a warrior unleashes white-red energy upward, cutting through the chaos with one hard strike. In the burning city beyond, a masked entity leans toward the male demon and says he looks even brighter than usual, my lord, which is one way to make a battlefield sound personal. Finally, the masked leader throws the whole thing into the open by announcing to a crowd of shocked humans that he is getting married. He raises the glowing staff triumphantly, and with that one gesture, the apostle's larger plan stops being a rumor and becomes everybody's problem at once. Confucius is still down on the ground, staring up while the demons point out the bride standing among them like she is the whole reason this mess exists. He throws a curse at the leader, and the whole exchange snaps the battlefield from shock into pure hostility. Then the enemy tries something nastier than a sword swing and asks Confucius about happy memories, which is a bold move on a man who has died too many times to count. Confucius answers that he has plenty, then starts talking about endless deaths, lost friends, and the same trapped loop grinding him down over and over. That pain does not slow him down, because somebody on the other side gives the order to wipe them out, and a massive blast tears across the fight. One observer mutters that Heavenly Demon really does have high standards, which is a weird thing to say while everything is exploding. But here we are. The scene lurches into a wedding setup, and the male demon coolly says the bride knows nothing about martial arts, as if that somehow makes this less insane. The groom cuts in anyway and reminds everyone it is his wedding day. Then another demon starts barking about gifts like this is a parade and not a battlefield. The groom gets one more glorious line off, claiming he is the happiest man across every dimension he can name, and the demons instantly back him up by shouting that power comes from authority. In other words, the whole cult has turned marriage into a power source, which is both on-brand and deeply exhausting. Confucius's answer to that insanity arrives as the enemy finally recoils, calls him a strange human, and starts to fall apart. The holy battlefield kicks in through the power of the constellation Mahos, and the system flashes that something has been achieved as golden light floods the exchange. That power does not just look pretty, it locks humans in the light and forces summoned beings back to the level of their prime, which is the sort of trick that turns a bad day into a massacre. The leader even tosses out a casual apology before ordering everyone to kill them all, because subtlety clearly missed the briefing. Amid the red embers, the bride jolts and grabs at her chi, only for the energy to settle as her form rests in eerie peace. Then the story pivots hard into a calmer stranger bargain. Over a cathedral at sunset, someone argues that people should have the right to live again, and another voice immediately asks how they are supposed to trust a summoner who might just use them as a slave. The answer comes with a woman stepping in mid-strike, then the blunt claim that the summoner has already vacated this world and truly disappeared. Sylvia appears as a cloaked figure, threatens to destroy the entire plane, and another man protests against the woman inside his body, just before a white flash blows the moment apart. Confucius gets hit with the ugly truth of the marriage game. Even if someone wears the Empress crown, everybody still drags Raviel into it and starts comparing. That lands hard enough that the whole scene buckles under purple and gold power crashing together, and Confucius just sits there on the broken stairs while the chaos keeps chewing through the castle. A purple-blue blade snaps into shape in front of Confucius, and he answers it with a flat, refusing no instead of backing down. Then he sends out a savage surge of purple lightning, and the other side fires back with a defiant answer of their own, which is a weirdly loud way to say this fight is not over. A golden force finally cuts through the storm and orders everyone to choose, like the whole mess can be settled with one clean decision. But the answer is a brutal hit. Then a pair of black wings with gold trim open wide, and the cloaked figure basically hands the woman an exit. Serve a constellation or run free. That offer comes with a fresh problem, because Butler has already been missing since morning, and nobody even bothers calling him by name anymore. The cloaked figure presses harder, promising to resurrect everyone killed in battle with their memories intact. So now the choice is not just life or death, but what kind of life gets handed back. Then the trap gets personal. If the woman surrenders, he says he will bring her back as Lady Golden Hibiscus, which is a classy title for a very ugly leash. He reaches out with white-gloved hands while blood drips below, and the man staring back can only ask why he is doing this at all. The answer is not gentle. A laugh tears up through the cosmic dark, the title card slams in, and the whole argument points straight at the King of Death, which explains why everybody in the room suddenly looks like they regret showing up. From there, the scene shifts into the wedding knot again, as the pair pull close amid drifting light, and Silver Lily is the one objecting now, furious that Confucius is treating marriage like a side quest. Confucius answers that objection head-on and declares the wedding void, which is a bold move when the altar is still standing and the witnesses are still glaring. The red-haired man steps in next and shuts down the obvious escape hatch, saying Shiny cannot show himself in front of other people, which makes the whole setup feel even more crowded and awkward. Right after that, the intimacy swings back and close, and the story frames this whole mess as a vow not to let go of each other's hands, even when they grind each other down. The group finally pulls it into the open at the altar and announces they will broadcast everything to the world, because subtle private suffering apparently got vetoed. The narration doubles down on the commitment too. Keep smiling, keep eye contact, and keep standing through whatever garbage lands next. With the wedding conflict closed, the story shifts forward to a fuller group on the move, and makes it clear this is everyone that matters for the next stretch. The narrator then points ahead to a future stage, and Confucius cuts through the transition with a single sharp don't, like he already knows the next problem is going to be worse. That warning leads straight into what Confucius actually values: the people he keeps close, sword in hand, standing beside the woman he will not let go. He names everyone who has opened the door to his heart and walked in, calling them family, which is about as soft as he gets before the tower starts kicking the door again. The last beat turns ugly fast when a creature clamps onto the dark-haired man's face, and the interruption is so sudden it feels like the room itself gets mugged. Confucius, Silver Lily, and Shiny are still there when he starts calling for demons by type, which tells you this next bargain is not going to be a polite one. The gray-haired woman starts by explaining how she took someone under her wing after her teacher died, and the talk lands with the tired weight of people who keep surviving by borrowing each other's strength. Then Sylvia, the blonde woman, appears overhead, and Confucius closes the distance so fast the platform gives off a sharp FWF under their embrace. From there, the warning gets blunt. When people deny reality, reality turns around and denies them right back, which is a nasty little rule for anyone trying to survive the tower. The same woman frames it as a problem for otherworldly intruders, and Sylvia answers with a simple, almost formal, "Yes, my lord," because apparently even romance has to sign paperwork in this place. Silver Lily then pulls Confucius into an ornate hall from behind and tells him no constellation or fragment is left to stir trouble for a while. She sounds relieved, but the room is still full of plot, so the next voice cuts in with a name: Prayer. Prayer reaches for her sister, calls herself someone whose natural role is hearing people's wishes, and then gets hit with the ugly truth that her sisters have already betrayed her. She only trusted Lafanta Aegeum because he prayed first, which is the sort of logic that makes sense right up until it ruins your whole afternoon. The explanation for Lafanta Aegeum gets darker from there. He kills constellations, then treats ordinary people like characters, and peeks into their stories like he owns the shelf they sit on. Confucius holds up a small embroidered handkerchief, gets told to smell its fragrance whenever he feels uneasy, and then seals that moment with a close kiss by the window, because this guy handles emotional support like a weaponized keepsake. Prayer finally says the quiet part out loud. She is able to breathe, and that simple fact matters in a world where constellations can die and leave whole planes shivering in the wreckage. Then a cityside conversation snaps in, and someone orders, "Take a seat. We need to talk," which is never a sentence that leads to snacks. That talk turns to a fresh catastrophe, because a new constellation is born in a world that had none, with Demon King of Autumn Rain at the center of it. Prayer follows that up with the cleanest summary possible of bad intentions gone feral, and it sets the tone for everything that comes after. In the grand room, the newcomer walks straight toward a glowing relic on a pedestal, and says he did what he had to do first, which is the kind of line that usually precedes 3 more problems. He then accuses the lord they serve of creating worse trouble instead of solving it, while Prayer admits she can only bless their good intentions and nothing more. The accusation gets sharper when someone points at the white-haired woman and names her as the one who tore Raviel's heart apart. Prayer's blessing flashes hard with a Cheyenne, and Confucius and Silver Lily stand close enough that whatever happens next is going to be personal whether the tower likes it or not. Then the consequences hit home. The death of a constellation leaves eternal winter chewing through an entire plane of existence, all because someone up the chain killed the wrong cosmic piece. The response is not subtle, not patient, and not gentle either, because the next order is simple: devour it. Power surges through a human body in red light, then erupts again in a massive golden burst that looks less like a spell and more like reality losing an argument. The whole thing ends on a demand that nobody in the room gets to dodge. Take responsibility. Confucius watches the tower's logic widen out in front of him, starting with the ugly truth that everyone keeps asking for a hero while nobody wants the bill. Then a cloaked figure steps in and asks if he is ready to be their king, which is a very casual way to hand a man a crown and a problem. A woman springing through stacks of books blurts that he has been too successful, and Confucius gets the immediate bad news version. His power has made him a useful nuisance. Heavenly Demon cuts in to explain that they poured absurd resources into the tower's event system because they meant to control how this place works, not just survive it. Confucius answers a masked figure, and the reaction makes it clear he is not just talking theory anymore. One glance at the numbers, the glowing hand, and the crowd locking in around him says the same thing 3 different ways. This is already a war with stakes big enough to print on a scoreboard. Sylvia, Heavenly Demon, and Constellation Assassin gather for the push, and the man in the coat basically tells them to stop hesitating and move. Confucius then catches a new worry in his own mouth and asks whether everything is alright, only to realize the problem has already spilled past the room and into the people coming in from outside. He looks around and realizes the hunter line is thinning, because the missing people are no longer a mystery so much as a symptom. That sends him straight into the library's deeper stacks, where the next answers are waiting in a place that feels less like a room and more like a whole archive of bad decisions. A phone call spells out the part nobody wants to say cleanly. Some of these people are drifting toward demonic cults. Confucius immediately turns that chaos into a statement, the kind that says he intends to challenge the world instead of getting ground down by it. He asks the cooped-up librarian what kind of apocalypse she wants, and she answers with the simplest option imaginable: a children's story. That sounds harmless until the brown-haired guide lays out the plan to win people over, earn the tower residents' trust, and build something that can actually survive outside pressure. The librarian says there is only one children's story among all the apocalypses they have, and she wants that one. Confucius gives a cautious little pause, because when a library starts sorting the end of the world by bedtime reading, the next answer had better be worth it. The team forms up in a circle, and Confucius hardens his face like he has already decided what kind of future he is willing to buy. One of them flips the old moral proverb inside out, and the room gets the message fast. The path to anything good here is going to be filthy. He lifts the book triumphantly with a small child present and declares the next stage, which is the sort of line that makes the entire room straighten at once. Then Heavenly Demon starts talking about freedom outside, a place where people can breathe, and she does it like she is already seeing the exit door. The story then snaps wider and starts naming who is tangled with whom, including Poisonous Viper and other factions that have been circling this mess from the start. 3 women gather around a purple-eyed figure, and the whole setup feels like the tower quietly assembling the people who will matter when the real fighting begins. Confucius promises the group something meaningful, and the tone shifts from talk to contract. The Black Dragon gets dragged into the light as cold-eyed and lifeless. Then she speaks in grayscale about seeing the world her teacher dreamed of, which is a very ominous way to admit the game is no longer theoretical. Finally, the purple-eyed woman pushes the last piece into place by asking whether any of them want to be a poster child, and that is where the tower's next era becomes impossible to ignore. Confucius now has the book, the allies, and the mission, so the question is no longer what the tower wants from him, but how many futures he can force open before it closes again. The first answer is simple. Confucius says he can change the world and asks what he has to do. The others hold the line in the city, staring at the skyline like they already know something ugly is coming over it. The warning lands fast, and then a huge red barrier surges outward with a raw burst of force. Something slams upward in the blast, and 2 fighters collide hard enough to turn the air into a problem. Confucius gets the next warning straight. A constellation will treat him as a mortal enemy. Constellation Assassin hears the pressure shift, calls out a mental attack, and tells everyone to raise aura defense before their heads get messy. Shiny points out Sacrifice, the 4th sister sword left by Lafanta Ekin. Right as the wind starts tearing through the field, the masked warrior answers by promising to kill them all, which is a pretty strong sign that subtlety has already left the building. The wind attack scatters the group, so the front line snaps back and withdraws before the whole formation gets shredded. Spirit gets called in next, because when the air starts hitting like that, somebody has to carry the message and not the bruises. A female warrior rises through golden flames and fires off a transfer spell to move the pressure somewhere else. Confucius then pours out massive golden energy, and the team stumbles out of the attack just long enough to ask what they actually survived. Red aura churns as someone starts talking about prayer, and then the answer comes back with a grim little revelation. Apostles are here, and they are being sung into motion. Confucius swears his loyalty toward Lafanta Ikim will not change, which is exactly the kind of line you do not say unless the room is already on fire. The apostles answer by singing and multiplying, turning one thread into a pile of them. Then Shiny twists the whole thing darker still, because Raviel becomes a constellation after piercing her heart with a goddess protection fragment, and suddenly this battlefield has cosmic paperwork attached. Invaders from Raviel's world surge in right behind that change, and Shiny declares war on them without blinking. One apostle adds that they will wipe out the enemies in honor of the violent path their lord toward leads, which is a terrifying way to make loyalty sound like a massacre schedule. Light beams drop people through the chaos as if the battlefield itself is rearranging the cast. Then a massive army of red figures manifests, and the sky answers with a white blade of light smashing into a dark sphere as the whole fight tips into a cosmic rift. Confucius shouts that even the King of Death will be treated as a mortal enemy by the constellation, and the reaction is immediate. He stares at the thing opening in front of him and blurts out, "What is this?" Which is fair because the sky just started deploying nightmare hardware. The apostles are ordered to raise their voices, and a weapon answer follows in a burst of power, the Sword of Starvation. The entity behind it makes the whole point bluntly clear, bragging that its world is more stable than this trash creation. Lefanta Ikim drives the fight forward by dragging in the lesson of 100 worlds, and the opposition answers by trying to lock the field down with a strange device and a blast of purple force. The whole exchange stays ugly and technical, which is perfect for a war where nobody has time for manners. Lefanta Ikim keeps talking through the chaos, saying he has seen screams pile up from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, and then a skeleton head punches up through the blast like it owns the place. That is the moment the battlefield stops being a duel and turns into an army problem. The skeleton snarls at what anyone could even do with these things, but the answer is already moving, because the conflict is bigger than one body can handle. The fight shifts into a wider test of force, and the attackers start reading the enemy's setup instead of just swinging at it. One fighter admits the old trick does not work here and throws out another attack anyway, while the skeleton line keeps thickening behind that red barrier. The result is the kind of mess where both sides are trying to outmuscle each other, and the air is doing most of the screaming. Then the monologue finally cracks open the real point. This world may not need brute force because the enemy's whole structure is built on a different kind of weakness. The speaker names the mismatch, and that is when the fight starts feeling less like raw battle and more like someone testing the lock on a sealed door. The pressure spikes hard enough to crack the whole front line, and the explosion makes it obvious that the enemy's neat little formation is not nearly as secure as it thought. The skeleton side still talks big, but now it is doing it while the battlefield blows apart around them. That collapse sets up the next reveal. The King of Death pushes in as a godly technique, wrapped in white light and red force, and suddenly the fight is no longer just about killing. It is about what can be restored, chosen, or denied, which is a very fancy way to say the dead are about to get opinions. Confucius watches the King of Death press the fight into a doctrine instead of a simple kill. The point is ugly but clear. Some souls get put down, some get brought back, and the choice is the whole trick. Confucius rejects the easy cruelty outright, making it plain he will not buy victory with an innocent scream. That forces the King of Death's power to stop looking like brute slaughter and start looking like a test of judgment. The argument sharpens when the woman presses the meaning of death, and the King of Death answers by pointing to the people he could have summoned but did not. He is not building a private butcher squad. He is choosing who gets dragged into the story and who gets left in peace. Then the philosophy lands. Some sinners are too far gone, and even the lost souls that want to live again cannot all come back clean. Confucius' power sits at the center of it, because he can restore people with their old memories intact, which makes every rescue a moral headache instead of a free miracle. The scene finally pivots away from the soul debate and back into tower business, and now the climb gets meaner. Confucius learns that the next target is Constellation Assassin on the 50th floor, with the beginner's realm still blocking the way, so every move below that line has to be exact. A white-caped figure gets the congratulations, but the mood turns fast as a man reaches past that and demands Lefanta Ikim's epic outright. The reply is pure stubbornness. They've suffered too much to stop here, and Spirit's whole point was that hunters have to compete, not sit around admiring the scenery. The argument snaps into violence when the man clamps onto the woman's wrist with red energy and threatens to kill her if she refuses. And Constellation Assassin gets named for what he is, which is the sort of title that makes a room go quiet real quick. The woman drags up Confucius's old achievement, reminding everyone that he cleared the annals of the heavenly demon and even went to the snow mountain. He answers by blasting her again and again, then tries to push for the whole thing as if he can simply demand his favorite role and collect the reward like a delivery order. That push gets shut down by a cold system warning, abnormal access attempted. Then the name King of Death cuts through, and the King of Death starts talking like it knows exactly what Confucius is dealing with, especially when it comes to Lefanta Ikim. Confucius gets a look at the epic's details, but the system keeps the actual text locked away from him, so he's left staring at a door he can't open. Above them, Constellation Assassin keeps climbing the massive structure, and the King of Death dangles the promise that Confucius would probably like to see more of this power for himself. Inside that strange realm, Confucius is told the target lines up by same species, same region, and same gender, which makes the whole hunt sound less mystical and more brutally specific. Then the explanation turns ugly. People who go beyond enjoying stories start obsessing over them, and that obsession twists their heads before it ever twists their bodies. A woman explains that when he was little, a constellation was summoned to another world, and that detail lands hard because it sounds too close to Confucius' own path. He catches on to the pattern with a shocked stare, realizing the story addict's route mirrors someone who wakes with power and survives in another world instead of staying put like a normal person would. That finally exposes the real shape of the problem. These story addicts aren't just fans, they are people warped by obsession until reality no longer fits them. Two figures then square off in front of a building, white capes flowing behind them, and the whole thing feels like the setup for a bad idea about to become a worse one. The confrontation tightens when one of them calls it a crossover between Lafanta Ikim and Yu, and the scene jumps back to the exact starting point of Confucius's journey across different worlds. Surrounded by mystical energy, someone makes a wish, and that wish pulls the whole mess one step further into motion. Nearby, two people stare in shock while an observer feels something new and terrifying. The kind of sensation that hits when staying alive stops being a clean decision. Flame Emperor's face locks up as he realizes whatever is happening here is going to leave someone with a very different shape of mind and body than they started with. Then Lafanta Ikim appears alone in darkness with that eerie glow around him, and the tower answers with a blunt notification that he has entered the 50th floor through an abnormal path. The system doesn't even try to make it elegant, which is rude, but at least honest. The floor reveals its true nightmare next, a monstrous form with exposed red flesh, huge teeth, and yellow eyes, the kind of thing that makes every instinct in the room hit the brakes. One person bolts toward the rooftop edge and wonders if jumping will bring instant regret, which is a pretty fair question given the situation. Then the warnings start stacking up. Cooped up librarian protection removed, beginner protections halted, special benefits gone. Below, hunters brace against the gigantic creature, and Lafanta Ikim turns back toward them to ask if they know who he is, because even a disaster likes an introduction. The next answer is action, not manners, as someone jumps off the rooftop and the fight fully breaks open. At the same time, a gray-haired hunter hurls red energy at the beast, while Flame Emperor watches in horror. Because whatever that thing is, it looks like it used to be human, and that is not the sort of detail anyone wants attached to a monster. Confucius takes one look at the giant thing in front of him and realizes this fight is already past the point of normal logic. Around him, the battlefield keeps boiling over, so he stops hesitating and commits to cutting the enemies apart before they get another chance to move. A phone clicks in someone's hand, and that tiny sound is enough to keep the whole exchange moving. Flame Emperor, who knows this stretch of terrain from before, immediately clocks the location and starts treating the battlefield like a trap with a memory. Confucius swings with massive red energy blades and tears into the creature's body, then follows through with a spinning finish that drives the attack home. On the side, a phone screen pops open to a text menu for 36 contacts, which is a wild thing to multitask while a giant is getting carved up. A falling figure spits out a nasty promise that someone's lives will be ruined forever, and the mood only gets uglier from there. Flame Emperor finally names the thing for what it is, calling these places Demon Towers, and the red blast that follows turns the monster into a flashing mess of light and damage. Confucius catches the nasty part of the lesson fast. If these creatures get split wrong, they just split again and regenerate. That means brute force is useless unless the cut is exact, and now the whole fight turns into a precision problem instead of a brawl. Flame Emperor throws in the one survival rule that matters right now. Stare too long at a demon tower and it notices you. The creature then makes the shift even uglier by announcing the rules change from the 50th floor onward, so the climb has officially stopped pretending to be fair. An angel drops in and congratulates the chosen one, while a red beam shoots upward from below and leaves a body dangling in its wake. Confucius is still trying to track the warning when the creature sneers at him from the wreckage and tells him he keeps ending up in the same shuffle because he follows his own logic. Confucius answers the warning the only way he knows how, by drawing in focus and preparing the next attack. The creature's line hangs in the air, but he is already moving, because hesitation is how these things get another opening. Then the body starts failing from something worse than damage. Void poison begins eating through it, and the erosion rate ticks up on screen. Flame Emperor is the one who notices it first, and the ugly part is that the monster can still talk while Confucius is getting dragged back to that awful feeling of running out of time. The creature tells him to keep staring at the demon towers when he gets scared, as if that is supposed to be comforting. A surge of energy answers instead, and the attack lands hard enough to force the whole exchange into its next phase. A winged figure appears in glowing light and introduces herself as Goddess, the constellation who will guide Confucius's future from here on out. She also makes it very clear that she has more than one power, which is the sort of sentence that should never be dismissed lightly. The fight gets ugly again when the creature blasts Flame Emperor flying, and the blue defender jumps in just in time to block the worst of it. In the middle of that chaos, Confucius finally sees the trick. The screamer's real body is hidden inside her scream, so the target is not the noise, it is the thing inside it. Convinced that direct force still has a place if he uses it right, Confucius commits to burying them with sound. He has the opening now, and the next strike is about making the creature's own attack turn into the grave. That shift in thinking carries straight into the next stretch, where the tower's rules, the poison, and the new powers all start pulling in the same direction. As Confucius keeps climbing, the bigger game stops looking like survival and starts looking like control. Confucius stands alone on the snow and says the quiet part out loud. He's suffering from amnesia. The joke lands hard only because he immediately confirms it with a worse detail, admitting he can't remember anything older than a week, so every move from here has to work with holes in his own head. He tries to bring up the target's senseless murders and then stops, because something about the situation feels off before the conversation can even settle. When the target asks about compensation for what was done wrong, Confucius doesn't dodge it, which tells us he still knows exactly where the wound is, even if he can't hold the whole timeline. A white-haired man, the Sword Emperor, warns that talking in the open is dangerous, and tells them to follow him to safety. Confucius answers with a punch punch instead, and that single hit flips the whole scene from a cautious talk into a real fight. The Sword Emperor manifests in full, and a red-haired man reacts like he just saw a ghost with bad timing. Before anyone can breathe, the group runs into an armored man with a dinosaur companion, and the warning is clear: don't get tangled up with someone like that unless you want the day ruined twice. Combat keeps spilling forward with energy blasts, and then the Sword Emperor cuts through the chaos with a red surge and those eye-shaped sigils blazing around him. The UI-like text flickers across the moment, which is a fancy way of saying the tower is still watching even while everybody is trying to stab each other. The view snaps to a sandy wasteland where Lefanta Ikim faces another figure, and the system starts naming constellations like it's taking attendance for trouble. Among them are Eye of the Labyrinth, Warlord of the Eternal Ones, and Lonely Asceti, which is a lovely list right up until you remember these things are all staring back. The target answers with one word: glowing blue-eyed and unreadable, while the red-haired man declares the Sword Emperor has returned and swears they'll kill him by hand. Lefanta Ikim follows that up with a cold little speech about being an empty canvas with no emotion left, which is just a deeply unpleasant way to introduce yourself. Confucius offers death as compensation, basically trying to turn the debt into a clean finish, but the target refuses. That refusal only sharpens the threat as they vow the Sword Emperor will die by their hands, and a mechanical creature looming beside Lefanta Ikim makes the whole thing feel a lot less theoretical. The white-haired Sword Emperor then turns his glare toward the constellations themselves, and threatens to hunt down any apostle that keeps annoying him. The target insists the mission has to keep moving until it's complete, so nobody gets to pretend this is just a personal grudge and not a job with teeth. The Sword Emperor stands calm inside that red aura, while Confucius, now in a blue jacket, calls the foreigner out on the 50th loop and the hyenas circling the new beginning. He's not explaining the whole war, just enough to make it obvious that this place chews up anyone who arrives unprepared. When Confucius asks how the target plans to handle responsibility, the answer is silence, and that silence does more work than a speech would. Then the Sword Emperor says there's more he wants to tell him, which is never a comforting sentence when swords are already involved. Lefanta Ikim lunges into a glowing sword clash and snaps out a challenge, while the Sword Emperor keeps the pressure on with the same icy certainty. Confucius and the target stay physically locked into the exchange, but the mission is still the thing steering the knife edge underneath it all. Confucius keeps pushing on the compensation angle, but the target shuts it down again and asks for a different request, because the mission is still ongoing. Flame Emperor, the red-haired hunter, hears that offer and answers with a blunt "fine," then immediately starts asking whether Confucius can actually grant the wish. Lefanta Ikim repeats that empty canvas monologue, only colder, as if saying it twice will make the feeling more convincing. Flame Emperor then drops the trap. Confucius already took the bait, and that line tells you the whole exchange has been steering toward him from the start. Flame Emperor also drops the old history, reminding everyone he destroyed a magic tower 150 years ago, which is exactly the sort of confession that makes a conversation feel immediately worse. Right after that, Confucius gets hit with a vision of his own inner world, and the overlaid symbols and numbers make it clear the system is still poking around in his head. The white-haired Sword Emperor finishes the sequence by telling Confucius it is safer for the foreigner to stay with them, and Confucius reacts like he just heard the most insane sentence of the day. Honestly, in this crowd, that's a competitive category. Lefanta Ikim gives the last warning up front. Don't expect her to remember anything from the past. That lands right before the white-haired figure snaps that he came here to accuse him of his crimes, which is a hell of a way to open a conversation. The white-haired figure turns to the child and tells them not to become the enemy of Great Wand, then says they should settle it by talking instead of fighting. The system answers by doubling all penalties, because apparently the tower heard peace and chose violence. The white-haired figure says he has to protect the foreigner no matter what, and the assassin drops in immediately to make that a much harder job. Shiny, who has seen enough to notice patterns, realizes this fighting is way above what Confucius used to do, and starts asking when he changed. Above the chaos, the commander demands a report on how much memory Constellation Assassin still has left, and the Witch of the Black Dragon bolts away while the ground answer back with 5 tentacles. C warns that they can't match Constellation Assassin if he still has a full week of memory, so he starts pouring on more magic instead of pretending this is under control. The commander cuts the hesitation off clean and orders both targets erased without exception. Confucius answers with Power Strike, and the whole exchange stops being a debate and turns into a hit-first mess. Sword Emperor then brings the whole magic tower down on both of them, mobilizing power from all 5 fingers like he is personally sick of this argument. The spider takes the blow mid-assault, and the enemy swears he'll use everything he has to get the target next time and slaughter them for it. Sword Emperor sees the shape of the fight and realizes negotiation is dead, because now multiple attacks are coming in from every side. Then the white-haired figure says he kept his promise with the foreigner, which is a nice line to hear right before the battlefield gets even uglier. Sword Emperor channels a huge burst of power, and the aura climbs straight up around him. The system immediately announces that he is recovering from penalties, while Confucius fires another power strike in exchange for losing the memory of the sound of pain, which is a brutal trade even before the next hit lands. Sword Emperor's power fully opens up, and the aura spreads wider, but Constellation Assassin realizes the real problem. Fighting him with a full week of memory is reckless, so the duel keeps accelerating instead of settling down, which means everyone involved is making bad choices at high speed. Confucius lunges in with his gauntlet, while the tower's mage strike cuts in from multiple angles and pins Sword Emperor under layered pressure. He answers with a charge, then gets hit with the blunt truth that this move is the cause of his defeat, because the enemy finally has him boxed in. Confucius forces out another power strike, but the battlefield twists and swallows the warrior into the swirl of the fight. Right after that, Sword Emperor enters combat for real, and the system throws up the warning like it knows things are about to get expensive. Confucius offers up a second memory sacrifice, even naming the street he walked yesterday like that tiny piece of life is the price of survival. With fire and explosion roaring around him, he keeps moving anyway, and then says he is willing to give up moments of memory too, asking what anyone thinks of that plan as if this is a normal budgeting discussion. Sword Emperor and the enemy crash together in a massive energy discharge, and the opponent greets him with a casual long time no see right in the middle of the blast. Constellation Assassin watches the style on display and points out the obvious problem. It is completely the opposite of his own, which is bad news when the fight is this close. Then the tower piles on 3 debuffs at once, tagging Sword Emperor as a long-range target while cutting aura and magic effectiveness in half. At that point, the duel stops being a contest of skill and turns into a race to see who can keep fighting while the system is actively kicking them in the teeth. Sword Emperor keeps pushing through the crater, cape snapping behind him while the tower piles on another warning and cuts mental defense in half. The battlefield is now a lousy place to have a thought, which is rude but efficient. The silver-haired fighter tells the observer to watch closely because this level of combat is coming for them later, then says he will give up the memory needed for the next step. He gets dragged into the trap anyway, so the lesson starts with a face-first landing. Caught in that mess, Confucius sees one possible ending, where this man becomes a version of himself, and then he chooses his own path with his freedom of choice. Golden light floods around him as he pays for that decision, because every bargain in this place has a receipt. He claws at the ground like a kid digging with empty hands, then wakes long enough to recognize the dark force settling over his mind. A beat later, his eyes flare red, and that is never a sign that things are going to stay polite. Spirit remembers meeting this warrior 150 years ago, then explains that constellations spread their own thoughts to humans like an infection. Confucius answers by giving up a letter from his name forever, and saying he will trade an hour for the fight, which is an expensive way to make a point. Spirit looks at the ruined city and concludes that the reason he screams in battle is buried in old trauma. Then Confucius states the whole thing plainly: he is fighting the constellations to give humanity freedom of choice back. Luck is no longer part of the conversation, so the tower hands him new sight instead, and the enemies just vanish out of it. Confucius draws his sword in a wash of blue aura, and Spirit remembers what happens when a man keeps throwing away his own sense of self. The silver-haired opponent snaps that he should be called the Killer of Constellations in the Sky, not whatever title sounds cleaner on paper. Constellation Assassin lunges with demonic heaven's godly art and tells Confucius to die first, sky-killing Constellation. When Confucius's swordsmanship gets called out as something wicked instead of righteous, the old wound in this fight finally shows its teeth. Spirit flashes back to a brutal win from long ago, while Confucius stands unharmed inside a storm of floating pages and text, calm enough to be irritating. The silver-haired fighter finally admits his past life meant nothing to him, because he only cares about being a warrior now. Spirit challenges that logic, asking if this is supposed to be righteousness, and Confucius answers by saying he can save this world even sooner. Then the blue-edged blade comes down, Confucius answers with a simple "I am," and the fight tips straight into disaster for the assassin. The clash ends with the assassin getting nailed by his own logic, and the system finally spits out what everyone already feels. Constellation Assassin dies here. The surrounding constellations react hard, because even a clean kill still carries enough weight to make the sky look nervous. Constellation Assassin turns that defeat into a declaration anyway, naming the silver-haired fighter as a sword that pierces the stars and demands the heavens bow to him. The red blade surges awake, and Spirit answers by talking like he is handing pieces of himself over just to keep moving forward. Spirit keeps pushing the argument until he forces the issue onto identity, sacrifice, and the path someone thinks they are allowed to walk. Then the system cuts in and reveals a layer of Confucius's hunter existence, which is the kind of announcement that sounds polite right before it ruins your afternoon. The duel snaps back into motion, with Constellation Assassin striking and Confucius answering with Sword of Drowning, a technique that comes with a cheerful decision to give up the smell of the sea. Confucius stands in the light from the rank up and calls him what he is, a hunter just like him, only with worse timing. That win carries into the next exchange, where Confucius ends up face to face with Raviel and talks through one more sacrifice, this time trading away the memory of a white flower on the way down. He stays locked in close contact with the other figure, while the conversation around Constellation Assassin starts turning toward who the guy actually is. A blast tears through the air and throws debris everywhere, and the woman cuts straight through the chaos with a possessive order: do not kill yourself without her permission. The red and white explosion that follows makes it clear nobody here is settling this with manners. Bleeding and still talking, the man drops the real sting. Confucius is not the only one with multiple chances, and Lefanta Ikim is suddenly a name with teeth. Right after that, the fight shifts again as another hunter crouches in the red mist, wondering why the system still has not announced the stage yet. The next exchange is all speed and steel. Then the pressure breaks sideways into Confucius, thinking about what it feels like to stand barefoot on hard ground. A warning window flashes up, and that tiny pop-up lands like a joke from a machine that knows exactly how bad the timing is. The scene widens onto sandy ground, where two figures square off, while nearby hunters start asking if anyone here was active back when the Sword Emperor was alive. Confucius answers by comparing skill to Sword Emperor's level, and then someone mutters that he is missing here, which tells you the room is already full of ghosts without naming them. Flame Emperor and Sword Emperor then frame the Constellation Assassin as someone worth remembering because the Sword Emperor already crossed paths with him before. Confucius closes the stretch by naming the real horizon. This is the world beyond the 50th floor, and now everybody in earshot knows the tower has another layer waiting to bite. Back when Confucius is still a student, the whole thing starts with a weirdly calm rooftop sunset and a girl calling him out for being late. Silver Lily, the woman he is trying very hard not to embarrass himself in front of, teases him for blushing, and the awkward romance energy lands so hard it could dent the railing. Confucius then explains that one of the top fighters he knows, Constellation Assassin, is basically built for battle, and that he only ever watched Sword Emperor fight from the side. He breaks down hunter skill as 3 parts: intelligence, courage, and the actual body to follow through, then adds that Sword Emperor treated the duel like something sacred and would not use Confucius as a witness. The story jumps into the social mess that comes with that relationship, starting with Honey casually explaining that seasoned clams were enough to lure Mother Z into an invite. Then Confucius and Silver Lily end up in a limousine, which is a ridiculous place to realize he has never really attended high school like a normal person. The next hit is emotional, not glamorous. Soha complains that somebody tried to pull a prank and her concert on the 10th gets cancelled in the middle of it. Confucius immediately starts wondering where home even is in this world, and that question pushes him toward one blunt decision, which is to tell his parents himself instead of letting Silver Lily explain. That choice snaps the flashback into a harsher family scene, where his father lights up over the limousine ride and acts like Confucius's romance is a victory he personally engineered with his face. The mood gets even stranger when Father and Silver Lily stand close together, because this family does not seem to believe in personal space or emotional boundaries. Then the tension spikes as a red-haired man reacts in shock, and Confucius tries to keep power under control while red-orange energy flares around him. The result is ugly and immediate. The red-haired man ends up down on the ground, eyes shut under the glow, while a masked figure shows up in disbelief, and Sword Emperor reacts as if he has just spotted a ghost from an old fight. The scene swerves into another memory inside the memory, where a long-haired man lays out a plan to handle family opposition and silence anyone standing in the way. After that, a student sees the setup from outside and immediately realizes the whole thing is tied to Constellation Assassin's trauma, which is the sort of sentence that tells you this school has seen some nonsense. Now the flashback moves deeper into the school nightmare itself. Heavenly Demon watches a room full of uniformed classmates and says she knows every face there, which makes the place feel less like a campus and more like a list of people about to have a very bad day. Confucius is then seen sitting on red steps amid wreckage, and the only question anyone has left is why this is the trauma scene at all. That confusion gets answered with a glowing figure taking a man's hands, while another student blinks at the reveal and realizes the teacher is Poisonous Viper, which is not the kind of surprise that usually improves attendance. The social damage keeps spreading when Paladin hands a phone to Black Dragon, and the narrator practically admits that some people will do anything if the right person asks. Nearby, Confucius shows raw emotion in a close-up, and then an ethereal woman appears with enough glow to make the room look underlit by comparison. The weirdness escalates when AR grabs the red-haired man and loses her temper over someone calling her master mom, which is the sort of family issue that should never need grappling. At almost the same time, students stare into a basket and ask what on earth is in it, because apparently every object in the school is about to become a problem. Silver Lily then appears again on the red brick steps, and the man below her looks up like he already knows this conversation is going to ruin his day. That feeling turns out to be right, because an official steps up to the school podium with flags behind him and announces that something terrible has happened in the school. Sword Emperor recognizes the culprit immediately and calls him out as the perpetrator, so the blame stops being vague and turns personal. Back on the monitor feed, another student watches the announcement while people talk about a strange text and how out of his mind the student sounded. And that is the ugly little thread this trauma loop has been dragging around the whole time. Back when he was a child, Confucius reaches down the stairs and pleads, but the answer he gets is sword straight and cold. Silver Lily, who looks like the girl he knows as Shiny, turns away from Raviel and says she is not going home with him today, and that little rejection hangs in the air like a door shutting too hard. A teacher then tells the class that third year comes fast and the choices they make now shape everything that follows, which is a cheerful way to terrify children before lunch. That warning snaps straight into a system message about repeating trauma at a high penalty level, and Confucius immediately understands he has landed in the same punishment again, just with a different bruise on the calendar. The penalty fires and dumps him into the animal realm, so he stops wasting time and decides to work with whatever he can try immediately. That shift matters, because the next thing he sees is an announcement to the students still trapped in the building, and one of them is already bound and shaking while the others start panicking. Confucius clocks it as Lafanta Ikim's trauma, and the awful part is that he can feel the loop breathing down his neck again. The situation, the faces, and his own role all match the last run, so this is not a new nightmare, just the same one refusing to die. Years before all this, Confucius remembers a conversation about love, where someone tells him that liking people can feel like getting drunk off it. When he notices that something is weighing on them, he admits the deeper truth. Sometimes he does feel that way, and they know it very well. In the dark, he owns up to having done something wrong, and the other person cuts that self-blame off before it can grow teeth. They tell him not to do that, not to twist the blame around, and then push him to stay as strong as he can be, which is the kind of advice that lands harder when nobody is smiling. The memory shifts again and leaves a child sitting alone on a chair while the world around him turns red and wrecked. An adult explains that it is all because someone is too lazy to throw birthday parties for a year, which is a bizarrely petty line to pair with an apocalypse, but here we are. Confucius moves through the wasteland with another figure above him, and then the adult reveals the director's name, dragging up an old interaction that still stings. That is enough for Confucius to realize the director never cared about them, not really, and once that lands, the whole scene turns into a confrontation instead of a memory. The antagonist's face twists into something openly sinister, and Confucius answers by stepping into the fight and saying hi like he is too tired for anything more dramatic. That greeting barely has time to exist before a punch detonates with red power, and the whole exchange turns from emotional scar tissue into a straight-up apocalyptic brawl. Back in the red-caged hallway, Confucius stands alone and watches the darkness ahead while thinking through the cost of the trauma, including what cannot be restored. At the same time, two men walk together and one warns the other not to say hello or answer if they are acknowledged, because this mess has rules, and those rules apparently include being rude on purpose. Confucius and Sword Emperor keep moving through the hallway, and Sword Emperor recalls the pattern of how these figures always appeared, then starts to connect it to the constellation assassin staying in his room. The sequence ends with Sword Emperor sitting alone on a balcony overlooking a huge red-marked area, staring at whatever remains now, which is not exactly a relaxing retirement view. Years before all this, the fallout hits fast. A woman grabs her phone in shock when she hears it's Soha's brother, and somebody else snaps that there's no time because the whole place is already breaking apart. Confucius drops through a massive red and black vortex, like the floor itself wants him gone, while a hooded onlooker warns him that something is very wrong. Red energy swallows the space next, as a figure stands in the middle of the rupture, and then a white-haired woman steps between two red outline beings like she plans to settle the argument with pure nerve. The scene opens wide to show everyone scattered through that red arena, which is a terrible place for a calm conversation and an excellent place for disaster. Then the hidden truth comes out. Someone with glowing red eyes claims that Confucius and that speaker are the most powerful beings in all the universe. Confucius answers yes, and the way he agrees makes it clear this is less bragging than a grim mutual recognition. Confucius and Sword Emperor press close together, wrapped in cyan beams, and the line between comfort and confession gets thin fast. Sword Emperor starts talking about living for the poor kids who are suffering, then pushes harder and says they can do anything together, even if there are only 2, 3, or 4 of them. It sounds like a pep talk, but the kind that arrives after a lot of damage and zero sleep. The mood cracks when Confucius throws out a furious apology demand and dares the other person to just die already, then asks a male student if he has something to say. That anger is doing the job grief refuses to do, which is ugly but efficient. Sword Emperor answers that he didn't know Confucius had been thinking about things like that either, and he says he doesn't feel bad about it. Confucius then drags up the memory of their first year, when he saw who was on the board and just gave up, because that kind of humiliation teaches a person to stop expecting mercy. A close embrace follows, then the system cuts in with a blunt little message: end of trauma. That line lands like a verdict, not a comfort, because it's clear the pain was being boxed up, not healed. The ugliness turns verbal again when someone sneers that it must be nice to apologize after hurting someone, and Confucius just locks eyes and says don't die. Right after that, the world shifts and a skill prompt floats up, which is one way to interrupt a breakdown and another way to make everything feel even more absurd. Confucius hauls a white-haired Sword Emperor along while the other protests and asks where he is being taken. Confucius fires back that mistakes get swallowed up forever in this big dumb mess, and that bluntness makes the whole ride feel less like rescue and more like damage control, with a heartbeat. Back in the red-stained destruction, Confucius says he promised to survive no matter what, so he will do anything to keep that promise. Right on cue, the blame game starts up again from the other side, with someone insisting she did nothing wrong and that he caused it instead. Sword Emperor answers that he knows another person who kept throwing away pieces of himself for what he believed in, and the point is obvious even if nobody says it cleanly. In the classroom that follows, students try to wash their hands of the bullying by saying they were just swept up in the mood, which is a coward's favorite bedtime story. Another close embrace lands, and one word breaks through the wreckage: different. That tiny answer does the work of a whole speech, because after all that repetition, somebody finally notices the pattern is not the same every time. Then the scene shifts into a red-walled corridor where Sword Emperor warns Confucius that he should not be there right now, and that the trauma is losing its authenticity. A tablet appears in hand with something important on it, and that object matters because the next step is no longer about feelings alone, but about evidence, records, and tying the timeline together. Confucius sits with a hand over his face and says he's glad there's at least one person he can forgive, which tells you the mess has finally narrowed down to something human. But the pushback is still there, with another voice accusing everyone else of laughing through school like it was all just a joke, and Sword Emperor ends bleeding and apologizing as he begs Confucius not to die. Back in the present, that apology hangs there like the last surviving thread from a very ugly memory. Years before all this, the memory drops into a red-lit fall, and even the characters in it are already sick of what they're seeing. One student snaps that another must enjoy torture without a shred of remorse, and the ugly part is he sounds like he's been waiting to say it for a long time. Then the truth of the figure in front of them surfaces, and the narration makes the missing piece plain. Constellation Assassin's mind was not fully recreated either, so even here, in the middle of a mess built out of memory and damage, the copy still comes out incomplete. The scene hard cuts into a clash of light and pressure, where someone talks like he's above the whole situation and threatens to shut the other mouth for good. Confucius is right there with Flame Emperor, and Flame Emperor immediately wants to go test Constellation Assassin's skills instead of standing around admiring glowing cards like they pay rent. Power answers power as a request gets thrown into the air, asking to stay by each other's side. Flame Emperor grips a glowing golden skill card with enough intensity to crack the mood in half, and the system spells out the ugly math behind it. The more precious the memory, the stronger the boost, even if it does not last long. That bargain starts pulling a magical boundary into shape. Then a conduit opens and light spills from a phone-like device as if the tower itself is passing a message through a wire. Back in the present, Confucius is in a high-rise and asks a woman for a favor, because this whole mess now runs on requests, records, and whatever side of the deal still survives. Two hunters step into a holy area under a magical barrier, and the narration pivots to Sword Emperor, who frames the whole thing as two people sharing one classroom while one clock gets destroyed. The legal fine print follows right behind it, because apparently even suffering needs terms and conditions. Confucius reaches for someone's hair and asks why it always has to be the good ones who end up broken and destroyed. The answer comes from a cruel voice that likes it when the zombie bastard lets his guard down, which is a disgusting sentence even by the story's standards. A woman then explains the only way the communication can happen. It has to take letter form, but speed still matters, so the message should go out as soon as possible. When the reply finally comes back, it lands with the weight of distance itself. Yes, it has been a while. The villain keeps talking while Confucius visibly hurts through the memory, and the point of the monologue is that this person was there through all the other traumas too. Then the narration names the boy at the center of it all. Yul Kim existed back then in that place, which explains why the memory keeps cutting so deep. The destruction escalates as a man clamps a dark, writhing mass in his hands and then drives power out in a violent burst. Away from that, the cooped-up librarian has brought the director into the Great Library, and the librarian greets the arrival like this access was a personal favor and not a whole institutional headache. A masked figure watches the wreckage and admits he never imagined it would come to this. The story then shifts to a school rooftop, with a chained metal gate looking down at a deserted yard, and the setting suddenly feels less like a place and more like a trap with windows. From there, the memory narrows into a wooden house and a desperate plea not to die, then collapses to a rooftop where a man bends forward as if the guilt itself is pinning him down. The next beat is all finality, the last moments before death arrive, and nobody in that memory gets to bargain anymore. A man looks up and says he has been wanting to tell someone something for a long time, and the line hangs there like it has been waiting years to land. Then he sits alone in a cinema and says only the ending was a lie, which is a brutal thing to realize when the credits are already gone. The questions keep digging. Do you remember the name? And what should have been true was only a dream. The reply turns the knife by talking about someone who kept surviving for decades after that, and the classroom scene closes the stretch by bringing authority back into the room as if order can still be restored by sheer presence. Years before all this, the fallout from Yul Kim's absence hangs over the room like a verdict nobody can appeal. Confucius hears the blunt truth that no one will take care of him, and when someone admits it's impossible to explain how he could know Yul, there's nothing left to do but sit with the fact that Yul left no trace anywhere. That grief turns into a colder thought. For the director, life gets reduced to proving something, no matter what it costs. Then the question lands with teeth, asking how students can even pose for yearbook photos when Yul is gone. And the whole thing feels less like a memory and more like a missing page nobody can stop staring at. Confucius snaps back into the present problem through a violent image of someone confronting a woman mid-air, because apologies are too late once the damage is already done. Right after that, a cosmic entity appears with a glowing book, and the room changes from raw emotion to something much more dangerous, information. The book is there for one ugly job, and the entity says it records the trauma a child has lived through. It names Heavenly Demon and Eve as people who lost their constellation Jiangshis without even knowing why, then frames the whole mess as the standard ending for a constellation assassin, which is a hell of a syllabus. From there, the plan gets explicit. One timeline gets linked to another, so the constellation assassin can accept the apocalypse or whatever wreckage is waiting at the end. Another figure, clearly delighted by the taste of it, gets excited over a black book-like object, while a dark aura presence warns that that world is already under the domain of the Lord, so the only move left is to push forward and see what happens. Above the starry void, a text box box lays out the ugly little philosophy of the whole thing. The characters inside stories shine like stars, and the stars are the real point. Then the warning gets nastier, promising to steal 10 years if the whole thing fails, because apparently even cosmic bargaining comes with a penalty clause. That's when the new spin-off setup gets announced. King of Death, the Constellation Assassin, and the one who writes their mess get dropped into a skyscraper city story angle, and the narration basically admits the production wants to watch them suffer on purpose. A floating figure throws up its arms, dark shapes crowding around it, and then a dragon-sized glow answers the call, which is exactly the sort of entrance that makes every bad decision look expensive. The challenge comes fast after that, with a direct prove it thrown into the chaos, and the glowing entity answers by saying it wants to see their stories a little more. Someone else goes all the way in and says he'd gladly give up his soul for it, because Subtlety left the building several pages ago. On a rooftop, two figures face off, and Confucius gets a simple answer from Yul Kim that confirms the bond without wasting breath. Confucius thanks her and reaches for her hand, finally getting a moment that feels less like a battle and more like a promise someone actually intends to keep. The scene softens into mist where a child and a man move together through the haze, and then a glowing scroll spells out the truth. Confucius is not the Sword Emperor, so he has no reason to carry that apology any further. The next beat hits harder, because opening the book makes the woman recognize her own trauma inside it, and now the record is not just a tool but proof that someone has been keeping score. That discovery pushes the director's work into the open. He will take another step, and then another if needed, until the other person wants to live again. He even talks through the filming setup like it has become routine, listing the places and dates while admitting it is getting easier to shoot this kind of thing, which is a deeply weird thing to say while everyone is still bleeding emotionally. The Constellation Assassin tightens his fist and says he got through it, and that small bit of survival matters because it means the loop didn't break him completely. Then he commits to doing his best in his role, so the two of them can take revenge, which is basically the emotional engine finally catching fire. Back in the system's grip, the immersion rate climbs to 98%, and that number makes the whole thing feel one breath away from becoming real again. Then the box opens to rows of labeled cassette tapes, and the calm voice says his role is nearly complete, which is exactly the kind of line that means the next disaster is already loading. Years before all this, he stands on a rooftop at night and asks himself if there could have been a better way. Sword Emperor laughs at the question and points out that Yul still has not been reincarnated, which means this mess is nowhere near done. Then the evidence pile starts to speak for itself. 103 audio recordings and 311 video clips, enough to turn private cruelty into a file cabinet full of consequences. That kind of archive is less a diary and more a felony with timestamps. He ends up standing wide on the bed, forcing himself to settle the conflict inside his head. After 11 months of things he should have stopped, he decides being more valuable than violence is the only way forward. Back in the present, someone finds an address box and blinks at it like it might bite. Confucius catches the confusion, then stares at the package and mutters that it is addressed to him. The system snaps awake as immersion hits 99%, and the voice attached to it coolly says the wicked will simply vanish. Then the hidden request returns and names its lucky winner, which is the sort of announcement that only arrives when trouble has already picked the lock. Confucius opens the box and reads the document inside, and the moment he understands what he is holding, power surges through him. The instruction is grotesquely specific too. Make the target grow his hair out, tie it back with a rubber band, and let the rubber band torture do the rest. That realization slams into him so hard his face changes on the spot, and the power manifests in a visible burst. By the time immersion reaches 100%, his eyes are lit up like he has just found the one piece of the board that actually matters. The scene cuts back to school life, where a boy in class casually asks whether homework was due today, while the immersion rate sits at a ridiculous 95%. He then stands alone in a dark hoodie, staring into the distance as if he can already see the next humiliation coming. From there, the pressure shifts from private abuse to public exposure. Word spreads about tossed indoor shoes, then someone warns that the recycling bin is coming, and Sword Emperor is the one who gets hit with the awkward question about the shoes. The recording device catches the shoes on its display, and Confucius keeps watching through the headset as the situation keeps mutating. Then the body on screen twists into something supernatural, and he answers the whole ugly setup by declaring he will take one step further. The fallout reaches class 2 to 5, where Yunseo Huang is called out by name and immediately gets accused of hurting clients. As the day drags towards sunset, she walks past the big windows and calls it another perfect day, which is a wild thing to say when the room is basically on fire. Meanwhile, Yul is furious, burning with real revenge, and the threats start stacking up fast. Yunseo Huang warns that there will be big trouble if the demands are not met, then openly admits to blackmailing and forcing bullying, as if saying it aloud somehow makes it cleaner. Confucius finally corners the issue with a phone in hand and threatens to record everything and show what happened. That is the moment the secret stops being a secret, because once the camera is up, the bullies do not get to stay hidden anymore. Yunseo Huang keeps pushing the phone forward and tries to force a confession, but the pressure backfires the second the situation shifts under her feet. Whatever Confucius just set off, it leaves her stunned enough to blurt out, "What the hell was that?" As Yunseo Huang reels, Confucius is already thinking past the noise and onto the person who might actually know what is going on. He locks onto that mystery, him, because if anyone has answers, that guy is the first door to kick open. The next morning, Confucius sits by the window with a blue book open and decides he only has a few days left to change how he speaks if he wants to win. That same pressure keeps spilling into the rest of the class, where a girl gets a threatening text, a boy gets accused of digging through her desk, and everyone is already acting like the room is one bad rumor away from collapse. Confucius ends up alone at a desk in an empty classroom at sunset, listening to someone ask him to walk home and then ask why he is still there. He keeps the conversation moving by talking about the class president, then starts listing the obvious perks out loud, because when a person has good grades, teachers like him, and nobody dares mess with him, that name starts looking useful real fast. Then Confucius makes the real move and tells the other person not to say a word to anyone, because secrecy is the whole game here. He says he will use the class president to rebound his way out of this mess, which is a very polished way to admit he is weaponizing popularity for survival. A recording gets played back from email, and the voice on it sounds just creepy enough to make everyone wince. The girl explains that the apology only counts if it sounds sincere, while the others react to the line about being called queen and agree the whole thing feels wrong in the worst possible way. From there, the class president angle turns into a direct invitation, and a girl asks Confucius to give the speech with her. Confucius, who has clearly decided that if he is going to talk his way out, he might as well do it properly, explains that he has the perfect apology story memorized and can pull it off with his eyes closed. When the crowd gathers, the clapping starts first, then spreads, and the whole room follows along like it has finally been handed something worth agreeing with. The applause rolls through the assembly hall, and even the people on the edge of the room start paying attention, because the speech actually lands. Someone in the audience recognizes Confucius and calls out, "Oh, Sunbae," which is enough to show the room he has already made an impression. The next speaker steps in with the kind of confidence that comes from too much preparation, and Confucius quietly handles a device in his hand while the plan keeps moving. The response sharpens when someone says they will erase the recording after watching it with a few friends, which tells you everything about how private this private business really is. Then Yul Kim TV comes back online with a cheerful opener, and instead of hiding the ugliness, the whole show turns right back toward the bullying case everyone has been circling. Now the accusation is no longer vague at all, because the speaker names the act for what it is: bullying one of their classmates. He keeps building the case by saying bullying is just a way of finding methods to hurt someone, and then makes the ugly part impossible to dodge by stating plainly that the video playing now happened for real. The speaker bows to the class president and then drives the point home with a threat, holding up violence as the proof of what Yoon Seo Hwang has done. He finishes by saying an apology today does not erase the hurt his friend felt, because this was never just one ugly moment, it was the damage piling up over time. Someone pushes the old lesson of sympathy and strength to the front again, warning that sympathy is a gift, but too much of it makes a person soft. Right after that, the woman on screen calls out the main culprit who has been hunting her down, so the whole exchange turns from lecture to accusation fast. She keeps digging into the memory of it, saying she came to understand, feel, remember, and know, but still wishes for something she never finishes saying. Then the pressure snaps into action as magenta energy surges around a figure, and the accusation lands cleanly. He forgot. A system notice cuts in as another figure emerges and says the clearing condition is met, then spits out the blunt truth that Confucius ruined his life. He follows that by naming the dead, saying these are the lives lost because Confucius killed the constellation people from countless worlds. So now this is not just anger, it is accounting. A woman floats with a sword in hand, wrapped in light, and starts talking like someone who has spent a long time watching suffering up close. She says she has always had a soft spot for people who struggle more than others, then admits the scale here is worse than anything one death could explain, because all those deaths keep piling on top of each other. The goddess of protection appears through a sacred book with a glowing sigil, turning the whole thing into a judgment instead of a rant. She starts naming the fallen constellation people one by one, beginning with the witch who perished at Frost Dawn and the lion, which makes the losses feel brutally specific instead of nice and abstract. The focus shifts to a seated figure among stacked books, and he drags out an old atrocity, the enemy who killed his family and kept whipping the bones until they turned to dust. Confucius answers with cold logic, basically asking if that man would now be furious and demand why someone messed with the grave he had left behind, because apparently even revenge can trip over its own paperwork. Confucius ends up standing over a kneeling figure with a sword in hand, and the small reaction he gives is almost insulting in how little it says. The next line makes the cruelty plain. It was hard enough raising you, so why keep worrying now that you are grown? Which is a pretty savage thing to hear while someone is still on the floor. The scene widens into a framed image of Constellation Assassin, then Confucius and another person study it, while an angelic figure hangs below as part of the reveal. Confucius says this is right, that the actions of his life from the beginning must also have been seen, which starts tying the whole story back to who has really been watching whom. Constellation Assassin finally takes over the narration of his own past, saying he never met the narrator, has no memory of him, and has simply stayed on the 5th floor. Then the memory clicks. He remembers Yul Kim, and that recognition matters because now the route through this life can actually be chosen instead of just endured. Constellation Assassin gives the advice straight. Do not swallow an entire life at once. Take it slowly, one bite at a time, only as much as can be accepted. He closes by saying it will be your life, Constellation Assassin, and Yul Kim pushes the choice back to him, telling him to choose the route he wants to take. The tone turns violent again as a bloodied hand reaches out, and a voice mutters that if he were just a little smarter, things might have gone differently. Red threads and flames gather around another figure, and the next thought names the one who first stitched the demonic heaven's godly arts together. So the bloodshed stops looking random and starts looking inherited. A red circular eye locks onto the director, and the speaker says he wants to capture that view in his demonic heavenly and must never forget it. He goes further, admitting he deserves the vengeance of the worlds too, but that the punishment still waiting for him is eternal suffering, which is the kind of honesty that never helps but does clear the air. The images fracture into red silhouettes of dancing children and screaming hungry ghosts, then into the Master's sword and Raviel's sacrifice, as if every form of that power carries another wound. He accepts that this is probably what all those worlds wish upon him, and the white glow in his eyes sharpens as he asks whether he can actually do this. The answer comes with a final declaration. The books in his possession are sacred to him, and in this world only he can will what happens next. That is the handoff out of the tower stage, because the story is no longer asking whether he survives the accumulated deaths and truths, only what he chooses to do with the power he still holds. Confucius bows his head and drives the point home with a vow to put his people's lives on his sword, then rises in a wash of red power like he's daring the whole mess to argue. Nearby, Silver Lily keeps pressing forward with purple force, and her words land the old truth. Caring for people is brutal work, but living with it is somehow worse. Confucius turns back to the memory of Silver Lily, telling him that Constellation Assassin was the only one who could make the dream real, but even she sounds less certain now that the director is in the picture. That hesitation pulls him straight into the old turning point, where Yule Kim defines happiness as loving the moment itself, and Confucius starts recounting how he chased Constellation Assassin down to make that story happen. He makes the choice plain. The listener is not standing outside the tale anymore, he says, because they are becoming a character in it too. Then Yule Kim snaps the ledger shut on the past, saying the Master of the Artists' Alliance and another figure both fell, and that humans swallowed the apocalypse story until it became their own. The conversation shifts to a new visitor making his case, and an entity there answers by holding out a contract scroll like this is some cursed business meeting from hell. The outsider shrugs off the threat, says he has already been killed before, and explains the place in plain terms. If the landlord wants him here, he's trying to sell the tenant on the deal. He follows that with the claim that he is working on building a tower, and a burst of white power flares upward as the scene tears open around him. Below an ornate dragon-marked structure, robed figures stand together while one figure rises with a cape snapping behind him, and the other outsider promptly gets lost in the entity's dimensional space. When Confucius confronts the spirit about climbing the tower together, the spirit apologizes for trying to shift his mood and admits the power is not even working on him. It explains the tower as a sealed place where other people's breath and stories hang suspended, so all anyone can do is look at it and admire it from afar, which is a very fancy way to say you are not getting in by being polite. Confucius pleads to keep the conversation going, because getting here took real effort, and Babylon answers by recalling another sealed place he knows, plus Flame Emperor's blunt dismissal of it as pathetic. That leads straight into his worst memory. A sudden plague sweeps through and kills Heavenly Demon, and Babylon points out that a single written line can never carry the look on his master's face or the sound of the moment. The dragon-voiced entity finally steps in with judgment, calling the intruder foul, unrefined, and weirdly dragon-tainted without actually being a dragon, while divinity still clings to him. Babylon offers to make a window in the library, the burst blows outward, and the dragon reacts in awe as Babylon raises his weapon and tells him flatly that even then, his grief still cannot match Babylon's own. Babylon finally pushes past the staring game and demands an explanation, so the dragon-voiced presence snaps back with a kind of insult that leaves no room for politeness. The glowing book then hangs over the broken window opening, and Babylon admits the ugly part out loud. Breaking sanctuary rules and tower sanction could cost all of his power. Cut to Silver Lily alone among the city buildings, and she sounds like someone counting the losses she can still remember. Then the timeline buckles again, flinging Confucius 24 hours into the past, and the tower rewards the cleared stage with a clean notification, while someone near him apologizes through tears like this is a normal apology to make after death. The system confirms the 30th floor clear with a timestamp. Then the view shifts to a high overlook where two people watch the place below and talk like they have already outgrown it. That hand-in-hand moment rolls into a bigger celebration, where they talk about Babylon's heir, 8 new worlds being added, and everyone being tired in the specific way only tower climbing can manage. Confucius and Shiny step into the ornate library cafe planetarium on the high floor, a place that sounds like it was named by 3 different committees at once. The host asks why they came to the 30th floor, and Raviel answers that Raviel wants to see someone's face, which is a very complicated reason to travel this far for a look. The tower clears the 30th floor again, and then the cooped-up librarian loses the alias and authority attached to it. As Confucius leaves, a serpent-like being blesses him with luck, and the librarian complains that his hobby of sitting still for whole days is dead now, which is honestly a brutal way to lose a pastime. The story snaps into species selection warfare next, because once the tower stops handing out book talk, somebody has to decide who gets to survive the new world. A masked fighter keeps kicking an older man on a rooftop while another figure stands in red light, and the whole thing is already loud before the green blast detonates between them. The fighting escalates into raw survival. One man roars that he wants to live, then drives red power out of his body and collides with his opponent in close combat. The attack chain keeps dragging the battle forward until a building goes up in massive flames, and the only apology in the middle of it comes out as a panicked, "I'm sorry, brother." A red-eyed figure explains that the annals of Heavenly Demon passed to the Heavenly Order leader changed everything. Then the answer arrives in the form of the first form, as flame swallows the frame. Right after that, the younger fighter throws out blue energy. The older one dives in with red trails from above, and the sword exchange turns into a pure test of who blinks first. The sky cracks open with Black Dragon above the crowd, and the name hits hard enough that the people below react before they can think. Then a man in a suit casually announces he changed his name to Hanbi Kim, because apparently Identity Crisis now comes with paperwork, and the older swordsman follows with a brutal strike wrapped in black energy while bragging that this is too much fun. The next step is no longer about surviving one more fight, because every other ranker has already gathered at the library, and Confucius and Hanbi Kim are the ones still outside it. Hanbi keeps that smug look on his face, but the situation is already shifting into something bigger than swordplay. Before anyone can settle into the new conversation, the older swordsman casually carves through a building, and the pressure around him climbs so fast it stops being a flex and starts being a warning. Confucius watches the power spike and understands this is still a battlefield, just with paperwork nearby. Hanbi kneels and admits politics has changed his outlook, and Confucius actually agrees to hear him out instead of cutting him off. That alone tells you the mood has changed. These two are no longer just trading blows, they are starting to bargain. Confucius rises and lays out his idea of clean politics and world peace, which is bold enough to make Hanbi answer with open mockery. Still, the exchange lands, and both sides seem to recognize they are talking about a real alliance now, not just empty posturing. With everyone present, Hamushtra moves the whole group forward and starts the process instead of wasting another second on introductions. That shift opens the species management trial, and the first card on display is pure human species, rated extinction level F with no danger, which is a very polite way to call them painfully ordinary. The instructions keep rolling as the scene widens into a civilizational test, and the pure humans are described as an unmodified race that treats average as normal. Then the cult angle kicks in too, with chanting, sacrifices, and fire god worship, making it clear the species selection is also a loyalty machine with worse branding than sense. A new authority figure bows in and is introduced as the new head of the library, replacing Hamustra, so the chain of command shifts right in front of everyone. The setup now points towards species shaping on a much larger scale, and the question hanging over the group is whether they can actually guide an entire people instead of just clearing floors. The Great Library of Boundless Knowledge is explained as the former sacred domain of the constellations, and the cooped-up librarian is the one now handling that knowledge. That context matters because the trial is no longer random trivia. It is a controlled system for choosing how civilizations are built. The species cards start showing real options, with Earth-set species and goblins flagged as a highly endangered group full of ugly numbers and ugly prospects. The ranking list keeps scrolling through other species too, because once the system starts sorting civilizations, it does not bother being subtle about the competition. Then the tone snaps from lecture to spectacle. Magical force erupts, bodies press together in the chaos, and one entity announces that the time has come. Golden-winged goblins rise in a blaze of light, which is a pretty dramatic way to say the species trial has stopped talking and started moving. Confucius reflects on clearing the Great Library in 56 days, and the confidence in that line makes it clear he is not here to be impressed by the system anymore. When the screen finally asks about pure human species and ghost human species, he immediately understands this is the real choice point for the whole arc. A gift of startup grant from Princess Who Walks Through Mirages drops into the process, and the rankings lock in with Blade Saint sitting at rank 1 as pure human species. The no takesies backsies rule lands right on top of that reveal, because this trial wants commitment more than wisdom. Then the floor answers with a volcanic eruption, which is a terrible time for a tutorial, but a great time to prove the system is real. Confucius still gets rewarded with 700 species points, and Sylvia's worried reaction confirms the numbers before the interface tallies them up. At the end of it all, the goblin description window finally spells out what the trial is really offering: discrimination victims, kinship awareness, and extreme greed, with evolution paths built right into the species itself. Confucius is no longer just picking a race, he is looking at the raw material for a civilization he can shape and steer. The 31st floor quest finally drops, and the floor's oracle lays it out plain. Every disaster ahead is going to be brutal, so the only win condition is survival and dragging civilization through the wreckage. The whole setup points straight at the same question: which species can actually keep moving when the world starts burning? The oracle paints the lower world as one big peaceful coexistence story. Then the goblin reveal cuts right through that optimism. Someone in the group spots them by chance, and the timing is awful in the best possible way, because the next line says a volcano is about to blow the whole habitat apart. Confucius lets the announcement hang for a beat while the light catches across his face. Then the quest briefing lands. The 31st floor trial is called the End of the Golden Age, difficulty E, and the mission is to lead a species to safety. That is less a menu and more a dare. A group of rankers immediately chooses to diversify, while Sylvia points at the goblin option and calls it the greatest species in the world. Then the system assigns the role that matters most here, because this is Confucius's first mission as their protective constellation, and now somebody has to make the bad choices look smart. Confucius selects pure human species, and the room pushes back fast enough to make the disagreement obvious. Sylvia steps in and explains the goblin description in practical terms. They are bad at everything in a way that sounds almost designed to be a trap. She keeps going and lands the real point, which is that goblins are basically humanity's reflection, and the ugly part is not their faces but the prejudice thrown at them. When she says she believes they will rise anyway, she does not sound uncertain for even a second. The system answers that conviction with a fresh card for Earth-set species, complete with extinction-level warnings, and that ridiculous motto tag, because nothing says civilization management like a label that sounds half prophecy and half glitch. Confucius and Flame Emperor both stiffen at the reveal, and when Confucius asks whether she is really choosing goblins, Sylvia does not blink. The goblins start reacting in real time, and one of them even forms a complete language, which is a nice little evolution milestone right before disaster tries to delete them. Confucius reads the field for what it is, a species stacked against itself, and then the shop opens up with a civilization shop menu like someone trying to sell a ladder inside a sinkhole. Confucius shifts into a white beast form with a glowing aura and vows to save every goblin he can reach, because if the species is the point, then leaving them to burn is not an option. The Great Goblin King form appears in the skill window. The beast roars with gold light, and suddenly the whole rescue plan has teeth. While Oracle watches from the interface, Confucius thinks through the civilization shop and how he can spend into a future he actually controls. Oracle shuts down the obvious shortcut by explaining that direct possession of primitive species is forbidden, so if he wants to move them, he needs the right higher tier item. So Confucius does the only sensible thing and barks at the goblins to follow him, and the little horde answers with excited noise as they start moving. He checks Oracle again for a way to get them to safety, and the answer comes back in the form of search for prey, which is not exactly subtle, but is at least useful. With the card purchased, the goblins begin following him in a messy mass through the burning landscape, and for one brief second, it actually looks like the rescue is working. Then Princess, who walks through mirages, shows how the prey finding method works, points out a target near the Earth-set species village, and Oracle drains species points with a flick of visual effects that make the whole system feel way too cheerful about spending resources on survival. The scene ends on a bleak image, a lion-shaped beast lying in a dark cavern while magical auras hover above it, and then a massive explosion rips through the goblin's path. The blast catches them in the radius, and the safe passage plan instantly turns into a race against being erased by the floor itself. Confucius reads the lava's direction, spots the south opening, and forces the mirage passage to open before the fire can box everyone in. The species point cost hits the board at 40, which is a steep price for not getting roasted alive. The goblins keep running, but the flames swell around them and chew through the ground behind their feet. Confucius drives through the spiral portal with enough force to make the whole thing feel less like a doorway and more like a bad decision with momentum. A goblin gets the final charge. They open the stage, they pick the species to protect, so now they need to actually carry that choice. The pressure spikes again as Blackdeer begins possessing an animal body, and the system cuts in with a blunt order that Confucius must lead them to a new settlement. Volcanic force slams through the group, and the whole plan turns into survival by improvisation. Someone starts pushing animal possession cards so each species can possess animals and lead the way, because sitting still on this floor sounds like a great way to become history. Masked Oracle sounds the alarm. There is really no time left, and at this rate, every species on the 31st floor could go extinct. Confucius takes over a lion body from the inside, but that immediately creates a new problem, since they still cannot see him either, and now nobody knows how to guide the crowd to safety. Then the species start transforming, and get so taken with their own bodies that they practically fall in love with the upgrade on site. The system calls it their first embrace of primitive religion, which is one way to describe a group discovering mirrors and losing all dignity at once. Confucius explains the smell theory to the white-haired man, saying mud hides the odor and makes it fainter, while Flame Emperor dismisses the goblins as goblins no matter how fancy they look. The system hands out 500 species points for the milestone, and then asks about settlement choice, which Confucius confirms without hesitation. He reflects that grand names like the Great War of Species and the Constellation of Protection do not matter much if the children do not get raised properly. That thought becomes the bridge into the next step, because once the species has a place to live, the only thing left is giving that place a name. The species name the Settlement Guru, and the scene jumps ahead into the long hall of civilization building. A white goblin rises triumphantly toward the sky, with adorned green goblins around it, and Sword Emperor identifies them as the blood-sucking species. Sword Emperor lays out the floor pattern. The 31st floor is Paleolithic, the 32nd is Neolithic, and the tower keeps advancing that way. Seeing that, Witch of the Black Dragon recognizes Black Dragon's own quest success, while the dark-haired man decides that thousands of years is still not too late to help the species before moving forward. The quest finally clears, and Confucius realizes the species are a lot like him. Flame Emperor then states the next objective plainly. They need a place to settle and live, not just survive one more crisis. A system notice confirms the search for a brass-tier settlement has been purchased, and the group starts checking terrain like they actually intend to stay. One creature approves the spot for its dampness and hunting grounds, which is a surprisingly practical review for a place that has been on fire not too long ago. Confucius asks if he is drawing on them like a tattoo, and the answer lands with a simple settled landscape and a soundless shift into place. The Earth-set species wakes to a beautification ceremony, meaning the survival plan has finally turned into a real home, even if the setup still looks wildly improvised. Confucius drops into the goblin world, and even the place itself admits it is still small and buried deep. Paladin watches the goblins and says they will probably rise someday and outshine humans and fairies, which is a generous prediction for a group that is still learning where the sun goes. The explanation follows. This world runs on 6 different concepts, so the goblins are not just being fed survival tricks, they are being taught how reality even works. Paladin says he wants to give them a writing system at the very least, and Confucius decides not to wait for a formal request or system approval this time, so he starts teaching them himself. Confucius has the white lion tap a goblin and tells everyone to watch closely, then the goblin starts naming basic ideas out loud. First comes the black sky and water, and when the rain falls, the goblins finally connect the dots that rain is just water coming from the black sky, which is a rude little lesson from the weather. He keeps going by scratching letters into the dirt, even though the warning is simple. Teach them once and they will forget fast, so they have to learn on their own. Then the lesson turns even more basic, with day explained as the bright sky and night as the dark sky inside the shelter, because apparently civilization starts with not confusing noon and bedtime. Confucius pulls the white lion away from the goblins at night so its body will not hurt them. Then the lesson shifts to the sun and moon. The goblins call out to the white lion under the moonlight, the hunt succeeds, and the white lion leaves them with a final blessing to live well and grow well before it goes. With the big concepts covered, Confucius drills the goblins on symbols and natural terms, starting with mud and then water from the stream. A system notice cuts in to say further gathering will not grant more species points, so the goblins agree to leave the area instead of farming the same patch forever like it owes them rent. The teaching continues with finer distinctions in water, including deeper water and whatever comes after that. Confucius then snaps at the bigger picture, pointing out that their enemies have been standing on the 31st floor for 15 straight days, while the system stays cold and says even if one species goes extinct, 6 more remain to work with. That hard truth lands right next to the uglier side of this project, where enslaved creatures haul things around in degrading positions, and one of them starts screaming as multiple limbs thrash into view. The floor is still in motion, and the whole setup feels less like a lesson and more like a civilization being forced to grow teeth. Then the 32nd floor starts opening, but the woman pauses when she notices something in her hand and breaks her own momentum. An older man cuts in and says someone has already arrived first and is waiting up there, which turns the opening into a delayed reveal instead of a clean handoff. Someone says they gathered a bunch before the 31st, while another voice admits they gave the enslaved beings swords, spears, and combat training. That leaves the assembled 6 standing in the dark as the next era is announced, and then a figure flares with glowing power while a shocked voice asks what the hell happened as he holds the blonde girl. Confucius looks out over the vast underground city and asks what he is staring at, because the place is too massive to be a normal settlement and too ordered to be a ruin. The answer comes in the shape of a futuristic civilization humming below the tower, packed with inhabitants who clearly did not build all this for decoration. A girl turns to the Inquisitor and says she has a question, and the whole moment hangs like she is about to ruin somebody's clean explanation on purpose. Then the figure raises a hand and points upward, and power rolls off the gesture hard enough to make the room feel smaller. The divine reveal lands next. Lime stands before them like the center of the whole thing, and the line about the beginning being Lime makes the origin story very clear. He then points back to 200 years of progress, meaning this civilization has been growing under his watch for a long time, which is a lot of commitment for a slime. Lime explains that he chooses the best among his people and then addresses the gathered group, turning the room from a lecture into a selection. He finishes by stamping his name onto their identity, telling them to take Lime as the sign they were chosen, because subtlety clearly did not make the guest list. The explanation gets tighter from there. Limepolis is the capital of the slime civilization, and its specialty is rock salt. That turns the glowing city from a mystery into an organized nation, while the golden-eyed figure looming above makes it obvious this is no ordinary civic tour. The Guardian steps in to explain the old cycle of reincarnation and why it was never meant to work the way it does now. He calls this place a temple of creation, and says the ceremony exists to pass down the next divine animal, which sounds noble right up until he warns that abusing a god's name can blow up in everyone's face. He follows that with the real point of the system. The chosen are supposed to search for the reason for their own existence, and the reason for the world itself. Another voice throws everything on Lime, calling for the slime to show its power, and the whole exchange makes it clear this trial is about faith, identity, and who gets to stand at the top when the dust settles. Lime answers with a kill command and charges into the arena, ending the philosophical part the old-fashioned way. The clash hits so hard that even the divine presence feels it, and when Lime comes out on top, he dedicates the victory to the sacred white lion Karuke, because apparently this slime is not wasting a single dramatic beat. After the battle, his followers keep raising temples in his honor, turning devotion into literal construction and proving they plan to keep worshipping with bricks. Then the system hands out the quest of the 32nd floor, and the whole setup shifts from celebration to the next stage of the climb. Time snaps backward, dragging the figures into the past, and even the crushing stone does not stop the counting, as they keep going 1, 2, 1, 2. At the end of that rewind, the mission is laid down plain: remain in this world and guide all 7 species, which finally gives the whole divine slime upheaval a destination instead of just a spectacle.